Great Tribal Chief. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. I and number 039 M. Blackmailing. Although the tall and thin man's voice was small, the Stone Bear and Mr. Fernan, who were not far from them, also heard it. Especially Fernan, after hearing the name of Team Chikeman, his face suddenly became extremely pale. Obviously, he should have also heard of the mysterious team formed by the mysterious Chikeman. You and me. Fernan, whistling with an ugly face, and the faces of several other people became very respectful. Shi Xiong looked condescendingly at the fat white man who was scared to pee, and said unceremoniously, I said, I don't care what your status is. Here, anyone who dares to insult our Chikeman tribe, their only end is use their blood to wash away this insult. So Shi Xiong expressionlessly slapped the small axe in his hand, and Fernan immediately wailed, Dear Chief, please forgive me for being rude. I didn't know you still had these things under your hands, a brave soldier, so please give me a chance to atone for my sins. Shi Xiong looked at this guy coldly, then glanced at the remaining 4 people, and then asked, I can give you the opportunity, but you must come up with a ransom worth the value of your life, otherwise, I can forgive you. This axe in my hand will probably not forgive you. Food. As if a drowning man grabbed a piece of wood, Fernan's voice suddenly became louder. Food. I can give you a lot of food. Food? A joke. I originally came here for food. As residents of the fortress, it was your duty to raise food for Major Armand hundreds of miles away. Therefore, in addition to food besides, you also need to bring out other things. Hearing the words of the big chief, Armand's expression became extremely bitter. But he just thought for a while and immediately said, Dear Chief, I can provide you with a lot of salt, cloth, iron and even a horse. Shi Xiong shook his head slightly. Do you think we Chikeman people will be short of salt? We live by the sea all year round. When your people came to New Orleans along the Mississippi River, we still provided your people with a lot of salt. And more than half of the salt we need in New Orleans is provided by our Chikeman. Mr. Fernan, do you still think we will be short of salt? After a pause, Shi Xiong said again, As for ironware, don't you think the 2 throwing axes in my hand are not good enough? To tell you the truth, these throwing axes are made by ourselves, and we don't lack ironware. Hearing this, Fernan's face suddenly collapsed. At this time, there was a neat sound of footsteps outside. Several people looked up and found that the gate of the barracks not far away was opened. Dozens of French army soldiers carrying guns lined up and ran out. All this just happened actually took a short time. It took only a few minutes from the time when the Stone Bear threw the throwing axe to just finished saying these words. The French soldiers in the barracks probably just finished their lineup, and only then came out to see who disrupted the order of the fortress. Maintaining the order of the fortress is also the responsibility of these soldiers. When these soldiers saw that there were more than 40 Native American Indians aiming with guns on the square, these soldiers immediately raised their guns and aimed at these Indian soldiers as if they were approaching an enemy. Facing the aim of the French soldiers, the soldiers brought by the Stone Bear did not even frown, and their hands were still as stable as a mountain. They held their rifles and aimed at the 20 or so people in front of them, as if they were held by the French soldiers. A musket is a fire stick. Shi Xiong glanced at the French soldiers, then looked at Fernan, whose face had become ecstatic because of the presence of these soldiers, and said disdainfully, If these soldiers dared to shoot, I promise that your head will hit me with a lead bullet. The soldiers landed before Fernan's ecstatic face suddenly became terrified. He shouted loudly, Alphonse, quickly order these soldiers to put down their guns, otherwise I will not be able to spare you. Alphonse was also a little confused. He had been receiving the Great Bear Chief, and naturally he didn't know why the soldiers in the barracks had to come out. But obviously, the reason why these soldiers left the camp is probably the order given by the Lieutenant Antoine. So Alphonse said helplessly, Mr. Fernan, these soldiers are now following Lieutenant Antoine's orders. I can't do anything. Antoine, is from Fernan. Everyone knows that. If it were not for Major Armand to value Alphonse very much, Alphonse would not be able to suppress this Lieutenant Antoine. Hearing what Alphonse said, Fernand immediately shouted again, "Antoine, you watched him. Hurry up and order the soldiers to put down their guns." After hearing this roar, a tall officer among the soldiers immediately seemed to have seen an eagle's quail, pale, and gave the order to put down the gun. He just saw the scene on the side of the square inches the barracks. When he saw that his master was abused by a native, he immediately organized the soldiers in the barracks to come out to rescue. There are more than 40 natives with guns outside. Antoine doesn't think he can save the master by going out. Only soldiers in the military camp can fight against these natives. Although the French soldiers are not very effective in combat, they still do a very good job of ordering and prohibiting them. Following the order of Lieutenant Antoine, these soldiers put down their guns obediently. Alphonse immediately went up and began to severely reprimand the soldiers. After a while, these soldiers followed Lieutenant Alphonse back to the barracks with guns, leaving only Lieutenant Antoine on the scene. Shi Xiong looked at Fernand playfully, shook his head slightly and said, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want in this fortress. This has no effect on me. And because of the actions of the lieutenant officer, I decided to increase your ransom chip." Fernand heard this and immediately looked at the Lieutenant Antoine with an angry look. However, Shi Xiong will not take care of these messy things. He already understands the situation right now. There is an irreconcilable conflict between the military of the fortress and the spokespersons of these nobles. With the fortress currently losing the highest sergeant chief, if you don't make good use of this opportunity to blackmail a lot, then I'm really sorry to lead a group of people on a voyage of hundreds of miles. So he simply said, 20,000 pounds of food, 40 horses, 30 Appen cotton cloth, well, plus 6 contract slaves who know how to do alchemy. When these noble spokespersons heard this, they all trembled. The tall and thin man even couldn't help shouting, "This is impossible, you are blackmailing." Shi Xiong smiled slightly and said, "Yes, I'm blackmailing." In the end, the 6-man group headed by Fernand still pinched their noses and recognized the conditions that Hashiguma had put forward. As early as in the Gaoshu tribe, through interrogation of Armand, No and others, Stone Bear knew the wealth of the 6 noble spokespersons in the Akron fortress. If it is said that Major Armand is in the control of the military power of Akron fortress, then the 6 people headed by Fernand control the economic lifeline of the entire fortress. Grain, cloth, salt, horses, ironware, and other groceries are the materials operated by the nobles behind these 6 people in this fortress. Fernand is the younger brother of Count Fernand. He is the most powerful, so he controls the entire fortress, including the food around the fortress. Orino, who was almost kicked to a whiteboard by the Stone Bear, also stood behind an earl, but Orino was just a steward under the earl's name, so he was not as strong as Fernand in the Akron fortress. However, he controls the salt trade in Akron fortress and the surrounding area. Behind the tall and thin man stood Viscount, and cloth was his main project. The remaining 3 people and Fernand and the other 3 jointly control the transaction of ironware, horses and other groceries. Since the construction of Akron fortress, the 6 of them have become the actual controllers of the economic lifeline of Akron fortress. If it were not for the French military to control the most powerful military force, this fortress would have changed its surname to another name. This situation abounds in the New World, especially before the outbreak of the 7 Years' War. Whether it is New France or Louisiana, the economic lifelines of various military fortresses and even most of the small colonial cities are owned by France. Those great nobles are in control. Only large immigrant cities like Quebec and New Orleans were controlled by the King of France. Therefore, the 6-member group headed by Fernand is actually very rich. Any one of them has a wealth that far exceeds that of the hard-pressed Major Armand. Although I can't figure out the real wealth of these 6 guys, Shi Xiong has already sharpened the small knife in his hand. Originally, Shi Xiong was still worried about what excuse he could find to use this small knife, but Fernand and Orino came to the door unconsciously. The small knife in Shi Xiong's hand still slaughtered them severely. Originally, the Stone Bear planned to collect 15,000 pounds of food from these guys, so that if you count the 10,000 pounds of food in the barracks, you can make up 25,000 pounds of food. But now that these guys came to the door without knowing it, Shi Xiong was about to knock them hard. The stone bear demanded more than 5,000 pounds of grain, and it won't come out anymore. After all, whether it is soldiers in military camps or civilians in fortresses, they have to eat food every day. If they don't leave enough food for them to eat for 10 days, they will definitely not hand the food to themselves obediently. Since it is impossible to slaughter them more in terms of food, then just use this introduction to slaughter them in other ways. The value of 40 war horses is not much lower than 20,000 pounds of grain, or even slightly more than that. The most important thing is that war horses are what Gaoshu tribe needs most at present, so the stone bear and lion open their mouths, and one mouth is 40 war horses. As for the cloth, the number of 30 apangs is quite a lot. Before the French established the meter as a unit of length measurement in 1791, apan was a French unit of length measurement. 1 arpent is approximately equal to 715 meters, and the length of a roll of cloth made by the French at this time is about half apong, that is to say, 30 arpent cloth is 60 rolls, about 2,000 meter. If the cloth is something that Stone Bear temporarily remembered to add, then he must get the contract slave who knows alchemy. The scientific theory of this era has not yet been fully established, and the term scientist has not yet become popular. In this era of Europe, the best pronoun for scientists is alchemists, except for some crooks. Almost all true alchemists are very good scientist. The Stone Bear now needs scientists from Europe, very much. There are a lot of science and technology from the future in his mind, and he knows many technologies, but to turn these technologies into real objects of this age, they must be realized through the hands of these scientists or alchemists. Shi Xiong doesn't have the energy to study those technologies. He can only provide these scientists with ideas for a big topic, or occasionally open cheats. The specific research work must be done by these people. So, Stone Bear had already thought about the matter of robbing people on the voyage to Alcron Fortress, because he knew from Captain Pno that there were indeed several alchemist contract slaves in the fortress. Compared to other materials, Shi Xiong valued these alchemists more. Even food and horse stone bears can be dispensed with, but these alchemist stone bears must be brought back to the Gaoshu tribe. Unfortunately, there are only 3 alchemists in the entire fortress, and one of them is a liar. The liar was kicked aside by Shi Xiong without hesitation, and the other 2 alchemists were packed and taken away by Shi Xiong and their family. These 2 alchemists were contract slaves, and their families were also contract slaves. The slave contract was in Fernand's hands, so Shi Xiong easily gave these 2 alchemists and their families rescued. In front of the powerful Chikeman chief, even if Fernand wanted to resist, he was powerless. It is true that he is rich, but he does not have enough armed forces in his hands. The strongest armed forces in the fortress are in the hands of Alphonse and Pno, while Fernand and the others have only 30 armed forces in their 6 hands. These people are not that group anyway. The opponent of the Chikeman warrior who looks like a wolf. In addition to the fact that the number of alchemists did not meet the requirements of the Stone Bear, the number of war horses was also lacking. Except for the war horses raised in the barracks, almost all the war horses in the entire fortress were searched by Fernand and the others, but even so, the number of war horses collected was only 36. But there are a lot of horses used to pull plows and carts, but why would Shi Xiong want this kind of horse, to pull the plow and the cart? How can this horse be better than those tame bison? As for the cloth and food, it's enough. No is right. These 6 guys stored more than 30,000 pounds of food in the fortress. Although they were very distressed by the 20,000 pounds of food, it was compared to their lives. The food does not matter. Cloth is one of the main materials traded by the French and the Indians, so there are also many cloth storages in the fortress, which are all cheaper now. These materials were quickly loaded onto the ship, especially the presence of the 36 horses, which made the 4 ships almost unable to load these materials. Since everything he wanted and the extra blackmail was in his hands, Shi Xiong used the excuse of Major Armand's urgent need for help, and then took Captain Pno on board and left the Alcaron fortress. Chapter 177, High Cattle in Distress. There are many people in great power. This sentence is best reflected when loading the ship. Almost all the people in the fortress were dispatched. A full 30,000 pounds of grain filled the cabins of the 2 inland river armed transport ships, and other materials were quickly loaded onto the ship by hundreds of people. So when the Stone Bears, they left. When it was in Hong Kong, the sun to the west was even half hanging in the sky. Stone Bears don't spend the night in the fortress. After all, Yichingmen duo is not a casual talk. The ghost knows that Lieutenant Alphonse will do anything with moths, so when all the supplies are loaded on the ship, Stone Bear immediately ordered to leave Oklone Fortress. The entire return journey is upstream, but today's wind direction is very conducive to boats. Starting in the afternoon, the cold air masses from the north end of the North American continent have caused a violent northwest wind to blow on this land. The sails on the 4 armed transport ships were pulled up. The huge sails were quickly blown up by the violent northwest wind. The next moment, even if the hull is moving against the current, the speed is still not slow. With the arrival of the northwest wind, the sky began to darken. It is also expected that in the next few days, this area is very likely to have rainfall. The 4 boats quickly turned around the Big Bend when they came, and then, Shi Xiong saw the thick smoke faintly emerging from the shore in the distance. This discovery made Shi Xiong's heart chuckle. But Shi Xiong didn't worry about the people from Akron Fortress appearing on Jiao Niu's side. Jiao Niu led 40 soldiers to guard the French prisoners. Stone Bear is more worried about the Chicashes living nearby or the wild beasts on the wasteland. Bigfoot, who was in charge of leading the tribe to control the ship, also noticed the thick smoke coming out there. He leaned forward and asked anxiously, "Guardian, the smoke coming from there seems to be where Jiao Niu stayed." "Yes, Jiao Niu may be in danger," Shi Xiong said in a deep voice. "Uncle Bigfoot, then speed up as soon as possible." Bigfoot is a high-ranking member of the Gaoshu tribe, and his brother is Lile. But unlike his brother, Bigfoot is very nice and kind. This is the most intuitive feeling Ishikama has got since he came into contact with Bigfoot. Lile can only be regarded as a well-behaved tribal leader, far from being outstanding. This is mainly because Lile's vision and structure are not enough, and Lile is a little cautious. For the sake of this cautious, Shi Xiong was able to no less picking up Lile. But Bigfoot is different. This honest man is really good. If Lile is careful, then the big feet as Lile's brother is the straightforward man who can see the chrysanthemum with his mouth open. At the time, Jiao Niu brought a group of surviving members of the long-hair Niu tribe to Gaoshu tribe, and Bigfoot was the one who took care of them the most. And Bigfoot is very supportive of the Stone Bear, or that he is very supportive of the Cabru sacrifice. It is precisely because of this that some time ago when his brother Lile and Wolftail always aimed at the Stone Bear, Bigfoot seldom got involved. It is said that as Lile's own brother, Bigfoot should stand firmly on his brother's side, but Bigfoot didn't do that. Perhaps it was because he had always firmly supported the Kabul sacrifice, so when he found out that his brother always targeted the guardian of the Kabul sacrifice, he became the one caught in the middle, so he simply jumped out. Neither side helps. This is actually pretty good, but Bigfoot is able to do so is actually a kind of silent support. Shi Xiong guessed that this was also because he was just the guardian of the Kabul sacrifice. If Hong Yun encountered such a thing, Bigfoot would definitely stand beside Hong Yun without hesitation, and even turn his face with his brother. But no matter what, Bigfoot is still very much appreciated by Shi Xiong, so this time he went to Akron Fortress. Bigfoot and Jiao Niu became his right-hand men. Bigfoot is in charge of commanding the soldiers who control the ship, and Jiao Niu is in charge of guarding the French prisoners. 4 armed transport ships moved quickly under the blow of the northwest wind, but even so, it took almost 2 hours to reach the position where the French prisoners were dropped off the ship in the early hours of the morning. After arriving here, the smoke became more obvious, but the Stone Bear stood on the deck and stared at it, but couldn't see anything. In order not to be discovered by outsiders, Jiao Niu led the tribe's warriors and escorted these French prisoners into the dense forest. Although the trees at this season have long lost their leaves, the woods are too dense, and people can't see what's inside after they get in. All the soldiers will load the guns and come with me, and the fighters who control the guns will load the guns. Uncle Bigfoot, you are responsible for guarding, Shi Xiong frowned and ordered. Bigfoot nodded, and began to command more than a dozen tribal battles to fill the 84mm Valor guns with ammunition. The other tribal warriors took the muskets off their backs and began to load ammunition carefully. Shi Xiong didn't take the gun, he took out his big iron bow, and at the same time he had 4 throwing axes fastened around his waist and the heavy iron spear on his back, and then he took the lead to get off the boat. This area has solid land that is rare in this area, so there is a large dense forest growing here, and the surrounding is icy marshland. As soon as he walked into the dense forest, Shi Xiong heard the vaguely humming sound from ahead. It sounds like a warrior of the tribe, and it's not like encountering a Chikasha, it's more like encountering a beast. Shi Xiong made a gesture to the soldier behind, and ran in small steps in the direction of the sound. After going in for a distance of about 7 or 80 meters, Shi Xiong saw a large circle of bonfires ignited in front of him. Jiao Niu led a large group of people, including the French prisoners, all within this large circle of bonfires. Outside the campfire, a few guys are staring at the people over the campfire. Seeing these big guys, Shi Xiong's pupils couldn't help but shrink. The 6 big swarthy guys in front of them turned out to be 6 adult Mi River crocodiles. Damn it, why is there such a thing here? Shi Xiong couldn't help cursing, and the tribal warriors who followed him hesitated to stop. All warriors in the tribe have seen this thing. There are also many crocodiles living near the Tennessee River near Knoxville. Of course, the warriors in the tribe know how terrible this ferocious animal is. When this thing attacks people or other animals, it is usually a bite. But after this bite, whether it is a human or another animal, there is basically no hope of survival. The deterrent power of such a brutal animal is too great. Stone Bear. The sound of their coming footsteps made the 6 crocodiles all turn their heads. Obviously, the blazing bonfire in front of them made them feel terrified, which also made them irritable. I couldn't eat the delicious food in the front, and a large group came in the back. If I can't eat the food in the front, can I not eat the food in the back? So, the 6 crocodiles immediately twisted their bodies, with fierce lights in their 12 eyes, swiftly swinging their bodies and tails and rushing towards the stone bears. From this distance, Shi Xiong can clearly see the wounds on the bodies of these crocodiles. Obviously, these 6 crocodiles who didn't know how to emerge suffered a loss just now. The muskets in the hands of these soldiers led by Jiao Niu are not a joke. Although the current muskets fired with lead pellets, their power is far inferior to the bullets of later generations, but this is a thermal weapon after all. The soft lead bullet. Maybe you can't kill these crocodiles, but you can definitely break the skin protection of these crocodiles. Seeing these crocodiles turned their heads and made an impact on himself and others, Shi Xiong did not hesitate to take out an iron arrow, while shouting loudly to the people behind, "Retreat!" He pulled the big bow into a full moon. At a distance of no more than 20 meters, the stone bear hardly needs to aim. In the next moment, a 1-meter-long iron arrow easily penetrates through the top of a crocodile's head. The sharp arrow is driven by the huge kinetic energy, easily broke the crocodile's skin, and then easily broke the crocodile's skull, and then all the way down, and finally penetrated the entire skull of the crocodile. The arrow revealed by went deep into the soft soil, and forcibly nailed the crocodile to the ground. However, the activity of the crocodile is very large. Even if it was pierced, the crocodile did not die directly. Instead, the crocodile opened its mouth and writhed on the ground desperately. Even the one made of stainless steel has a small finger thickness, and the arrow that penetrated the ground for a full foot was pulled out under this huge force. All the soldiers were startled by the craziness of the crocodile and took a breath, and the speed of their retreat could not help but speed up a lot. Shi Xiong ignored the crocodile that was pierced by him, and drew another iron arrow, and then opened the bow to shoot the arrow. The next moment, another crocodile was also nailed to the ground. Unlike the crocodile just now, this crocodile stopped moving the moment it was pierced. Obviously, the first arrow just now seemed to hit the crocodile, but it didn't actually cause a one-shot damage to the crocodile. In other words, the arrow didn't hit the crocodile's brain. The second crocodile was very unlucky. Not only was pierced, but also shot through the brainstem with an arrow. A crocodile has no brain, and a crocodile only has a brainstem. The brainstem is the most basic existence in the brain. The human brainstem has a nickname called the crocodile brain. In terms of human beings, the brainstem is the main control unit that controls the most basic human actions, such as breathing, heartbeat, and stress response to injury. The brainstem is not thinking, and all instinctive reactions are the brainstem, not the brain. Newborn babies are hungry and ask for milk. The babies want to feed without any thoughts. This is the brainstem controlling. I was accidentally scalded by boiling water when I poured boiling water. The conditioned reflex that automatically stretched my hand back at the moment it was scalded is also the principle of the brainstem working. As for things like why boil the water and how to boil the water, these are the questions that the brain should think about. In other words, the human brain controls the human mind, while the brainstem controls the instinct. There is no brain in the crocodile's head, only the brainstem, so all the crocodile's actions are based on instinct. The crocodile's brainstem controls the crocodile in this way: if the invader is larger than it, whatever it is, it will slip away. If the invader is a crocodile of the same sex, it will fight with it. If the invader is of the opposite crocodile, and the timing is right, then it will mate with it. If the invader is small enough and not of the same kind, then it will prey. If the invader does not fall into the above four conditions, then it will stay in place. No reaction. So, the crocodile's brainstem is a central brain system that is in the self-protection mechanism. We are weaker than it and we will bully it and gain profits. If it is stronger, we will turn on the mechanism to buggy. At the same time, the brainstem is also the crocodile's highest control organization. If other parts of the crocodile are damaged, even if they are opened, the crocodile will not die immediately. But as long as its brainstem is destroyed, the crocodile will die immediately. The second crocodile was shot in the brainstem by the stone bear with an arrow, and died without a word. At this distance, the iron arrow fired by the big iron bow in Shi Xiong's hand is much more powerful than the lead shot fired by the gun. The most important thing is that this kind of arrow made of stainless steel is extremely sharp. Driven by the huge kinetic energy, the crocodile's skull can be easily broken. The lead shot fired by a musket has no such power. One is because the propellant is not a more powerful smokeless gunpowder but only black powder. The second reason is that the lead shot is too soft. Even if a certain proportion of tin and other metals are added to the lead shot of this era, the projectile is still very soft. In any case, it cannot be compared with later copper-clad steel core bullets. In addition, the crocodile skin is usually very thick, so in this case, the musket can only break the skin and muscle tissue of the crocodile, but it cannot penetrate the bones of the crocodile, including the skull. Therefore, although Jiao and the others had used muskets to hit the 6 crocodiles, they were unable to kill the 6 crocodiles. On the contrary, they made these crocodiles even more manic. Had it not been for the bonfire, I'm afraid Jiao would have become the food of these crocodiles. After the stone bear shot the second crocodile www.wuxiaspot.com, he turned and ran back for a certain distance. After getting away from the crocodile, he opened his bow and shot arrows. Is like flying a kite in an online game. Shi Xiong quickly shot all of the 6 crocodiles by using the big iron bow in his hand and the moving speed much faster than the crocodile. It seems that the stone bear shoots these 6 crocodiles easily. But the fault is that the stone bear is able to do this. I am afraid that the 6 crocodiles would have been driven around by the 6 crocodiles. Others can't pull this big iron bow, so naturally they can't talk about shooting these crocodiles. Everyone on the scene counts as one. Only Shi Xiong has this arm strength to fill this big iron bow, so only he can shoot these 6 crocodiles so easily. Seeing these 6 crocodiles lying motionless on the ground, Jiao Naiu led a group of soldiers and the group of prisoners slowly out of the campfire circle. Of course, the horror on their faces was still very obvious. These 6 crocodiles must have frightened them. Chapter 178, Fierce Light. Jiao Naiu and the others were really frightened. When Jiao Naiu came out, their hands were still shaking. The American alligator, that is, the Mi River crocodile, is not a joke. Although the Mi River crocodile is not as big as the Nile crocodile, the size of the 6 Mi River crocodile is generally about 5 meters. Later, Du Niang said that the largest size of my crocodile could only grow to about 5 meters. That was because the living environment of my crocodile in later generations was different from now. The North American continent, especially near the Mississippi River, is actually no different from the wilds. Few crocodiles here are hunted specifically. Unlike later generations, even crocodiles like crocodiles can be systematically hunted by humans. In this era, crocodiles are at the top of the food chain like bears and wolves. Even in some senses, this miracle crocodiles living near rivers is more terrifying than bears and wolves. Among other things, in this era, soldiers with muskets can deal with bears or wolves. A bear may not be killed with 1 shot, but even a brown bear can't stand it with 10 shots and 8 shots. As for the wolves, as long as the shot is accurate, a wolf can be knocked down with 1 shot. But my crocodile doesn't work. If you compare brown bears and black bears to berserkers and wolves to light cavalry, then this my crocodile is a heavy cavalry, or a heavy cavalry with overweight armor. The crocodile is not only ferocious, but also invincible with a big mouth. The vitality of this animal is also quite tenacious. Unlike mammals that have evolved their brains, crocodiles do not have brains, so the nervous system of this creature is not so developed. Even if it is severely injured, Mi River crocodile can still fight to the death by instinct, which can be said to be immortal, a typical representative of retirement. The most important thing is that as long as the Mi River crocodile is not headshot, it is difficult to kill it in a while. Shi Xiong has watched many crocodile hunting videos in his previous life. Among them, rifles or even sniper rifles are used to hunt crocodiles. As a result, even with rifles or sniper rifles, it is difficult to kill a crocodile without direct headshot. Jiao Naiu and the others encountered this situation. 40 rifles were fired in turn, but the skin of these crocodiles was open to the flesh, but it was useless. On the contrary, it aroused the ferocity of these beasts even more. A lot of bonfires. At least half of the people in Jiao Naiu and the others will be the Chinese food for the 6 crocodiles. These crocodiles will not eat them all, but it is certain to kill them. It can be said that if it weren't for Shi Xiong's powerful bow, which was as powerful as a sniper rifle, Jiao Naiu would really not last long. Just as frightened as Jiao Naiu and the others are those French people. As residents living near these French people can see the ferocity of my crocodile all year round. Compared with Jiao Naiu, these French people are more aware of the dangers of these crocodiles. And they knew very well that once Jiao Naiu couldn't stand it anymore, then these Native Americans would definitely throw their captives out as bait, and then they would retreat easily. I do not run as fast as a lion, but I only need to run faster than you. Nima, we are all tied up. Even if we run faster than lightning bolt, can we have a dick? Therefore, Armand and the others were killed. Stone, it's really time for you to come. If you come here a little bit later, I guess we'll have to confess it here. Jiao Naiu kicked a crocodile who fell on the ground in shock and said, saying that the big stone belongs to the stone bear. 90 name. Jiao Naiu is Shi Xiong's uncle. He can naturally call this name. Uncle, you are fine. There are no casualties, right? Jiao Naiu shook his head, and then looked at the group of French captives. Our people are fine, but 2 Frenchmen were about to lose their legs by the crocodile. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold them. Shi Xiong walked over and saw 2 French soldiers lying on the ground. One left leg was missing from the thigh half, and the other was missing from the left knee, and the wounds of both of them were uneven. Obviously they were bitten off by the crocodiles. Although the bite force of the Mi River crocodile is not as terrible as the Nile crocodile, it can reach 2,500 pounds, But the bite force of the largest crocodile in the Western Hemisphere is also quite terrifying. As soon as the upper lip of the my crocodile touched the lower lip, it was a bite force of 2,200 pounds, and a human leg under their sharp teeth was no different from a person biting a ham. Although the two soldiers are still alive, they are no longer saved. Blood can shed them to death. Shi Xiong shook his head slightly, turned around and walked back to ask Jiao Naiu, "Uncle, how did these crocodiles come out?" At this time, they are supposed to be in hibernation. How could they come out to attack you? Crocodiles will hibernate, and the my crocodiles that live in this area usually hibernate until March or even April. Although it is almost February now, there is at least 1.5 months before these crocodiles wake up from hibernation. Jiao Naiu shook his head and said, "I don't know what's going on." It is estimated that when we disembarked and walked into this dense forest, the team happened to pass the crocodile hole where these crocodiles hibernated, and then our footsteps awakened. These crocodiles will pursue each other. After a pause, Jiao Naiu turned his head to look at the two Frenchmen who were silent, and said in a low voice, "These two French soldiers are walking in the middle, but two crocodiles popped out like this abruptly, and each took a bite. They bit them like this, but fortunately, these two French people let us spot the 6 crocodiles, so we can slowly retreat here." Shi Xiong nodded, which was the same result in his estimation. This kind of hibernating crocodiles is usually hard to be awakened, but there are too many people who can't stand tall cows, close to 100 people, so rumblingly, these crocodiles are not awakened. Not only are people getting up, but the crocodiles getting up is probably not small. In addition, they have just hibernated for several months and are hungry for rebellion. Suddenly so many bipeds appeared, and this group of crocodiles did not pursue that. I'm simply sorry for their fierce reputation of me river crocodile. The two Frenchmen can only say that their lives are bad, and no one can save them in this situation. "Let's go, uncle, let's talk about it when we get on the ship." Shi Xiong just groaned for a moment before giving the order to board the ship. Jiao Naiu asked in a low voice, "Stone, how is the harvest this time?" Shi Xiong smiled and whispered, "Uncle, the gains from this trip to Akron Fortress have greatly exceeded our expectations. You will be able to see our gains in a while." Jiao Naiu lowered his voice again and asked, "Then what about these guys?" Shi Xiong was stunned when he heard the words, and then looked at the French prisoners with their hands and feet tied. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Is the uncle of Shi Xiong's life? Jiao Naiu keenly caught the flash of fierce light in his nephew's eyes. So Jiao Naiu unceremoniously pulled Shi Xiong aside, and whispered, "These people can't stay, it's a curse to stay." Shi Xiong nodded slightly. Although Shi Xiong wanted to be a person who kept his promise, he knew very well that he could only keep his promise to his own people or allies. But it was definitely not these French people. The first point is that Shi Xiong has no good feelings for these French people. It has been more than 3 months since I came to this world, and Shi Xiong has completely brought himself into this world. Although he occasionally thinks of his parents and friends in his previous life, reality is reality, and it is useless to miss it. So he has completely regarded himself as an Indian Cherokee. In this era and more than 100 years later, the French slaughter of North American Indians was not much worse than the Americans. Especially after the war alone, the Americans were greatly injured by the just concluded War of Independence. The same is true for the British across the ocean. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that the Americans were unable to move westward and the British had no time to worry about the New World, the French, who had been occupying both sides of the River Me, could be considered to be presumptuous. Because in the final stage of the War of Independence, the French cooperated with the British defeated by the Americans, and the United States after the War of Independence was far from being compared with the powerful France. So the French took advantage of the weakness of the Americans and the British. At that time, he started to make a fortune in the North American continent. Not only did they collect money, they also slaughtered the local indigenous people madly. There were hundreds of thousands of Indian indigenous people who died in the hands of the French. Although this number is far less than the number of American slaughtered Indians, It is undeniable that the hands of the French are also covered with Indian blood. This was the first reason Shi Xiong was unhappy with the French. As for the second reason, it is that the current French are in collusion with the Chickasaw. On the premise that the Gaoshu tribe did not have any conflicts with the French, the Guy-Armen dared to encourage Constantine and the Chickasaws to attack the Gaoshu tribe. Only by virtue of this, these guys could not forgive. Of course, there is a third reason, and the most important one. Since Shi Xiong came to this era, he has been planning how to make Gaoshu tribe stand on top of North America. To achieve this goal, the vast central and western regions must never be let go, let alone the rich natural resources in the central and western regions. The population of the central and western regions has been coveted by Shi Xiong for a long time. Therefore, when the Gaoshu tribe becomes stronger in the eastern part of the North American continent, it will inevitably start moving westward. The Frenchman who occupied both sides of the Mi River was a stinky and hard blocking stone that prevented the Gaoshu tribe from marching westward. This stone must be moved away. This was planned by Shi Xiong a long time ago. Therefore, these soldiers are determined not to be put back. After all, the captured French soldiers are serious veterans. Put one such veteran back, maybe when the Gaoshu tribe moves westward, it may kill several tribes. Warrior. Therefore, Shi Xiong will never let go of things that can weaken the strength of the French. Uncle, these people can't let go. Shi Xiong looked at Jiao Niu and said in a low voice. Jiao Niu also nodded. For the French who colluded with the Chickasaw, this man also had no good feelings at all. Jiao Niu whispered again, leave this to me. After all, many tribesmen in the tribe have heard the promise you made to those French people. If you order them to kill them back and forth, it will affect you, the prestige. This kind of thing is most suitable for me to do. Shi Xiong smiled and shook his head. Uncle, let me order. I know that the tribes in the tribe don't have a good impression of these French people. After all, if it were not for the roots of them, these French people would have killed us. Even if I have promised to give them a chance to survive in front of the tribesmen, this promise is probably the French people take it seriously. Anyway, I don't think the tribesmen will take this matter seriously. Hearing this, Jiao Niu laughed happily. He understood what his nephew said. After all, Jiao Niu was also a leader of the tribe. Although he doesn't know the phrase kindness does not control soldiers and righteousness does not control wealth, he still understands the same principle very well. It is now a battle between the tribe and the French. During the battle, all promises, conditions, and reasons are all for nothing. The only truth is who has the big fist. The promises and conditions that were said during the war were all for the sake of the war. In fact, in this matter, whether it is Shi Xiong, Li Lei, or Jiao Niu, they can not only be regarded as military leaders, but they should be regarded as politicians. There is a widely circulated but very reasonable sentence in later generations: I would rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than the politician's mouth. There is another sentence: politicians can be trusted, so can climb trees. So, even if Shi Xiong violated his promise in this situation, no one would say anything else. Even those French people can't say anything else, who can be blamed for inferior skills. Shi Xiong and Jiao Niu returned to the soldiers, and then as the team got closer and closer to the four armed transport ships, these Frenchmen couldn't help but smile. Although two companions were killed by the crocodile just now, as long as they can get on the boat, they will be able to return to the long-lost fortress of Alcron. Even Armen's eyes flashed with longing. But it is a pity that www.wuxiaspot.com was about 50 meters away from the four ships, and Shi Xiong ordered, tie all these French people to a tree, they can't get on the ship. The warriors of the tribe immediately performed this task without hesitation. The Frenchmen with circles on their faces were all trapped tightly on the trees, because there were not many big trees near the shore, and some of them were on the tree. 3 or 4 people. Major Armand shouted sharply, "My Lord Guardian, what did you tie us here for? Didn't you promise that as long as the ransom comes, you will let us go?" Captain No also asked loudly, "My Lord Guardian, you have already received an excessive ransom in Alcron Fortress. Can't you let us spare us with so many supplies? You promised not to kill us, isn't it?" Shi Xiong smiled slightly and said, Of course I will keep my promise not to kill you, but I didn't say that I will use a boat to pull you to the Alcron fortress. Please wait patiently here and wait for our fleet. After I'm far away, I will send someone on horseback to inform the people in the fortress. They will come back to rescue you." Shi Xiong's words made Armand and the others relieved slightly. But is this really the case? Chapter 179, Alligator. It seemed that he was aware of the looming murderous aura of this big man, and the few French officers who were closer to the stone bear all began to struggle fiercely. As soon as a few officers struggled, the soldiers were all messed up. They also wanted to struggle to escape, but the ropes were too tight and the ropes were too strong. Their struggle was destined to be futile. Armand, Constantine, and Pno were tied to a big tree. The stone bear first whispered a few words to Jiao Niu, and then walked over and reiterated again, "Major Armand, I know that you are worried that I will order you to kill. Don't worry about that. I am a person who keeps my promise. I will never order my soldiers to shoot or kill you with guns. Taiyu, I am here just for our safety, because I can't guarantee that we will send you back and you will pursue us. So, you should stay here with peace of mind, and wait for my ship to go far enough. The fighters will notify the people in the fortress to come and rescue you." After finishing speaking, Shi Xiong ignored these people, and when he waved his hand, all the soldiers ran to the 4 armed transport ships. Jiao Niu, Lynx, and Kui Ma brought 3 horses down after they got on the boat, and there were 3 bulging bags on their horses, which exuded a strong smell of blood. Jiao Niu's 3 actions made Major Armand and the others relieved slightly. Obviously, these 3 natives were prepared to inform the fortress. However, they will not act until the ship is far away. 4 boats raised their sails. Under the blow of the northwest wind, the sails were blown bulging. The 4 boats full of cargo and people slowly left the shore and went upstream along the big bend. On the boat, Bigfoot asked the stone bear in a low voice, "Guardian, why don't we kill these Vasicus? They have been to our tribe and they know the route to our tribe. If they don't kill them, in case they bring someone again, what to do if you attack the tribe?" Shi Xiong looked at Bigfoot with a smile and asked, "Uncle Bigfoot, do all of our soldiers think so?" Bigfoot nodded, "Yes, many soldiers have asked me this question just now. I don't know what you think, but if I change to you, I will definitely kill this group of Vasicus. Only, the dead will not reveal the position of our tribe. In the face of the safety of the tribe, neither these Vasicus nor our promises are important." Shi Xiong laughed very relievedly, "Uncle Bigfoot, do you really think that Jiao Niu and the others are going to inform the Vasicus on horseback?" Bigfoot was taken aback, and then looked at the stone bear in confusion. "Guardian, what do you mean?" "Yes, Jiao Niu stayed to deal with the Vasiku." "Uncle Bigfoot, you saw the crocodiles just now. Do you think that if there are more than 10 crocodiles led to the forest, those Vasiku will end up? What will it be like?" Bigfoot was taken aback again, and then a look of unbearable expression appeared on his face, but he still smiled cheerfully. "Guardian, your method is wonderful. It does not violate your promise, but can kill those Vasicus." Tusk. "Hey, I was actually thinking about it when I shot those crocodiles just now. There are hibernating crocodiles everywhere here, and the tall cows can wake up a large number of hibernating crocodiles by riding a horse around here. The 3 of them are riding horses and are not worried about being overtaken by crocodiles, and their 3 baggage contains a lot of turkeys that have just been slaughtered. The smell of these turkeys can definitely wake up crocodiles from hibernation. Guide the woods." After a pause, Shi Xiong pointed to the river bank and said, "Once enough crocodiles are attracted, the 3 Jiao Niu will stay in that position temporarily. After all the crocodiles are dispersed, they will go back to see if they are dead. The fallen Vasiku must also clean up the scene. As for us, we will anchor there and wait for the 3 of them." Bigfoot thought for a while, and finally nodded. Obviously he approved Shi Xiong's order, but he still asked, "Guardian, why are you doing this? Just now we just killed them." "Don't give it. I said you want to keep your promise." "Of course not." Shi Xiong smiled and turned to look at the questioning Bigfoot. "Uncle Bigfoot, I just want to create a difficult mystery for the Vasicus in the fortress. Don't forget." "Yes, We went to the Akron fortress this time under the name of the Chikmun people, and told the Vasichus who stayed behind in the fortress that their major and soldiers were at the Great South Shack hundreds of miles away, fighting in the deep mountains. And if we kill them with a knife or a gun, their corpses will inevitably remain for a while. After all, the woods are not too far away from the fortress. In case a patrol of the fortress comes here to see these corpses, then the words we said at the fortress will be seen through. If we see through, we will see through. Anyway, we killed all the people who knew the way. Could they still find our tribe? They can't find our tribe, but we can't help but guard against those Vasichus who find chi caches and ask about the location of our tribe, and may even continue to unite with chi caches to find our troubles. But if we create the illusion that they were eaten by wild beasts, then they will not think of us. After all, there are not only a large number of crocodiles near the forest, but also a lot of wild wolves. Bigfoot nodded thoughtfully. It's not that I don't want to kill them directly, but that I want to create an illusion for those Vasichus in the fortress, that is in case Armand and their bodies are not eaten clean and they are found by Vasichus in the fortress, then they would think that Armand was very unlucky at most. They encountered a large group of crocodiles or wild wolves while resting, and eventually died under the beast's mouth. If their corpses were eaten clean, there would be only a pile of bones left. Who knows their origins? Guardian, you left Jiao there to clean up the final battlefield? That's right, the rope and these Vasicu clothes all need to be cleaned up. We can't leave any clues to the Vasicu in the fortress. This is the safest way to ensure our tribe. But what if those Vasicus in the fortress cannot contact Armand for a long time? It's not our business, because those Vasicus in the fortress think that Armand is fighting in the deep mountains of the Great South Fork. Since they are fighting, there is a possibility of being wiped out on the battlefield. Even there cannot keep them safe. Uncle Bigfoot, do you understand? Nodded heavily with big feet. Shi Xiong smiled slightly. In ancient China, there was drive the tiger and devour the wolf. Why can't we just swallow people by crocodile? The 4 inland river armed transport ships waited until midnight about 2 kilometers away from the woods, and Shi Xiong saw the 3 of them, Jiao riding back on horseback with torches. Everything is clean? You are not injured, right? In the cabin of the first ship, Shi Xiong asked the 3 of them in a low voice. Their faces were tired but full of excitement. Jiao nodded first and then shook his head. Stone, this is a good solution you thought of. Those Vasicus are all killed, we are fine. The fast horse on the side interrupted excitedly. Fortunately we rode horses, otherwise we would not even be able to run away. There are so many crocodiles in that area. Uncle Jiao and Uncle Lynx just rode around the area. We awakened at least 12 crocodiles after a few rounds of the woods. A total of 14 crocodiles. The bobcat corrected Kuwema's mistake, while Jiao smiled at Kuwema and let him say, "Well, no matter what, there are a lot of crocodiles anyway." Hearing this, Shi Xiong also shook his head and said he didn't understand. My crocodile is not a social animal. Young my crocodile will live together, but adult my crocodile has its own territory. If the same kind dares to invade the territory, then the adult my crocodile will drive out the invading kind. Although the forest is not small, it can't contain so many Mi River crocodiles, and they are all adult Mi River crocodiles. Ghost knows what's going on. Shi Xiong did not intend to continue the study. He was not a biologist, and there was no need to study this abnormal situation. These guys who were awakened by us from hibernation were starving. They saw us riding in front, and they chased us after they got out of the hole. Fortunately, we ran fast on horses. Help guys, Lynx said with a smile. Quema, where are the flesh and blood we prepared? Oh, yes, I forgot to say that Uncle Bobcat. The 3 of us eventually led the crocodiles to the place where the turkeys were dropped. The crocodiles fought each other to compete for the turkeys at first, but as these crocodiles followed the turkey meat more and more into the woods, and they found the Vasicus tied to the tree. Quema's words came to an abrupt end, and there was a trace of unbearable expression on his face, as did Takeniu and Lynx. Obviously, even if you stand in the distance and watch these crocodiles attack the French, and the French are still tied to a tree. That kind of scene must be horrible. Had it not been for the three of Jiao who had experienced the battle of the long-haired Naiu tribe in the fire cattle formation at Gaoshu Pass, it is estimated that the three of them would not be able to stand this kind of scene. Even Ishikama, just thinking about that kind of scene, I feel that I'd have done it a bit too much. So the follow-up hands and feet are all cleaned up? Shi Xiong decisively changed the subject. No problem. Everything is neat, Bobcat said very simply. We have been waiting for a long time, and finally can't hear the sound in the woods, so big brother Jiao rode in and took a look. Jiao nodded and said, yes. After I went in, I found that there was nothing else in the woods except for a crippled corpse. The crocodiles were probably full of food and ran back to the cave to sleep. It seems that he remembered the scene he saw in the middle of the night. Jiao couldn't help but grinned. Those Vasicus were all bitten to death by crocodiles. That scene ... Well, let's not talk about it. Anyway, I don't think I can eat anything today. Then, I called the Bobcat and Kuema in. The three of us took all the ropes back as you said, and then we took away all the clothes on the corpses. But I don't think the clothes can be taken away. It doesn't matter what you collect, because I don't think those corpses will be kept in that place for 2 days. Before Jiao words were over, there was a series of howling wolves, and it seemed that many wild wolves were also aware of the strong blood in the woods. Kuema said with some excitement, Dolly Bear, do you think these wild wolves will face the crocodiles? If they do, can the wild wolves beat the alligators? Strong Bear, or let's wait here again. In the evening. Wait until tomorrow morning to check in again. Ishikama punched this guy on the shoulder without angrily. Don't wait. You three have a good rest. Let's go now. This is not a place to stay for long. Jiao nodded, and the lynx swept over Kuima, who was thinking of persuading Stone Bear to stay for one night, and walked towards the corner of the cabin. The four boats quickly raised their sails again, taking advantage of the hazy moonlight, quickly entered the middle of the river under the strong northwest wind, and then slowly disappeared into the thick night. Early the next morning, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the four ships. The supplies brought back from the Alcaran fortress and the 36 horses made the faces of all tribal warriors happy. When Shi Xiong and the others arrived in the woods yesterday, the sky had already darkened. As a result, they encountered Jiao and they were attacked by crocodile. When Stone Bear killed the 6 crocodiles, and then tied Armand and the others to the tree, the sky was completely dim. Therefore, the warriors who stayed in the woods did not see the supplies extorted by Stone Bear from the Akran fortress. The 36 horses were also placed on the 2 middle ships, except for the dozens of people who boarded the middle 2 ships. Apart from the soldiers seeing these horses, the others did not know that there were 36 more horses on board. After the day turned brighter, the soldiers who stayed in the woods discovered that there were so many horses on the ship, and there was a lot of food in the cabin, and these soldiers naturally cheered. Looking at these cheering warriors, www.wuxiaspot.com, the Talkhouse, Bigfoot and other tribal leaders who stood beside the Stone Bear also showed a gratified smile. This trip to the Alcaran fortress was certainly an adventure. But to be able to harvest so many materials and horses in the end was far beyond the plan before the departure. Bigfoot already knows the actions of Jiao and the others last night. Shi Xiong has no need to hide him. Bigfoot is very satisfied with Shi Xiong's approach. According to Bigfoot, this is what a qualified tribal senior should do. As a high-ranking tribe, being cruel to the enemy is the most basic quality. If he can't even do this, then he doesn't deserve to be a senior in the tribe. Takeniu and Lynx didn't stop smiling after learning that Stone Bear had extorted so many things from Akran fortress. Fortunately, for food or something, these 36 war horses are really precious. You must know that the entire Gaoshu tribe currently only has about 20 war horses. It took several years to trade with the British. And this time, Stone Bear extorted 36 war horses from the French lair. This is definitely a brilliant achievement. However, Shi Xiong did not pay attention to these aspects. He needed to meet the 2 alchemists at a suitable opportunity. So when night fell again, He walked into the cabin and saw the two contract slave alchemists brought out from the Akron fortress. Chapter 180, Contract Slave. The huge size of the stone bear frightened the two contract slaves. It is estimated that they have never seen such a big person in their entire life. In addition, the stone bears are now native Indians, and the two of them were given to this big man by the original owner. In such an unfamiliar environment, it is nonsense to say that there is no fear in the heart. "Come on, stop standing, sit down and talk," Shi Xiong said warmly. The cabin is very cramped. As contract slaves, these two people have no right to enjoy the deck cabin. They and their families can only be stuffed into the cargo hold with the cargo. They have been here all night and day, and the fear of the future has already made them restless. These two contract slaves each have a family. The older one has a wife, and the younger one has a daughter who is only about 7 or 8 years old. At this time, the dirty-looking little girl was being held in her arms by the woman, and the eyes of the two of them looking at Shi Xiong were also full of fear. Seeing these two trembling alchemists, Shi Xiong shook his head helplessly, and said again in fluent French, "You don't have to worry about what I will do to you and your family. On the contrary, you should be thankful for you. Leaving that dark fortress, you will have a bright and free living environment from now on. Come and come. Don't worry, you two sit down and we have a good and fair talk." Talking, Shi Xiong took out a cloth bag from his arms. After opening it, there were 2 deep-fried golden chicken drumsticks inside. Shi Xiong smiled and walked to the little girl and handed it to her. Perhaps it was the food's temptation. The confusion far exceeded the little girl's fear of the big man. The little girl was just stunned and grabbed the 2 drumsticks, while squeezing one of them into the hand of the woman who was holding her. Inside, while raising the chicken leg in his hand, he bite. "Eat slowly, cute little angel, don't choke," Shi Xiong said warmly, and the little girl raised her head while chewing the food in her mouth, and at the same time showed a big smile at Shi Xiong. Gourmet food is indeed the best medium to eliminate misunderstandings and anxiety. With a slight sigh, Shi Xiong walked back to the table, pointed to the other 2 free chairs and said, "Sit down. Only when you sit down will we be in a fair environment. I hope we can use one to communicate in a fair way." It may be that Shi Xiong gave the little girl chicken legs to dispel part of the concerns of these 2 people. The 2 dirty alchemists looked at each other, nodded slightly, and then cautiously sat on the chair with half of their ass. Shi Xiong grabbed the kettle that he had just lifted. The kettle was filled with hot water that had just been boiled. Then he poured a bowl of water for each of the 2 in wooden bowls, and another bowl for the little girl who was eating chicken legs. Water. Then put down the kettle and said, "First introduce myself. I am the Cabru sacrificial guardian of the Cherokee High Tree tribe. You can call me the guardian or my name Great Bear. Then what I want to tell you is that since you have been given to me by that greedy Fernan, then I will definitely protect you and your family's safety. At least I can make your lives more comfortable and make you from then on I can guarantee that I won't be hungry or cold." After a pause, Shi Xiong looked at the 2 alchemists whose faces had begun to change and smiled. "So, should you 2 tell me about your situation?" Shi Xiong's gentle attitude and behavior obviously eased these 2 anxious alchemists a lot. The older alchemist said, "Dear guardian, my name is Jean Augusta. I'm from in France. The one over there is my wife, Bibero. We both can't mix in the country. This is how we signed a contract with Fernan as a voluntary contractor for 5 years. I worked for Fernan for free for 5 years in exchange for ferry tickets. But my wife and I did not expect that the Fernan did not return us the contract after the time was up, and we were always." The woman in the corner sounded a sobbing sound. Obviously, her husband's recount reminded her of everything she had experienced over the years. His wife's cries made August's eyes red, and he choked twice before speaking. Another younger man looked at his partner and patted him on the shoulder lightly. Then he said, "Honorable guardian, my name is William Henry Gates III. I am from Nannan, England. Putin. I'm not the same as Augusta Westland. I was taken from Pittsburgh by the French 4 years ago. This man with tan hair speaks fluent English, but this is not the most important thing. The most fierce thing about this guy is his name, which almost never gave birth to the stone bear to the 3 Buddhas of Lei. You said your name is William Henry Gates III, Shi Xiong immediately asked in English. Of course, Shi Xiong's fluent English also made this guy open his mouth in surprise. It seems that he realized that he was wrong. The Gates III swallowed dryly. Guardian, I really didn't expect you to speak fluent English. I thought you could only speak French. Shi Xiong waved his hand. It's nothing. I can speak several languages. Man, is your name really William Henry Gates III? Ah, yes. This is my full name. Well, you can also call me Bill, as my former friends call me. Now, Shi Xiong is even more confused. If he is not sure that this guy is indeed not the famous world's richest man in the previous life, he really thinks this guy also came through. The name and nickname of this guy are exactly the same as the former Microsoft founder. William Henry Gates III, Bill Gates. Seeing Shi Xiong holding his forehead speechlessly, the 18th century edition of the North American New World Bill Gates asked with some worry, Dear Guardian, is there anything wrong with my name? Shi Xiong smiled bitterly and waved his hand. No. Your name reminds me of an old friend who I knew a long time ago. Forget it, I'll call you Bill in the future, it's easier to call it like this. Well, my friends used to call me that way, Brother Lee replied happily. Compared to Augusta's restraint, this Brother Lee is quite cheerful. You mean you were kidnapped by the French from Pittsburgh? Shi Xiong asked. Even now, Pittsburgh has more than 150 years of history. As early as the late 17th century, French colonists established a fur trading post in this city located at the mouth of the Ohio River. Later, the trade war expanded into a fortress. At that time, the fortress was not called Pittsburgh, but Fort Duquesne. However, this fortress was snatched by the British in 1758. The British named the fortress after the then British Prime Minister William Pitt Pittsburgh, which is transliterated as Pittsburgh. This important fortress was taken away by the British. The French naturally did not do it. And it was still during the 7 Years' War, so around this fortress, the British and the French did not fight. That's right. Brother Lee's expression became a little excited, and then his face turned gloomy again. My family is a declining little nobleman in the UK. My father felt that there was no future for development in the UK. So he let me and my wife come to the New World to develop. I have liked alchemy since I was a child, so when I was studying in England, I learned a lot about this knowledge. Later, when I took my family across the oceans to the New World, I started to serve the army in Boston. 8 years ago, my daughter was born. The burden on the family is even heavier. 6 years ago, a friend of mine told me that our army had captured a fortress in the west that was important to the French, and there were more opportunities to make a fortune, so I brought my family to Pittsburgh. When said these words, Brother Lee's face became more sad and regretful. If I had known that coming to Pittsburgh was a nightmare, I would definitely not come to Pittsburgh. Brother Lee shook his head sorrowfully. When I first arrived in Pittsburgh, I did use my knowledge and abilities to make a lot of money, but the good times did not last long. One night 4 years ago, the French attacked Pittsburgh and half of the fortress was attacked by the French. It was shot down. Although Pittsburgh did not ultimately fall into the hands of the French, the area I lived in happened to be in the area captured by the French. Unfortunately, my family and I became prisoners of the French. But fortunately I know a lot of alchemy techniques, so my family and I saved our lives until you fished us out of Alcran Fortress. Shi Xiong said warmly, Jean, Bill, since you two have come to me, then you don't have to worry about life issues. Of course, if you want to leave the tribe, it is temporarily impossible based on the current situation, but I believe that if you stay in our tribe for a long time, then you will definitely fall in love with this tribe. Brother Gay has lived in Akron Fortress for 4 years. He can speak some French and can understand most of French, so after Shi Xiong said this in French, they can only smile and nod their heads. Agree. They are out-and-out contract slaves, and being able to live safely is the best thing for them. From the name contract slave, it can be seen that this is definitely not a good thing. In fact, there is a more famous name for contract slaves, which is white slaves. From the name of the white slave, it can be seen that this is also a kind of slave, and its status is not much stronger than that of the black slaves trafficked from Africa. The white slave is a unique slave system that existed in the New World of North America in the 17th and 18th centuries. Among them, the British colonies were the most common, and there were many other French, Dutch, and Spanish colonies. Although there are a lot of nobles in Europe, it is the nobles such as the Duke and the Earl at every turn, but in comparison, there are more poor people in Europe. In order to make a living, the poor often have to borrow debts from those who are rich. Once these debts are not repaid, then these people will become one of the sources of white slaves. There are also some people who can't mix in Europe, after being fooled by those rich people who believe that the New World is full of gold and silver. They are ready to bring their families to the New World. For these people, they can no longer live in Europe, based on the principle of moving the dead and moving the lives. They usually choose to go to the New World to develop. But going to the New World is not going to the neighboring countries on the European side. You can go on foot. There is a vast Atlantic Ocean between the European and the New World. So, in order to go to the New World of their dreams, these people have to cross the Atlantic Ocean on a boat owned by the rich. But these people can't afford to pay the expensive ferry tickets, so what should I do? So those rich people and nobles said, "This is easy to say, come and sign a contract with me. I can take you to the New World for free. But when you get to the New World, you need to work for me for 5 to 7 years without compensation. Time, use your labor to repay the ticket." It sounds fair. So many people signed the contract in such a vague way and became so-called voluntary contractors. This kind of voluntary contractor is another source of white slaves. The discovery of the New World is undoubtedly a good thing for people from the Old World, that is, the European continent, but good things usually don't fall on the poor. The rich resources of the New World are often controlled by the nobles and the rich. However, the development of the New World requires a lot of human resources. After all, the nobles and rich people in Europe are a minority, and the number of poor people still occupies an overwhelming advantage. So these nobles and rich people began to ponder these poor people living in Europe. If these poor people can be transported to the New World, it will be a lot of human resources. So these nobles and rich people began to fool the poor all over the world. What New World is full of gold? Whatever comes to the New World you can make a fortune and even become a new nobleman. Whatever comes to the New World, you can even become a lord as long as you work hard. Anyway, it's all beautiful and shameless lies. If these poor people can survive in Europe, they probably won't be moved by such lies. But under the pressure of life, these people couldn't help but move their minds about going to the New World. Many people may be able to pay expensive ferry tickets, but the problem is that although the New World is rich in resources, it is also dangerous. After these poor people came to the New World, they found that they couldn't even guarantee their own safety. www.wuxiaspot.com. What should I do? In the absence of self-defense capabilities, a large number of British, French, Germans, Dutch, and Swedes who have been fooled into the New World can only turn to those nobles and rich people who have the ability to defend themselves, and then some of them will be weakened, forcing or tricking into signing that kind of contract. You become another kind of voluntary contractor. Of course, this kind of voluntary contractor is, needless to say, contract slaves, or white slaves. This kind of person is the third aspect of the origin of white slaves. As for the source of white slaves, there is another source, that is, war criminals and criminals in various countries. This kind of people is also the biggest source of white slaves. Like Jean Auguste, it belongs to the second source of white slaves. He signed the contract voluntarily because he couldn't pay the expensive ferry tickets. As a result, the contract expired, but Fernand's fat man refused to terminate the contract. His couple couldn't resist, so he became a white slave. And Brother Lee is in the fourth situation. His own financial situation is still good, and his fate is not good. In a battle, he and his family became prisoners of war, and naturally became contract slaves, and it was still that kind, the lowest status contract slave. If he didn't have a very good alchemy ability, I am afraid his wife and daughter would have become a plaything in the hands of others. Yes, this white slave system is so dark and brutal in this era. Don't think that there are only black slaves in this world. In this new world of North America, there are hundreds of thousands of white slaves. Chapter 181, Alchemist. Looking at the two unspeakable faces ruined by life, Shi Xiong was also a little speechless. Alchemists are still more popular in Europe in this era. If the two of them stay in Europe instead of being fooled into North America, it is estimated that based on their level, I dare not say that they are rich, but there is absolutely no way to mix food and clothing or even a well-off. Questionable. Although alchemy is called unscientific existence in later modern times, at this time in the 18th century, alchemy was still very marketable in Europe. In fact, even in 1775, Lavoisier used quantitative chemistry experiments to expound the theory of combustion and oxidation, which opened the period of quantitative chemistry, and pioneered the prototype of modern chemistry. But by the late 19th century, alchemy became widespread all over the world. Is very popular. It was not until the end of the 19th century that the alchemy that had prevailed in Europe for more than 800 years was replaced by modern chemistry. But even so, alchemy did not disappear, at least before the stone bare soul was worn. There were still many people in Europe and the United States delving into alchemy. It's just that the alchemy at that time can no longer be called science, but belongs to the category of occultology. But anyway, in this era of the mid-18th century, whether it is the European or the New World, alchemy is extremely marketable. Many well-known scientists in this era actually believed in alchemy or even converted from alchemists. For example, the famous Isaac Newton, the world-recognized greatest scientist in history, was actually an alchemist before he became a scientist. Whether it is Jean Auguste or William Henry Gates III, if they came to the New World without a wrong choice, then they may not be able to study any great results if they sink their hearts in Europe. In fact, in Europe, where alchemy is prevalent, as long as alchemists can study a new element, it is easy to make a fortune. Alchemy is called alchemy because its core purpose is to transform base metals into precious metals, mainly a method of gold. The ultimate goal of the alchemist is to refine the philosopher's stone, also called the sage's stone. This magical stone is said to be able to turn stones into gold, turning all base metals into expensive silver and gold. This kind of philosopher's stone is naturally a kind of fantasy in medieval Europe. After all, it is not so easy to realize the transformation of base metals into gold even in the 21st century. Although in the 21st century, scientists have been able to transform base metals into precious metals by means of nuclear chemistry in the laboratory, but the cost of this transformation is quite high, and the converted gold is even less expensive than the transformation cost. Perhaps in the more distant future, with the continuous advancement of science and technology, the conversion of base metals into gold will become a very common technology, but at that time, the value of gold is estimated to be no more than that of base metals such as iron and lead. How much higher? These are all things, but in this day and age, finding a way to turn base metals into precious metals is the tireless pursuit of any alchemist. Of course, in this process, countless alchemists have failed, and at the same time they have almost eliminated the originally rich family disaster. But there are also some who have made a fortune. For example, the discoverer of white phosphorus, German Brand Hanning, is an alchemist. This Brand Hanning is not only an alchemist, but also a businessman. He originally had a lot of money, but since he became obsessed with alchemy, the originally wealthy family was almost tossed. In 1669, the businessman and alchemist Mr. Hanning had a whim, because human urine has the same golden color as gold, so he collected 50 barrels of human urine, and then mixed it with the same yellow color. The sand is heated in one piece, because he thinks that the same yellow urine and sand can be brewed together to make the legendary sage stone. As a result, the sage's stone was not refined, and the gold was even less visible, but he unexpectedly obtained a substance like white wax, which can emit dazzling white light. This substance is white phosphorus, a new element. Although the legendary sage's stone was not refined, The discovery of white phosphorus also made Mr. Brandhanning a fortune. This is a typical example of an alchemist accidentally discovering a new element in the process of refining the sage's stone, and using this new element to make a fortune. In the middle of the 18th century, his grandfather, Comrade Mendeleev, who invented the periodic table, probably was still playing in the mud in the country. Therefore, this era is a very good era for alchemists. As long as you find a new element with sufficient value, then you can make a fortune just around the corner. If Augusta and Lily are lucky enough, maybe they can also find a new element with enough value to become a rich man. But they didn't do it, so they are just a poor contract slave now. Although Shi Xiong knows the extraction methods of many elements, he doesn't have the mood and energy to do these things. Although in this era, with more than 250 years of leading knowledge, Shi Xiong is enough to make Shi Xiong a super rich, but when a rich man has the right to wake up to the world, it is enjoyable to be a drunk and lying beauty. That's why Shi Xiong planned to start collecting alchemists. He is unwilling to do these chemical experiments, but this does not mean that the alchemists are unwilling to do it. For these alchemists, discovering a new method of refining elements can certainly make them rich, but more importantly, they can stay in history. This is a good thing for both fame and fortune, and no alchemist can refuse it. These two people are the pioneers of chemistry in the Gaoshu tribe. Shi Xiong will never let these two people go, but Shi Xiong also knows very well that it is impossible to make the two of them go together completely by relying on coercion. The carrot and stick method would be better. It's just that at this time, we can't give these two panic-stricken alchemists a killer. Otherwise, given their current state, this killer might not have been beaten a few times, so you have to give these two guys. Killing with a stick is not what Shi Xiong wanted to see. So, the best way to deal with these two guys now is Huiru. Shi Xiong took out 2 sheets of paper that had been slightly yellowed out of his arms indifferently, and gently pushed them in front of them. This is the contract you signed back then. I asked for it from Frenin, and now they belong to you. It doesn't matter if you want to tear it up or burn it, I won't stop it. These words and the 2 familiar contracts in front of them completely moved the two of them. After a long time, Brother Li asked with trembling lips, "Why?" Shi Xiong shrugged his shoulders and said, "Because I don't want you to continue to be slaves. I hope we can cooperate and communicate in a fair way. I don't want the status of contract slaves to suppress your nature. I only hope you able to make greater contributions in a fair environment." Jean Augusta and his brother Li, including Augusta's wife Bibera, were really moved by Stone Bear's hand. Don't want it. For them, this thin piece of paper is a shackle put on their necks, allowing them to live in a huge shadow these years. This is a method that makes them more uncomfortable than killing them. It is not an exaggeration that these two alchemists have been thinking about how to terminate this paper contract for the past few years. So, when such a huge meatloaf suddenly fell on the sky, the feeling of happiness almost broke them. Augusta held little Mary, that is, Brother Gay's daughter, laughing, and Brother Gay was hugging Augusta's wife Bibera and weeping. The 8-year-old little Mary is also completely confused. Her little head still doesn't know why this grandfather with a big beard will hug herself and laugh, while her father is holding that just now. This grandma was crying. Shi Xiong quietly walked out of the cabin with a smile on his face. At this time, there is no need for him to stay here. The two families need a space to vent completely, and then when they finish venting, they still need time and space. Consider the future. Although it was cold outside the cabin, Shi Xiong could feel a scent of spring in this strong northwest wind. I thought that with this cold air going south, there will be another round of rain here, but what I did not expect is that the gloomy sky for most of the day is blown by the violent northwest wind, and the sky is covered by dark clouds. Blown cleanly. There is a huge moon hanging in the sky. Although it is not a full moon, the bright moonlight has dispelled the darkness. Even if you don't light up the lights, you can see the scene tens of meters away with the help of the bright moonlight. 4 inland river armed transport ships drove overnight. There are still hundreds of miles away from Gaoshu tribe. No one wants to stay too much in this unfamiliar place. Stone Bear stood on the bow, looking up at the bright moonlight, and his heart was filled with emotion for a while. When this bright moon turns into a big disk, it enters the white snow moon, February. Although this month is a snowy month, countless lives are brewing under the snow. When the snowy moon has passed, the worm moon, March, which represents the complete arrival of spring, will come completely. I have been in this world for 5 months without knowing it. Are you okay with your parents in another parallel universe? Are you okay, my little girl? Unknowingly, Shi Xiong, the 5 big and 3 thick man, was already in tears. No matter how strong the man is, there is always a small place deep in my heart that is always reserved for his family, and whenever he touches that soft place inadvertently, no matter how strong and vigorous the man is, he will feel weak for a moment. Closed his eyes tightly and lowered his head, his hands slammed on his face indiscriminately, and he coaxed his nose. Shi Xiong let out a long sigh. It seems impossible to go back. Well, since time is irreversible, let Lao Tzu do a lot of work in this world. Maybe there is a lucky guy like Lao Tzu in the future of this world, passed through, and happened to pass through the world before Lao Tzu. Then let Lao Tzu's reputation in this world spread to that world through that lucky guy. Shi Xiong muttered in a low voice, and was immediately amused by his own nonsensical thoughts. Raised his head and laughed a few times, causing the warriors of the 2 tribes to come over and ask in a low voice, which made Shi Xiong suddenly feel annoyed. It's okay, I'm okay, I just thought of something. You don't care about me, just keep on duty. The 2 warriors of the tribe looked at each other, their left hands stroking their chests and bowing slightly, then they retreated silently. For this young guardian, all the tribal warriors who followed this time have been worshipped beyond recognition. What the stone bear did in Akron Fortress and extorted so many things from the hands of Vasiku made these fighters admire incomparably. And the fact that Vasiku was killed last night has also been spoken through the mouths of Jiao Niu, Dejiao and others, and the cruelty shown by Lord Guardian also made these soldiers extremely awed. Although the warriors in the tribe don't understand any conspiracy and tricks, their intuition tells them that the captured Vasiku can't be put back. That would bring great danger to the tribe. As a result, Master Guardian had thought of this a long time ago, and through another method that did not violate the promise, he cleanly killed those Vasikus. Such a courageous and ruthless guardian is a qualified leader. This point, after this action, has become the consensus of all fighters. Took out a pipe, then pinched a handful of tobacco leaves from the small cloth bag containing the broken tobacco leaves and put them in the tobacco pot, and then lit the tobacco leaves in the tobacco pot with a fire. Took a hard breath, the pungent smoke went down the throat and trachea into the lungs, and then went around in the lungs and sprayed out from the nose and mouth. The extremely strong smell of smoke gradually calmed Shi Xiong's mood. www.wuxiaspa.com and took another sip, and the tobacco leaves in the pot had been completely burned. Looking at the smoking pot with a little spark, a strange thought suddenly came out. This thing is really non-smoking, and it's very troublesome. Do you want to get real cigarettes out after you go back? In this era, if you can sell cigarettes to those Vasikus, I'm afraid those Vasikus will have to be mad. Got it. Immediately, Shi Xiong himself laughed dumbly by the sudden thought. Although I felt that this idea came out very untimely, but after this idea came out, it has been hovering in my mind and lingering. Well, it actually seems to be a very good thing to create cigarettes. In an instant, Shi Xiong's mind turned countless thoughts, and the pros and cons of cigarettes were analyzed in a short period of time. This thing is worth doing. Once this thing is made, it is estimated to be more popular on Vasiku's side than salt. Shi Xiong is very clear that in this era, cigarettes in the true sense have not yet appeared, and that kind of thing will not be invented until more than 100 years later. However, in this era of cigarette smokers in Europe, in addition to pipes, there are also many people who use paper-rolled tobacco to smoke, that is, hand-rolled cigarettes. The attractiveness of cigarettes to smokers is unquestionable, and countless smokers in later generations have proven this. Chapter 182, Hank is coming. However, Shi Xiong is also very clear that it can only be an idea to make a serious cigarette now. No one, because cigarette paper is not easy to handle now. Although paper-making technology was introduced to Europe through the Middle East a long time ago, and paper also made a great contribution to the European Renaissance, in this era, European paper is either hard or soft and useless. The cigarette paper used for cigarettes must be soft and flexible. Paper that is too hard cannot be used, and paper that is too soft and has no toughness cannot be used. Therefore, if you want to make cigarettes, you must first make a good enough cigarette paper. No matter what kind of paper, the temperature requirements are still very high. The temperature required for paper making is relatively high. In this era when there is no temperature control, the best way to make paper is to wait until the temperature rises. At this time, paper making is not impossible, but it is too difficult. So Shi Xiong can only think about it. But counting the thoughts this time, Shi Xiong has already had 2 thoughts about cigarettes alone. No way, who made this guy a smoker? Anyway, he was sailing now, and there was nothing serious about it, and Shi Xiong could only sit on the bow of the ship and think wildly. After thinking about it for several days, the 4 fully loaded inland river armed transport ships finally returned to the Gaoshu tribe. It is worth mentioning that when turning from the Tennessee River into the Little River, the sound of 4 long and 2 short horns sounded in a hill tens of meters high by the river. The 4 long and 2 short horns represent the meaning of the tribe scouts to inform the tribe of expeditions and triumphant tribesmen. Obviously, the investigative post set up by the tribe at the confluence of the 2 rivers is still very responsible. This investigative post was specially confessed by Shi Xiong to prevent the enemy from unknowingly walking along the Little River to the Gaoshu tribe. The tribal warrior on duty at this investigating post is equipped with a single-scope telescope seized from the French. Standing on the top of that hill, the situation within a few kilometers can be seen clearly. Standing on the boat, Stone Bear naturally couldn't see who was on duty at the investigating post, but he still waved at the top of the mountain. This investigative post is obviously very conscientious, because if 2 small green flags are not hung on the top of the mast, then the horn of this investigative post will immediately become too long and too short, which means an enemy is attacking, meaning. The 2 green flags hung on the top of the mast were specially confessed by the Stone Bear before departure. Only when the ships of the fleet were hung with 2 green flags, it means that the ships are tribal and not counterfeited by others. Of course, only Shi Xiong and the entire fleet knew about the green flag. The other Shi Xiong did not tell them. In order to prevent any uncontrollable situation in this operation, the French took these 4 ships. The ship got it, and then attacked the tribe. Ishikama couldn't guarantee that the rest of the fleet could keep this key code word in such a case, so he didn't tell anyone. When the fleet approached the confluence of the 2 rivers, he ordered each ship to raise 2 green flags, and then used this method to pass the verification of the investigating post at a long distance. 4 armed inland river transport ships with full cargo docked on the simple wharf built of logs, and almost everyone in the tribe came to greet them. The more than 100 fighters used in this operation are more than 80% of the elite fighters in the tribe, and they are the pillars of every household in the tribe. 36 horses, although slightly exhausted but majestic, made the tribesmen cheered for a long time, and when bags after bags of food were removed, the atmosphere in the tribe reached a climax. Before the return of the fleet, the hearts of almost everyone in the tribe were hanging. All the tribesmen were praying and worried for the soldiers who went deep into the enemy's hinterland to perform missions. Now that all the people have returned unscathed, and they have returned with so many supplies and horses, how can this not make the tribe members ecstatic? Many people even danced on the edge of the dock. This is a dance of victory that is usually performed after defeating the enemy. The people were jumping excitedly, and the soldiers who got off the boat would join in regardless of their fatigue. The return of this victory is a complete victory. The Stone Bear standing on the bow of the ship looked at the cheerful tribesmen in front of the pier with a smile, with pride in his heart. But in this group of carnival people, Shi Xiong was pleasantly surprised to find a familiar face, accompanied by a few blonde Vasiku. "Damn, why did Major Hank come back so soon?" Shi Xiong muttered in surprise, and immediately waved at Major Hank, and then quickly walked off the boat. "Hey, William, you came back really fast. I thought you would have to wait a while before you come back. After a warm hug with Major Hank, Shi Xiong asked with joy. Major Hank also said with a smile on his face, Master Guardian, it's not that I come back fast, but a lot of pounds behind my is urging me to become faster. The Major did a count of money. The action caused both parties to laugh for a while and then said, actually, I only arrived yesterday. Congratulations, Master Guardian. This time you should have made a lot of good things on the French side, right? It is not surprising that Major Hank knows these things. After all, there is also a second Lieutenant Patrick Ferguson in the tribe, and it is not an extremely secret matter for Stone Bear to lead the team out this time, so Major Hank must know a lot. It's okay, Shi Xiong shrugged. I extorted a lot of good things from the French Oaklone fortress. When I came back, I sent the captives to the crocodile group. Those guys know our tribe. The exact location cannot be left. Shi Xiong said that it was an understatement, but Major Hank felt a bit of horror. If the French were shot with a gun, Hank would naturally not say anything. When he fought the French a few years ago, not to mention the deaths of 40 or 50 people, he had even seen the deaths of hundreds of people. But sent the captives with no resistance to a group of crocodiles. Tusk. The faces of the three people next to Hank also became unsightly. Obviously, they should also be aware of the things between this tribe and the French during this time. Ishikame laughed, patted Major Hank on the shoulder and said, Major, did you bring me wine? If you have wine, I think I can make you some delicious things that you have never tasted before. Major Hank also laughed. How could there be no good wine? The people happily moved the stone bears down from the cabin and ignored them. These things have been pulled from the Alcaron fortress all the way here, and it is absolutely impossible for them to fall into the hands of others. Shi Xiong is now more concerned about the things that Major Hank brought, the most important of which is naturally the two alchemist contract slaves. It's funny, the origins of the two alchemist contract slaves that Major Hank brought from Jamestown this time are exactly the opposite of those of Jean Auguste and Brother Lee. The two alchemists brought by Major Hank were French and British. The fate of British Jack Williams is similar to that of Jean Auguste. This guy also wants to go to the New World to make a fortune, but because he can't afford the expensive boat tickets, he signed a voluntary with a British nobleman who owns a ship, the contract, and then took a boat to the New World. But Jack Williams has an outstanding talent in mechanics. During the years he worked for the nobleman, he invented a lot of gadgets that made the nobleman make money. As the result of the contract expired, the nobleman immediately turned his face and refused to recognize him. This nobleman would not terminate the contract with Jack Williams. But this fellow Jack is also a tough guy. You won't cancel the contract for me, will I? I won't work for you anymore. Hard-faced Jack said that he would not do it, so he stood up with the nobleman, but he was just a white slave. How could he be better than a famous nobleman? Even if the nobleman is just a little baron, Jack can't resist it anymore. The nobleman didn't like Jack's attitude, so he ordered the two legs of this guy to be broken, and then threw it into the slave market in Jamestown. It just so happened that Hank was not correcting the alchemist. Although Jack Williams had his legs broken, his reputation was not small, so Major Hank bought Jack's contract from the nobleman for £5, and then took Jack, whose legs were still not well, from Jamestown to the High Tree tribe. I have to say that the fate of Jack Williams is similar to that of Jean Augusta, but this guy is obviously a little bit luckier than Augusta. At least Augusta has not broken his legs, and Jack his legs were interrupted. As for the other alchemist, he was a Frenchman named David Adian. This guy was born in a declining aristocratic family in France, but he liked alchemy since he was a child, and at the same time he is determined to use his alchemy to carry forward his family and restore the family's former glory. So the young and light David took a boat to the New World and settled in Quebec, New France. As a result, the 7 Years' War broke out. 5 years ago, in 1759, the British captured Quebec, and poor David Adian became a prisoner of the British. But fortunately, this guy knows alchemy. The British Army didn't bother him much. He was transported to Jamestown by ship and became the first indentured slave under the name of Colonel James Jones in the Jamestown Army. This time Major Hank shipped back a large amount of high-grade refined salt, which shocked Colonel Jones very much. As a baron, Colonel Jones certainly understood how big a sensation this high-end table salt would be if it appeared on the tables of those nobles in the UK. So, even if the price of this batch of table salt far exceeds that of the salt produced in the UK, the greedy Colonel Jones really, as Hank and Ferguson had judged, must be strong. Regarding the reaction of Colonel Jones, both Hank and Ferguson had already judged it, and both of them knew very well that if they wanted to transport the salt back to the British mainland, they would absolutely need the support of Colonel Jones. After all, Colonel Jones not only controls the army stationed in Jamestown, but also has a very good relationship with the highest military officer of the Royal British Navy stationed in Jamestown. The most important thing is that Jones is a baron himself, and he owns several transport ships that can travel across the Atlantic to transport the salt from the New World back to the United Kingdom. You can only take the Colonel Jones transport ship. This greedy colonel controls more than 60% of the entire Jamestown shipping business. This guy is the emperor of the earth in Jamestown. He is still the emperor who holds the military power. It was precisely because he knew that Colonel Jones would not be able to get around, so Hank was already prepared to deal with it. When Hank said that the High Tree tribe needed an alchemist, Colonel Jones, who had always been stingy and greedy, unexpectedly sent David Adian out. Of course, he is not without conditions. His requirement is that the salt transported this time should not be less than 60,000 pounds. For this reason, Colonel Jones even dispatched a company of soldiers to protect the transport convoy along the way, and the convoy used to pull salt used nearly 100 carriages and nearly collected all the carriages in Jamestown. This transportation mission was also crowned by Colonel Jones as the reason for escorting important military supplies. Colonel Jones is right to do this. After all, salt is also a very important military material. It is hard to say whether the salt will enter the army if it is pulled back. It is very common in the New World in this era to do private affairs into official affairs so grandiosely. Why do you think those nobles in Europe are desperate to intervene in the New World? For this reason, there was even a 7-year-long war between Britain and France. Wasn't the purpose to grab the rich resources of the New World? This is the case in the country. As individual nobles, they are naturally not far behind. It is no exaggeration to say that the 7-year war between Britain and France was caused by this group of nobles. As long as these nobles can stand in the New World, they will inevitably use their power to maximize the wealth here, not only the wealth of the New World, but even the wealth of white slaves and even immigrants. They will not let go. The most important thing is that these nobles' methods of plundering wealth are simply appalling. In contrast, the Shi Xiong, who also lived in this era, although the same greedy, but he was civilized like a good baby. No way, in this New World of North America, it is a cruel jungle. And the only law that fits here is the law of the jungle. The weak and the strong, the cruelty is not a problem here. As long as you dare to start, as long as you can do it, then you can get everything you want. Obviously, the 4 alchemist contract slaves gathered in Shi Xiong's hands are not the dishes of the law of the jungle, so they will become prisoners from being an alchemist. Guarding Major Hank, Shi Xiong naturally couldn't show such a good attitude towards these 2 alchemist contract slaves. He just greeted a few simple words, learned about the life and origins of these 2 people, and then turned around to go out for a drink with Hank and Ferguson. Hank, no, it should be said that Major Jones was very willing to pay this time. In order to monopolize the refined salt, he did not hesitate to take out several bottles of good wine this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, controlled by others. Liquor is good. It is the kind of distilled high whiskey that Colonel Jones entrusted Major Hank to bring to the High Tree tribe last time to prepare a bottle of wine in exchange for 100 skins. Just like Laomazi's vodka and China's Mao Tai, whiskey can also be called the national liquor of the United Kingdom. In fact, the world-recognized whiskey is produced in Scotland and has a brewing history of at least 500 years. As soon as this kind of wine came out, it was welcomed by many British people. However, in this era, because the British government began to levy a whiskey tax on its citizens, whether it is buying or selling alcohol, the tax is required to support wars on various lines and the needs of the nobles. So many wineries, the bosses shut down their distillery because they couldn't pay the high taxes, and began to brew whiskey secretly. This type of winery is called a legal winery by the British government. And ordinary people can't afford to pay this tax, so they secretly buy this kind of wine produced by illegal wineries, because the purchase of this kind of wine can also be free of tax. Therefore, this illegal winery is a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh in the eyes of the British senior management. In the 18th century, there were only 8 legal whiskey distilleries in the entire United Kingdom, and there were as many as 400 illegal distilleries. Since it is an illegal distillery, the whiskey they brew cannot be guaranteed in terms of quality or taste. After all, this kind of small distillery that takes a shot and changes places knows what is going on. Although the whiskey produced by large legal distilleries is of good quality and good taste, the legal distilleries have to pay a high whiskey tax, so the prices of the liquors from such legal distilleries are usually high, very high. In particular, some special whiskies are supplied to the nobles and even the royal family, and their prices are even more jaw-dropping. It's like these bottles of whiskey brought out by Colonel Jones are among the best in the UK. This kind of wine can only appear on the tables of the royal family and the powerful nobles. A bottle of this whiskey made by a legal distillery in Scotland is worth 2 royal rose gold coins, which is £4. In this era, the pound is still extremely valuable. At this time, the pound sterling is directly linked to silver, and £1 is equal to £1 of silver. A British civilian, who worked hard for a whole year, could earn £10 and £8. As a major, William Hank was considered a mid-level officer in the military, and he also left his home. For the New World, his salary for a year only adds up to only £48. So, whiskey worth £4 is really awkward. In terms of the current price of silver, the £4 at that time is approximately equivalent to about $1,100 in modern times. $1,100 is enough to buy a good bottle of red wine at the top 5 wineries. Since Colonel Jones showed his sincerity, Shi Xiong would not hide it. Anyway, what Colonel Jones and Major Hank want is refined salt, and this thing is simply too numerous for the Gaoshu tribe now. For the £60,000 proposed by Colonel Jones, the Stone Bear has no pressure at all. The dish is a small stir-fry specially made by Shi Xiong. Although Ferguson is now trying to make this small fried stir-fry on his own, but his skills are not good enough. The fried things can only barely be swallowed. In the words of later generations, that is, this guy, the dishes cooked by yourself are definitely worthy of the British dark cuisine. Therefore, if you want to eat small stir-fry, you have to eat dishes made by the boss himself. Major Hank naturally hadn't eaten this kind of stir-fry, so this meal almost prevented him from walking. A dignified major officer of the Royal British Empire, who is very unpromising to eat and support. Major Hank also brought a little tea from the Far East this time, although it is not a good tea, for the Stone Bear who had no tea in the past. This kind of tea is estimated to be 2 on a wagon in the future. The tea mosey is also Kayan Iui now. Mimi took a sip of tea, and the familiar taste almost made Shi Xiong hum comfortably. Guardian, the amount of salt that Colonel Jones wants this time is enough? Hank lit his pipe and said after taking a sip. No problem. Isn't it £60,000 there are in the tribe? Shi Xiong also lit his pipe, and replied easily while smoking. I said, William, your greedy boss is going to sell this salt. How much? Did he mention it to you? Of course I mentioned. or where would he go to get so many such good salt? Major Hank replied happily. It could be seen that the appearance of this kind of salt made this guy's position in the eyes of Colonel Jones rise sharply. But, the Colonel guy is very greedy. He wants to set the price of selling this kind of salt in the country at 6 cents a pound. With that, Major Hank clicked his teeth like a toothache, and issued a TSK, said, "This price is 6 times higher than the price of domestic salt. This fellow Jones really dared to set such a high price." 6 pence? Shi Xiong also shook his head slightly. The price exceeded his estimate. Can such a high price be sold? It's easy, Master Guardian. You may not know that the 10,000 pounds of salt that was pulled back last time was bought by those powerful guys in Jamestown for more than half, and the price was 6 pence. You guys. The salt produced in Jamestown, Philadelphia, New York, and even Boston are robbed crazy. It is said that the price of a pound in Boston has reached 8 pence. Therefore, if this salt is shipped back to China, the price of 6 pence will soon be robbed by those noble butlers. Shi Xiong nodded thoughtfully. In other words, once this salt is shipped to your country, the price is beyond your control. Hank nodded. This is no way. We don't have transportation channels, and we are far less than Jones in China, so these things can only be handled by him. He sells the price of salt to 10 in China, penny. We can only watch. Shi Xiong understands this kind of thing very well, even if it is for later generations. The transportation channels and sales channels are stuck in the hands of others. As the lowest level manufacturer, you can only watch those channel merchants make a big profit. This feeling of being controlled by people is very uncomfortable. Your profits can still be guaranteed? Shi Xiong asked after a short silence. It's okay. After all, the price I quoted Jones was 4 pence and a pound, which included 3 pence profits for me and Ferguson. Ferguson and I can only eat this one, but this one is also very profitable. Okay. Since Colonel Jones values our salt so much, go back and tell him that I can supply him with salt at this price for a long time, but he must get me the things I need, otherwise I don't mind. Destroy this business that can make him a lot of money by himself. Major Hank smiled and nodded and said, Master Guardian, don't worry about this. Now that fellow Jones is more nervous than I am. Major Hank brought a lot of things this time. He brought almost all the things on the list that Shi Xiong gave him when he left last time. The most of these is naturally food. Now the British have completely established a foothold in the New World, and they even defeated the powerful French. With the continuous expansion of the territory and more immigrants from the continent across the ocean to the New World, the British power in the New World is getting stronger and stronger. And with the rapid increase in strength, there is a bumper harvest of food. Although the most economic crops that the Brits plant in the New World are tobacco leaves, but food crops such as corn, sweet potatoes, barley, and wheat, they plant a larger area in the New World. After all, food is the foundation of everything. In addition, in the past 2 years, the New World has been a good weather, and the land here hasn't been cultivated for many years. It is very fat, so there is no need to worry about the food in the New World. In fact, it would be difficult for the British to defeat the French in the 7 Years' War if it were not for the backfeeding of the 13 North American colonies to the British mainland. Therefore, there is no shortage of food in Jamestown. The last time Major Hank left the High Tree tribe, the Whistle Snake of the Redditch tribe had not colluded with Major Armand of the Alcron Fortress to invade the High Tree tribe, so the High Tree tribe didn't have enough food at that time. And Shi Xiong also intends to use grain to hook up some of the small tribes that were previously separated from the Gaoshu tribe when the green and yellow are not picking up. So on that list, the Stone Bear wants the most food. Although grain is currently the most circulated and most popular thing, thanks to the high yield of grain in the New World for several years, the price of grain has dropped a lot. In addition, the price of food itself is not as high as salt, so this time Major Hank easily raised 50,000 pounds of food for Stone Bear. The Stone Bear owed Major Hank 20,000 pounds of salt last time, and this time Colonel Jones needed 60,000 pounds of salt. So this time Major Hank needed to take away 80,000 pounds of salt from the Gaoshu tribe. So this time Major Hank brought a huge convoy with nearly 100 large four-wheeled carriages capable of pulling about 1,000 pounds, and the soldiers protecting the convoy were as many as one company, more than 100. Mouthman. A huge convoy pulled heavy supplies from Jamestown, hundreds of miles away, across the mountains and bridges to the Gaoshu tribe. It took nearly a month to walk this way. Fortunately, the strength of the British became stronger and stronger, and there was no large-scale Indian attack along the way. These materials reached the Gaoshu tribe safely. Looking at the food, Shi Xiong's face also bloomed with joy. Although a lot of food was seized from Constantine's fleet, a full 30,000 pounds of food was later extorted at the Akron fortress, but no one would have too much food. With the addition of the 50,000 pounds of food brought by Major Hank, the amount of food hoarded by the entire Gaoshu tribe is now close to 100,000 pounds. Calculated on the basis that an adult person eats 0.5 kilograms of grain a day, this close to 100,000 pounds of grain is enough for 1,000 people to eat for 80 days. If combined with hunting in the wilderness, the food will be enough for 1,000 people to eat for 3 or 4 months. There is so much food. When the green and yellow are not available in April and May, they can be used to attract more people to join the Gaoshu tribe. In this era, population is the most important, and the basis for increasing population is food. Shi Xiong knew this very well, so he was desperate to collect food, and at the same time, he also vigorously opened up wasteland and farmed, in order to make the Gaoshu tribe produce more and more food, so as to feed more people of the tribe. And only if there are more clansmen, can the Gaoshu tribe stand at the highest peak. William, I laughed at the food. Shi Xiong looked at the busy people carrying the food with smiles on their faces, and said with a smile to Major Hank, "Well, don't worry, the amount of salt is enough. I promise you can take away 80,000 pounds of grain when you leave." The grain that Major Hank brought was mainly corn, supplemented by wheat and barley, and about 5,000 pounds of rice. Today's corn is not divided into the category of coarse grains like later generations. The current corn, whether it is in the New World or the European continent, is an out-and-out fine grain. Not to mention wheat, barley, and rice. In addition to food, Major Hank also brought in a lot of seeds for various crops. Compared with food, the value of these seeds is much higher. Originally, Colonel Jones didn't want to provide stone bearers with so many grains and cash crop seeds, but he couldn't stand the persuasion of Major Hank. In the end, Colonel Jones agreed to bring a large amount of seeds over for trading. I told the fellow Jones that if we don't provide the seeds on this list, they will cut off the salt trade with us. Jones lost his temper and said he would send troops to attack your tribe. I tell him immediately that the straight-line distance between your tribe and Jamestown is more than 400 miles, and your tribe is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is deep in the heart of the Cherokee tribe. Your tribe is even more of a Cherokee tribe, the tribe of Camber High Priest. If we really attack your tribe, one is difficult to fight there, and the other one will definitely arouse the anger of the entire Cherokee tribe. Major Hank stood beside the stone bear. He said, "Of course, that fellow Jones didn't dare to attack you at the risk of having with your Cherokee tribe, so in the end he had no choice but to provide so many seeds." Shi Xiong smiled and said, "Whether it's food or these seeds, www.wuxiaspa.com. Actually, these things are not precious to you now. These things are of very low value to you. That fellow Jones doesn't dare to do it because of this. Do it on us. The most important thing is that even if you come, you will definitely not be able to defeat our tribe." Shi Xiong looked at Major Hank, who looked disbelieving, and pointed to the east of the tribe and said, "Have you seen those two houses? There are 2 Valerian 12-pounder guns in those 2 wooden houses, and we have 2 more, 14 Valerian 4-pounder guns, and our tribe still has more than 100 muskets. How many people do you think can break our defense?" Major Hank already knew what Shi Xiong said, so he shrugged his shoulders happily and said, "Anyway, I won't come to attack you. We don't have artillery. Coming to fight you is just killing you." Shi Xiong smiled and said, "Yes, the facts are here. In fact, even if we don't have these artillery and muskets, fellow Jones wouldn't dare to do anything with us. What he wants is to make money, not to have with our Cherokee. He doesn't dare to befriend us Cherokee, nor does he have the ability to lay down us. Therefore, honestly trading with us is the only way he can make a lot of profit. Hank smiled and said, Master Guardian, you are too accurate. Chapter 184, Mule Machine. The grain and grain seeds have been carried by the tribesmen for most of the day. For this reason, the old Muko and his family have been spinning for several days, and with a large number of tribesmen, they have built several large warehouses. Otherwise there would be no place for these grains. Placement. In addition to food and seeds, Major Hank also brought a lot of cotton cloth and cotton to the tribe. I don't think too much of cotton is a stone bear. After all, clothes made of cotton are better than clothes made of animal skins. Although cotton clothes are not as good as animal skin clothes in terms of warmth, but the area around the Great Smoky Mountains is only 2 months cold during the year, and the weather temperature is still very good at other times. Especially in the summer, when there is no cotton clothes or animal skin clothes, most of the tribe can only be the upper hand. Even women in the tribe can only use leaves to hide their shame. This is not the life Shi Xiong wants, so cotton cloth is indispensable. At the very least, people in the spring and autumn can wear a shirt, cotton pants, and a vest in the summer, which is 100 times better than the shameless man or the tree leaves. As for cotton, it is even more indispensable. Although it shows that cotton is also planted in the tribe in Nyan, it is really not too much. With cotton and cotton cloth, at least mattresses and quilts are indispensable, and cotton clothes worn in winter are much more comfortable than animal skin clothes. We must know that the animal skin clothes worn by the Indians of this era were simply tanned. The Indians of this age don't know how to tanning fur with tanning, let alone other methods of tanning fur. At this time, the Indians used smoke to tan the fur, and after the smoke was finished, it was tanned with plantash. The method of tanning the fur was extremely poor. The animal skin clothes tanned by this method will not be able to be worn on the ship for up to 2 years. One is that this kind of animal skin clothes will give off an irresistible smell, and the other is that this kind of animal skin clothes will start to rot. Fortunately, there is no shortage of wild animals in the New World of North America in this era, so even a coat of animal skins can only be worn for 2 years at most. Because it doesn't matter, the big deal is that when the clothes can be worn, go out to fight a few wild animals and peel off the skins and continue tanning. That's it. Fortunately, the weather had already begun to get cold when the Shi Xiong soul entered this world. If the temperature were a little higher, Shi Xiong thought he couldn't wear such stinky animal skin clothes. Therefore, it is imperative to promote cotton clothes in the tribe. Seeing these cotton cloths in cotton, Shi Xiong suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and said to Major Hank, "William, do you know how to weave?" This question is very strange. Major Hank, who is in his 30s, rarely scratched his scalp and smiled bitterly. "I don't understand." He seemed to feel that this answer was a bit shameless, and he continued to explain, "On the old continent, weaving and weaving were all done by women. Men didn't do this, and they didn't know much about it." "Master Guardian, why do you want to ask this question?" Shi Xiong looked at the tribesmen carrying cotton happily, and did not directly answer Major Hank's question, but instead asked, "William, is the efficiency of spinning in the old world now very low?" Hank nodded. Although he doesn't understand textiles, eating and dressing are things that people can't live without, so he knows some textiles. "That's right. The spinning efficiency in the old world is not very high, especially in spinning," Shi Xiong said quietly. "If I know a spinning method, the spinning efficiency can be increased by dozens or even hundreds of times than the current spinning efficiency, and the weaving efficiency can be increased 40 times than the current spinning efficiency. Then you feel that it is in the old. Is there a future for development on the mainland?" "Of course there is a future." "My God, Master Guardian, what you said is true," Major Hank asked with an incredulous expression. He can't be shocked. Even if he doesn't understand weaving technology, he also knows how much cotton is in demand in the old continent. Not to mention that Major Hank brought so many cotton cloths to Shi Xiong, but in fact, The old continent is extremely short of cotton cloth, and the cause of this situation has a lot to do with Zhuchangba and brave soldier. After the founding father of the Ming dynasty, Zhuchangba, expelled the Tartars and restored our Han people, he began to vigorously develop the domestic economy. The cotton textile industry in the early Ming dynasty was very popular, especially in Songjiang and Suzhou, where it was the leader of the cotton textile industry. Later, Emperor Yongle ascended the throne and ordered the three treasures Zhenghe to lead a huge fleet of 7 voyages to the west. Not only did he bring a large amount of exquisite porcelain, silk and tea to the west, he also brought cotton cloth to the west. In the 14th century, except for the great nobles, most Europeans wore clothes made of linen or wool. As a result, the influx of cotton made Europeans immediately like this comfortable and soft fabric. At that time Europeans imported a large amount of cotton cloth from the east, and this situation lasted for hundreds of years. But as the braided soldiers entered the barrier and replaced daiming in the world, a serious seclusion policy followed. All of China's things are difficult to deliver to the west. This is fine. Without the support of China's cotton cloth, the Europeans were caught blind all at once. At that time Europeans even had to go back to the time when they wore linen or wool clothes. However, Europeans did not wait to die. Many Europeans began technological innovation in textiles. Soon, advanced textile machinery such as jenny spinning machines and hydrolooms were developed. Europe quickly solved the shortage of cotton fabrics. However, in this era, even the jenny machine, which represented the beginning of the first industrial revolution, has just been invented less than a year ago, and James Hargreaves, the British who invented the jenny machine, has not yet obtained it. The patent of jenny machine. Hargreaves is still unlucky enough to be squeezed out by all the people in the textile industry in his hometown. Even his home and the jenny machine at home have been destroyed by those angry textile practitioners. The couple can only be on the streets of Nottingham. It was not until 1768 that Hargreaves obtained the patent for the jenny machine. The reason why the jenny machine is hailed as the beginning of the first industrial revolution is that with the emergence of the jenny machine, the future hydraulic looms and reel spinning machines will appear, the first time starting with the textile industry. The Industrial Revolution started vigorously. And now is the beginning of 1765. It is estimated that at this time the Hargreaves were still wandering on the streets of Nottingham, and the patent for the jenny machine did not fall into Hargreaves's hands. So Shi Xiong suddenly had an idea to get this kind of patent over. But to be honest, Shi Xiong has no idea about the jenny machine, which is also inefficient. What he wants to make is a more advanced mule machine. The so-called mule machine is also called the Muir machine, and the real scientific name is spindle spinning machine. 2. Weave, spin first is a well-known thing. Whether it is wool or cotton, if you want to woven into fabrics that can be used for clothing, you must first spin wool or cotton fibers into yarn, that is, thin threads, and then use these thin threads to woven into fabrics horizontally and vertically. Therefore, spinning is an indispensable prerequisite for weaving. At this time in 1765, except for Hargreaves, who had just developed a new spinning machine named after his daughter, everyone else was using the most primitive spinning machine. Even the jenny machine that Hargreaves has just researched has not yet been patented, and it is just in a baby state. When Hargreaves returned home in the evening one day last year, he accidentally kicked the spinning machine used by his wife. Just as he was about to lift the spinning machine, he saw that the spinning machine was kicked down. It is still spinning, but the original horizontal spindle has become upright. Inspired by this, Hargreaves invented a jenny machine with 8 spindles in a spinning wheel, and named the machine Jenny Machine after his daughter. And just when the Hargreaves and his wife were excited about the jenny machine, which was 8 times more efficient, in a manor on the outskirts of Bolton, Lancashire, there was an 11-year-old named Samuel. L. Crompton's little boy was pointing to a mule in the manor and asked curiously the gardener grandfather in the manor, "Grandpa, is this guy pulling the plow plowing a horse or a donkey?" The little boy didn't know this animal that looked like a horse or a donkey, so he wanted to figure it out. The little boy lost his father when he was young. He lived with his mother in this manor since he was a child. relying on his mother's meager income from washing and cooking in the manor to survive. This kind of hard life has honed the little boy, and he has been very smart since he was a child. Although he has become a bit Burmese introvert because of his living environment, his desire for knowledge is very strong. It is precisely because of this that after seeing the mule just introduced from the manor, the little clone Putan curiously asked the familiar gardener grandfather. Grandpa Gardener, Samuel, this is not a horse or a mule, but a hybrid breed. Well, to be precise, this is a horse mule, also called a mule. Its mother is a horse, dad is a donkey. Then, it can work? In the mind of a child of this age, whether an animal can work is directly linked to the quality of the animal. Of course, this kind of mule is stronger than a horse and a donkey. It is more powerful and can work for a long time without getting sick. It is the best helper for the servants of the manor. The answer from Grandpa Gardener made the mule, a capable and hard-working animal, deeply imprinted in the mind of little clone Prudence. Later, Clopton grew up, and he worked as a worker in a spinning mill opened by a big boss in the county. Speaking of the big boss of this spinning mill, the clever little Clopton still admires him very much. This boss is also a celebrity in the local area, but in the past, the person named Richard Ackright was not the boss, and he was far less famous than he is now. He used to be just the boss of a barber shop in Bolton, thinking others get a haircut to survive. Ackright worked as a watchmaker when he was young, and later as a hairdresser, and engaged in the work of making wigs. He made a lot of money by mixing pigments and dyeing his hair. However, after Hargreaves obtained the patent for the Jenny machine in 1768, the Jenny machine, which was 8 times more efficient than the previous single-spindle spinning machine, became popular in the UK and was forced to wander on the street. The Reeves also made a fortune. Arkwright immediately became interested in this new spinning machine, and that year was 1769. Although the efficiency of the Jenny machine at that time was 8 times higher than that of the original single-spindle spinning machine, it still relied on hand crank as its power. So when Acklet saw that the women in the spinning mill were still struggling to spin the Jenny by hand, he was surprised to ask the women, "Look at all the cows, horses and donkeys outside, and you are so laborious. Spin the spinning machine by hand, so why don't you use these animals to drive the spinning machine?" This stupid question was immediately ridiculed by everyone. The ridiculed Acklet not only did not become discouraged, but inspired his fighting spirit. Immediately after returning home, he closed his barber shop and started to develop a new type of spinning machine using the funds he had previously accumulated. Arkwright found a helper, found the spinning machine information, and began to study with great concentration. After only a few months, he developed a new spinning machine that uses animal power as a power source. This year is still 1769. However, Arkwright later discovered that using animal power is far inferior to using water as power. Because rivers are crisscrossed everywhere in the UK, and water resources are abundant, Arkwright immediately started to modify the animal-powered spinning machine. In the same year, the first hydraulic spinning machine in history was developed. However, the volume of this kind of water spinning machine is too large, and because of the power, this kind of water spinning machine must be set up by the river, so this kind of water spinning machine is not suitable for ordinary household use at all. Spinners are also not very suitable. Therefore, in 1771, Arkwright, who obtained the patent of the hydro spinning machine, decided to open his own spinning mill in Bolton. The efficiency of the water spinning machine is many times higher than that of the Jenny machine. Especially the water spinning machine is powered by water conservancy, so the efficiency is higher. In just a few years, Arkwright made a fortune. However, the so-called things must be reversed. Arkwright's spinning with extremely efficient water spinning machines will inevitably lead to unemployment and even bankruptcy of many handicraftsmen. On a certain day in 1776, many unemployed and bankrupt handicraftsmen joined forces and broke into Arkwright's factory. They smashed the water spinning machine and almost killed Arkwright. Later, someone accused Akeley of plagiarizing others' achievements. Akeley lost the lawsuit. His water spinning machine patent was cancelled, but his factory was finally retained. and the water spinning machine was widely used throughout the spinning field. Crompton, who works in the Arkwright plant, operates this hydro-spinning machine. I'm reading www.whoconshoe.com. Crompton, who has been operating water spinning machines for a long time, knows all about the advantages and disadvantages of water spinning machines and Jenny machines. After Arkwright's factory was smashed, Crompton began to think about one thing. In Crompton's view, the yarn spun by Jenny is fine but not strong, and the yarn spun by the hydro-spun machine is strong but uneven. The advantages and disadvantages of both are so obvious, but what if we combine the advantages of the two? It's like a mule I saw when I was a kid. So Crompton started to study this new type of spinning machine at home. He used the Jenny machine as his mother and the water spinning machine as his father. It took him 3 years to develop the world's first spinning spindle in 1779, worsted machine. This kind of spinning machine, which can drive 400 spindles on a single machine, is not only more efficient than a water spinning machine, but the most important thing is that the yarn released by this spinning machine is strong and even. This spinning machine, which combines the advantages of the Jenny machine and the water spinning machine, was named Mule Machine by Samuel Crompton. Coincidentally, the English of Samuel is Samuel, while the English of mule is mule. The pronunciation of the two is very similar, so this machine is transliterated as Mule Machine. Chapter 185, Idea of Cooperation. As for the origin of the mule machine and the water spinning machine, Shi Xiong thought of it almost instantly. Because something about the mule machine had a great influence on him at that time. When he was in high school history, he also became interested in this landmark textile machine. Later, he specifically asked the history teacher, and the history teacher told him about the development process of the mule machine. Samuel Crompton's experience is actually a typical inspirational history. The stone bear, who was filled with a big bowl of chicken soup by the history teacher, has since then started to work hard, good study, day up. Then Shi Xiong walked out of the mountain with his excellent grades, walked out of the small county town, was admitted to his favorite university, and eventually became a city man. And after working, the museum still retains a mule machine and a water spinning machine from the late Qing dynasty, and he has a better understanding of this stuff. The textile industry, especially the spinning industry, is an absolute sunrise industry in this era, and it contains huge and incomparable benefits. This is naturally very clear to Shi Xiong from the future. As early as 1730, the British John Kay invented the flying shuttle, which increased the efficiency of weaving by dozens of times. As a result, there was no cotton yarn available on the market. After all, before the invention of the Jenny machine at that time, all spinning machines were single-spindle hand-cranked spinning machines with extremely low efficiency. Therefore, once this kind of water spinning machine that can increase spinning efficiency by dozens or even hundreds of times comes out, the entire textile industry will inevitably usher in a leap-forward development. Especially the textile industry is a typical labor-intensive industry, which can consume a lot of labor, which is actually quite suitable for Indians. It's just that Shi Xiong himself knows that if you want to vigorously develop the textile industry in the New World, it is very unreliable, at least in the last 2 decades. Before the reunification of the entire North American continent, it is obviously unrealistic to develop the textile industry on a large scale. At this time, the area of cotton planting in North America was not large, and cotton was only grown in the southern part of the 13 colonies established by the British. Without large-scale cotton cultivation, there is no way to promote the textile industry on a large scale. For the lack of confidence in promoting the textile industry in the New World, the most important thing is the laziness of North American Indians. Although the textile industry does not require much knowledge, and many women in European family workshops are even illiterate, the textile industry is a job that requires stamina and persistence. Which of the female textile workers in the textile factories of later generations did not spin? It is normal for 4 shifts to operate in 3 shifts, and it is not uncommon for 4 shifts to operate in 4 shifts or even 3 shifts to operate in 2 shifts. Most people really can't bear that kind of suffering. Although Shi Xiong is very reluctant to admit it, the fact is that North American Indians are too lazy. Not only lazy, but also not long suffered, and definitely has a fight with the black brothers and sisters in Africa. This has already been confirmed. Therefore, Shi Xiong, to be honest, has no idea about the large-scale promotion of the textile industry in North America. But this emerging sunrise industry does have huge potential and huge profit margins. If you let go like this, the real Shi Xiong himself would be a little bit reluctant. So Shi Xiong asked Major Hank tentatively to see what he thought. Although he had only contacted Major Hank twice, Shi Xiong still had some good feelings for the British Major. Although this guy said he was a bit greedy for money, who is not greedy for money among the Europeans who have been in the North American New World this year? If you are not greedy or ruthless in the New World these days, you will not be able to survive here at all. Hank has such thoughts and practices. Shi Xiong understands them well. However, through these two contacts and the things that Lieutenant Ferguson said about Major Hank before, Shi Xiong can also see that although this guy is greedy and cheap, although he is very cruel and even unscrupulous in doing things, but this guy is a person who values commitment very much. In other words, this guy is very honest. In this regard, Lieutenant Ferguson has the most say. As the contact with Ferguson got longer and longer, Shi Xiong became more and more satisfied with this young man. Lieutenant Ferguson is a very credible person. He never promises things that he can't do easily, and once he opens a promise, he will definitely go all out to do it. As Lieutenant Ferguson can mix with Major Hank, Hank still values Ferguson, which is enough to prove that the two are still very similar in some respects. After all, the words gather people by group are not casual. It was for this reason that Shi Xiong wanted to test Major Hank, and Shi Xiong wouldn't mind cooperating with this fellow if he wanted to. At present, the United Kingdom and the entire European continent are definitely the best places to develop the textile industry. If they can occupy the commanding heights when the textile industry of the European continent is just beginning, then it will mean a lot of money. Of course, the European currency is nothing to Stone Bear at all, but if you can use the large profits earned from the European side, you can purchase a large amount of materials and various equipment you need from the European side, scientist, then this thing is definitely worth doing. Compared to trafficking salt from the New World side to the European side, it is undoubtedly more convenient to develop the textile industry on the European side. It's just that Shi Xiong can't guarantee that once he cooperates with this William Hank, this guy will kick himself off after he has made a fortune. Shi Xiong believes that the probability of this happening is extremely high, even 100%. Although Hank is a trustworthy person, Shi Xiong knows very well that the reason a person can keep his word is because the price of betrayal is too great. But once Hank's profit in the textile industry far exceeds the price of betrayal, then in terms of this guy's behavior, if he doesn't betray himself, it can only be said that God has appeared. Whether it is a water spinning machine or a water loom or even steam-powered textile machinery that appeared after Watt improved the steam engine, the textile industry has moved forward quickly. The huge benefits contained in this have been verified in previous lives for more than 200 years. Even in the new century, the textile industry has always been one of China's important industries, which is enough to prove the tenacity of the industry's vitality and the huge profit space. Such a large profit margin is enough for Hank to betray his promise, which Shi Xiong can understand, because ask yourself, without any other constraints, just relying on a word of promise, you will definitely do this kind of betrayal. But even so, Shi Xiong still wanted to cooperate with this guy. After all, even if Hank betrayed himself, it would have been several years later. In the first few years of cooperation, he could control Hank by relying on the technology upgrades of the Jenny machine, mule machine, hydro spinning machine, and hydro loom. But once the water spinning machine and water loom are all complete, he no longer has the means to control this guy, so this guy's betrayal is inevitable. But even so, if the time is well controlled, Hank will be able to provide himself with a large amount of materials and even the talents he needs within a few years. What Shi Xiong wants is not the profit of the textile industry, what he wants is this time difference. This is the fundamental reason why Shi Xiong knew that Hank would betray and still wanted to cooperate with him. Seeing the unbelievable expression on Major Hank next to him, Shi Xiong nodded slightly and said, "What is true or false? Since I am telling you this, there is no possibility of falsehood. Go." Let's say it from another place. There are so many people here, it's not suitable to talk about this kind of thing, Major Hank said with a serious face. He wanted to leave when he took the stone bear, but he didn't want him to take a hand. Can't pull. Shi Xiong looked at the puzzled young hero Hank, smiled slightly, pointed to the British soldiers who were far away from here, and said, "William, do you think your men have tailwind ears? We are so far away that we can't hear." Shi Xiong could understand Major Hank's thoughts. Patents this year are not as difficult as later generations. In these years, perhaps a small idea can form a patent that will make you a fortune. Just like James Hargreaves, who invented the Jenny machine, www.wuxiaspot.com, he just accidentally kicked down a spinning machine where his wife was spinning, and the result was the Jenny machine. Thoughts. Isn't there a saying in the West that Hargreaves' kick was the kick that kicked off the first industrial revolution? His careless kick even matched Patrick Ferguson's unfired shot. In this age, inventing something is actually just an idea. Not only the kick of Hargreaves, but even the famous Isaac Newton was smashed by an apple, which gave birth to the greatest scientist in human history. Shi Xiong knows very well that if his thoughts are heard by others, he can let others get over the water spinning machine or water loom in all likelihood. After all, most of the so-called scientists these days are just incompetent alchemists, and those who originally did nothing but made a fortune with a single idea bound. It can only be said that the invention of this year is too simple compared to later generations. As long as you have a good idea and can turn this idea into a real object to obtain a patent, then your wealth is just around the corner. The aforementioned Hargreaves, who invented the Jenny machine, is like this, and James Watt, who has been able to improve the steam engine in more than 10 years, is the same, and there will be more people like this in the future. Major Hank clearly knew this too, so he was so nervous. Major Hank was thinking very well, let alone 40 times or even hundreds of times the efficiency, even if it can increase the current textile efficiency by 3 or 4 times. In the current era of lack of cotton cloth in Europe, it is enough to make himself a fortune. How can such things that can make a fortune be heard by others? Chapter 186. This is my condition, Master Guardian, can you tell me something like that? When Major Hank saw that they were not leaving, he had to stand here and ask. In fact, that is not a thing, it should be said that it is a series of things. Well, it is a series of machinery. Shi Xiong thought about it, and whispered to Hank. A series of machinery? Hank mumbled incomprehensibly, and then said as if suddenly realized, yes, spinning and weaving machinery are not the same. If you want to complete the whole spinning and weaving work, naturally, a machine cannot do it. Shi Xiong thought for a while, and finally nodded. Major Hank was right. Spinning and weaving are indeed two completely different jobs, and the machinery used is naturally different. And in this era, unlike modern textile mills in later generations, cotton becomes the final cotton cloth, at least through carding, slivering, combing, drawing, roving, spinning, winding, twisting, and spinning. There are more than 10 major processes such as warping, sizing, drawing in, weaving and so on, and if some small processes are strictly counted, there are dozens of machinery required for this process alone. Shi Xiong is not a weaver, nor an engineer in this area. He naturally cannot carry that modern textile technology and the production methods of those textile machinery to this world. Even if he could, those machines would be useless in this world. It's very simple. In this era, if you want to turn cotton into cotton, there are 2 steps in total. First, spinning, second, weaving. There are only 2 kinds of machinery needed, one is a spinning machine and the other is a loom. And the things that Shi Xiong can carry are just these 2. The provincial museum where he worked in the previous life is not a small museum, although it cannot be compared with the National Palace Museum, the National Museum, and the Nanbo. The provincial museum is also the largest museum in the province where he lives. The most important thing is that the province where Stone Bear lived in his previous life can be said to be one of the birthplaces of Chinese civilization, with a very long history. The museum retains many prehistoric artifacts, which are extremely valuable. Of course, in addition to the precious prehistoric relics and the precious historical relics, There are also a large number of other cultural relics in the museum. After all, it is the leader of the province's museums, so there are a lot of things in the museum. The value of these cultural relics may not be as high as those of precious historical relics and prehistoric relics, but the value of academic research is not low at all. In fact, you can't evaluate the value of cultural relics. It's like there are many stone axes, stone shovel, and bone tools from the Dongku culture among the treasures in the collection. This thing itself is made of stones and bones. What is the value? However, when a long history is imposed on these stone or bone tools, these things will immediately become invaluable. Similarly, a water spinning machine in the late Qing dynasty, no matter how valuable it is more valuable than those stone tools and bones. But if both are sold, the value of the latter may be dozens of times, or even the former, it is hundreds of times. But in terms of academic research, there is no difference between the two, because whether it is the water spinning machine of the Qing dynasty or the stone tools of the Dongku culture, they are witnesses of a certain aspect of an era. Only by studying these things can modern people know how people lived and produced at that time. However, during the exhibition, due to the limitation of the museum area, many modern cultural relics and some low-value cultural relics cannot be exhibited. This is not only the case of the museum where Shi Xiong worked in his previous life. Even the Palace Museum is the same. The National Palace Museum, the largest in China, has more than 1.8 million items in its collection alone. But there are actually not even 1/10 of them that can be displayed in front of tourists all the year round. The other collections are hidden in the vault. The same applies to the museum where Shi Xiong worked in his previous life. There are nearly 300,000 items in the museum collections he works, but most of the collections are missed by tourists. Just like the water spinning machine and mule machine from the Daoguang period in the museum collection, the museum staff of Shi Xiong and the others can often see it, but outsiders can see it at all. As a cultural preservation expert, Shi Xiong's job is to maintain those collections that are not available on display. Therefore, many cultural relics, including the water spinning machine and mule machine, have been maintained by Shi Xiong's hands. This is only a spinning machine in the 19th century. The museum also houses a loom used by Chinese ancestors thousands of years ago, also known as the waste machine. There are also looms with technology from Europe produced in the late Qing dynasty, such as water loom. Shi Xiong said, "William, I have a new type of spinning machine and loom manufacturing technology in my hand. Both of these machines are driven by water power instead of the current manpower, and these two the machinery adopts some new technologies, so the efficiency of these two machinery is many times higher than that of the current spinning and weaving machines. However, I cannot promote this kind of machinery on the New World side. It is the only one that can promote this on a large scale. The two types of machinery are located in the Old World, but I can guarantee that once these two types of machinery are produced in the Old World, they will definitely trigger revolutionary changes in the Old World. How about, are you interested in cooperating?" Hearing this, the look on Major Hank's face was wonderful. The contradictory expression of eagerness and hesitation appeared on a person's face at the same time. It felt like the left half of the face was crying, and the right side was crying. Half of his face was smiling, which Shi Xiong had never thought of before. After a long time, Major Hank asked, "Master Guardian, if I want to cooperate with you, do I have to retire and return to the Old World?" Shi Xiong nodded affirmatively. "Then, what about the salt deal between us?" Major Hank hesitated and asked again. You need to make your own choice." Shi Xiong smiled and replied. After a pause, he continued, "But I can give you a reminder, although the current salt trade can bring you a lot of profits or even huge profits, but Colonel James Jones has already intervened, and you can't do this kind of salt trading without that Colonel Jones. That is to say, as long as you want to continue this kind of salt trading, then you must be subject to it." Colonel Jones. And although I haven't been in contact with Colonel Jones, I can get a general idea of who this person is through what you and Patrick tell me. Now he and I are not familiar with each other, so I have to use your hands. Complete the salt transaction, and once he gets familiar with this route, Do you think that Colonel Jones will give you a share of this profitable transaction? Major Hank blinked and opened his mouth. He looked like he wanted to refute, but in the end he could only sigh helplessly. Master Guardian, although I am very reluctant to admit all this you said, I understand that your analysis is correct, that greedy Jones will not let the salt trade. If you can understand, it means that your eyes have not been confused by such huge profits. Do those two textile machinery really have a future? As he said, Major Hank smiled softly. Of course, this new type of textile machinery will definitely have a very bright development prospect. Well, Guardian my lord, what I mean is, what is the profit of doing this kind of textile machinery? I dare not give you any guarantee on this matter, but I can guarantee that if you use the technology I provide to make these two types of textile machinery, then the entire United Kingdom and the entire old continent will provide these two types of textile machinery. And crazy, maybe the profit you make from making this textile machinery or even setting up your own textile factory can't be compared with the profit from salt trading. But don't forget, whether it's making textile machinery or setting up a textile factory yourself, that's all right. The industries of the 8 classics are your own fixed assets. The most important thing is that you can create a large number of jobs by manufacturing textile machinery and opening textile factories, and your political status will be invisible. A big improvement. I think you should be able to understand the importance of this, right? Shi Xiong's words shocked Major Hank, and he immediately realized that he had missed his thoughts. Sure enough, the money is touching, and it is also the money that covers people's eyes. Hank knows his situation very well. www.wuxiaspad.com. Don't even think of himself as an army major. He is considered a middle-level officer in the entire Royal Army, but he has no prospects for development. In the British Empire, the status of the army is far from comparable to that of the Navy. If he was in the Navy and got into the position of major, then he would not retire anyway. But in the army, forget it. William Hank was able to become a major, and the necessary decisiveness was not lacking, so many thoughts were just a circle in his mind, and he immediately analyzed the pros and cons and made a choice. Master Guardian, how should we cooperate? A smile appeared on Shi Xiong's face when he heard Major Hank say this. He knew that Major Hank had made the right choice. The cooperation is very simple. I provide technology. You are responsible for applying for patents and setting up factories. I don't care about everything else, and I don't want shares or dividends. Major Hank was stunned by these words, but he immediately woke up. Guardian Lord, if you have any requirements, just speak up. I hope you can provide me with the materials and people I need in 10 years. Of course, the money for purchasing materials or hiring personnel will be my dividend. 10 years? Major Hank's eyes twitched slightly, and the stone bear who had been following him sighed inwardly. Then, how much money is needed each year? Hank quickly recovered and continued to ask. You make 40% of your annual profit, Shi Xiong said very positively, and then he continued before Major Hank reacted. If you can do this, I will provide you with more advanced products in 5 years' time. Upgrading technology can keep your textile machinery at the forefront of the industry. This is my condition. Chapter 187, Ferguson who insists on staying. Major Hank took all the British soldiers away. They drove nearly 100 four-wheeled carriages, pulling a full 80,000 pounds of salt and embarking on the journey back to Jamestown. Major Hank didn't give Shi Xiong a definite answer before leaving, and Shi Xiong didn't care much. The promotion of textile machinery in the old world was just a temporary thought by Shi Xiong. If you do, you can use this to obtain more supplies or personnel from the European side. No, it doesn't matter. Anyway, this matter itself is unplanned, the product. But it's different for Major Hank. The matter that Shi Xiong proposed was indeed very attractive to him. He also knew that if he could really manipulate this matter, it would undoubtedly be a great one for the rest of his life. The most important thing is that if this thing can really be done, then Major Hank thinks that even if he is given the title of a baron, it may not be a problem. Major Hank's hometown was in West London, right under the eyes of the King of England. If this kind of textile machinery really catches fire, then the sale of textile machinery can make huge profits. The most important thing is to start a large textile factory and hire hundreds of female workers. Then his influence is in West London. It will definitely become huge. In this era, people who can create a large number of jobs are also very powerful. Therefore, Major Hank really wanted to do this, but again, he has many worries. First of all, if he wants to do this, then he has to retire from the army. The rank of major he had obtained in the Royal British Army for 20 years will disappear with his retirement, and everything he has done in the army in these 20 years will also disappear. The armies of all countries in the world and in all eras of history are almost the same. If you are in the army, no matter how good you are, as long as you retire, people won't know you when you return to the place. Of course, except for the kind of generals who are mixed up to very high levels, but if you can be a general, it is almost equivalent to a lifetime career, and there is no such thing as retirement. Even if it is retired, it is also a permanent rank. But Hank was different. Don't look at the colonel as being very awkward in the army, but once he retired, it would really be a tragedy. In good times, they were all dedicated to the army, and there were almost no local contacts or anything, but in the Middle Age, he suddenly retired and returned to the local government. Could it be stronger? Hank will definitely consider this one carefully, which is after all related to the rest of his life. Secondly, Major Hank also needs time to make judgments and choices regarding the prospects of the two textile machinery mentioned by Shi Xiong. Of course, the most critical point is that the conditions proposed by Shi Xiong made Hank feel a bit of a toothache. For 10 years, 40% of net profit per year is not a small number, nor is it a short period of time. Moreover, the Guardian Lord doesn't need money. He wants all kinds of materials and personnel, which embarrassed Major Hank. This time, Major Hank suffered a lot for the 80,000 pounds of salt trade. After all, some of the things the Guardian wanted were easy to handle, but there were still some that were hard to handle. For example, those experimental equipment and some strange raw materials are really not easy to play around. There are alchemists. That's even harder to deal with. Almost everyone who can be an alchemist doesn't need money, and anyone who doesn't have money can't be an alchemist. Although many of these alchemists will eventually lose their money, it is not so easy to recruit some alchemists to work for native Indians. If it weren't for Jones's shot this time, Major Hank thought that Jack Williams and David Adian would not be able to get them by himself. And if you go back to the old world to do textile machinery and open a textile factory, I am afraid that the Guardian Lord will ask for even more weird things. That is the most troublesome thing. Therefore, cooperation is nothing to Shi Xiong, but for Major Hank, he really needs to think about it. Why don't you go back with William? Standing on the edge of the tribe, watching Major Hank's motorcade gradually disappear into the distance, Shi Xiong turned his head and asked Lieutenant Ferguson, who was standing beside him. Ferguson sighed. Why are you going back? William is tempted to retire. What can I do when I go back? If William really retires, I will have no one to take care of in Jamestown. I can only be bullied when I go back. Bullied? Haha, Patrick, you too lowly regard yourself. You are a second lieutenant officer. Second lieutenant? Ferguson shook his head with a wry smile. Under the jurisdiction of that fellow Jones, the second lieutenant is not as good as Jones as a personal soldier. Shi Xiong was stunned, and then he shook his head with a wry smile. It seems that whether it is ancient or modern, it is the same in this army. As if he was reluctant to talk about Jamestown, Ferguson asked Shi Xiong, Boss, if I live here for a long time, do you think it's okay? Yes, of course you can. www.wuxiaspa.com. But if you live with me for so long, are you not afraid of being considered a deserter? Desert? How is it possible? Don't look at me not being seen by Jones, but now I am on your side, which is equivalent to the representative of the British Empire on your side. Jones wants me to be here. That's what you said. But can your kid bear the loneliness? You don't like the women here. What you like is the kind of blonde white people, and we natives can't enter your eyes. Ferguson gave Shi Xiong angrily. Boss, you should look like a boss. Besides, I'm not here to be a representative for you. I just want to make a new rifle. That's it. The thing I care about most. Shi Xiong smiled and waved his hand. apologized, and then asked, "How is the progress of the new gun?" "Fortunately, all the designs have come out. I plan to turn on the furnace once the weather is a little warmer to produce some good steel, and then start making new guns in small batches." "By the way, you promised my gunpowder. Where's the private agent?" Shi Xiong spread his hands and said, "I don't have this thing now, but this time I added a lot of castor oil to William's list. When William leads the team next time, you will have a lot of gunpowder." "Up." "Well, boss, that new type of gunpowder will have to wait a while before it can be produced in large quantities." "Well, you look back and get in touch with Bill Moore. This guy seems to have a talent for gunpowder. Also, Jack Williams, you can also get in touch with it. This guy is very good at mechanical manufacturing. Maybe they both I can help you." "Okay, I'll have a chat with them when I look back. P.S. If you have something to do, this chapter is a bit missing." Chapter 188, Stone Bear and White Cloud. An inland armed transport ship shuttled on the Tennessee River again, and the destination was the Xiao tribe. However, this visit to Xiao tribe was not specifically for trading. The last transaction was not an officially launched transaction. It was just an attempt, but the effect seemed quite good. Moreover, it has only been a month since the last transaction. Even if the Xiao tribe has more than 1,500 people, it consumes at most 1,000 pounds of salt in a month. It is still far from the time to trade salt again. This time Shi Xiong went to the Xiao tribe to visit Baiyun. After so many days of separation, it was a nonsense to say that he didn't want her. Whether it was the supplies that the Stone Bear extorted from the Akron fortress or the things that he traded for salt to the British, the Gaoshu tribe made a fortune. Whether it is food or horses, or cotton, and the seeds of those crops, the faces of the tribesmen are filled with joy. Looking back at this time last year, there was not enough food in the tribe, but after only 1 year, the food in the tribe was full. And there was only one person who caused all this, and that was the Lord Guardian. The Guardian who has made such a great contribution to the tribe can finally secretly use the power in his hand, that is, using an inland river armed transport ship to go to the Xiao tribe to privately meet his lover. No one in the tribe objected to this request of the Guardian, including the Wolf Tail, which was the last to deal with the Stone Bear, and just shook his head and stopped speaking. Originally, after returning from Akron Fortress, Stone Bear wanted to go to the Xiao tribe, but he did not expect Major Hank to lead the trading team, so Stone Bear had to stay in the tribe for several days. He didn't make time until he sent Major Hank away. As soon as the ship sailed into the Tennessee River, there was a drizzle in the sky. It is now the end of February, so Shi Xiong can clearly feel the footsteps of spring in the thin rain. Staring at the misty drizzle standing on the bow, you can clearly see that some of the big trees on both sides of the river have begun to shoot green sprouts, and looking up, the top of the foggy mountain in the distance has become white for a winter. It's almost melted. The melting snow on the top of the mountain turned into a stream and merged into a stream. Countless creeks merged into rivers, and finally merged into the wide and jerky Tennessee River, causing the river's water to skyrocket a lot. In this case, even if it is heading against the wind, the speed of the ship is still very fast. Ko-ai-ma walked out of the cabin and stood behind Shi Xiong and whispered, "Dragon Bear, go back to the cabin to take shelter from the rain. The rain is getting worse and worse. The food in the cabin is also ready. Brothers in rotation, we are just waiting for you to have dinner." Shi Xiong shook his head slightly and said, "You eat. I am not hungry now. Let me think about something here, and I will return to the cabin after a while." Kuma was stunned for a moment, then shook his head slightly, turned and walked back to the cabin. Stone Bear plunged into contemplation again under the misty drizzle. 2 days passed in a flash, but after Shi Xiong and the others arrived at the death of the Xiao tribe, the spring rain still did not end. Because of the obstacle of the surrounding mountains, the valley where the Xiao tribe is located is much warmer than outside. When Stone Bear entered the Xiao tribe, he even saw some unknown wild flowers blooming quietly on the side of the road. "Why, did you come to see me for so long?" Baiyun said complainingly. Although the drizzle in the sky did not stop, it was much smaller. It would be more appropriate to describe it as drizzle. After dinner, Bai Yun took Shi Xiong out and wandered around. She could see that since Shi Xiong took this girl for a walk after dinner, she also liked this kind of after-dinner exercise. "Sorry, I encountered something that was not planned. The British came to our tribe to trade, and it was delayed for 4 or 5 days, otherwise I would be able to see you a long time ago." Shi Xiong looked at his side with a petting look. Young girl with a smile called happiness on her face. "Then, how did you go to the French fortress? Did you encounter any danger?" At this time, Bai Yun had the liveliness of a girl of this age, and he bent down and pulled out a flower. The wild flower that just bloomed smiled and approached Shi Xiong, bent over. "I can't reach your head. Come, put on this flower and show me it. It must be very beautiful." Shi Xiong smiled helplessly, but he bent down obediently. Bai Yun put the flower on Shi Xiong's right ear, then stepped back and looked at Shi Xiong with a smile. "Ha ha, it looks strange for you to wear this flower." Shi Xiong smiled and plucked the flower from her ear, walked to Bai Yun, and put the flower in her ear affectionately, then clapped his hands and said, "Well, this flower is very suitable for you." "People are better than Huajiao." "People are better than Huajiao? What do you mean?" Bai Yun asked, puzzled. "This is a sentence from the ancient and mysterious Eastern country, meaning that you are more beautiful than this flower. This is a word of praise." "Really? Am I more beautiful than this flower?" The Indian girl did not have the restraint of the Chinese girl, especially after receiving the praise from her lover. The girl happily went around in 2 circles. "Yes, you are much more beautiful than this flower. 100 of these flowers are not as good as you." Shi Xiong praised from the heart. Beauty is in the eyes of the lover, not to mention the beauty of Bai Yun itself. "Well, I forgive you for coming to see me late." The girl happily took Shi Xiong's arm, and the two walked side by side under the drizzle. The sky was getting dark, and the two of them started to walk back after strolling around. The girl asked Shi Xiong, "When will you take me to your tribe?" Abba and Mom both want to know. The problem of girls is not surprising. Among North American Indians, there is no such thing as marriage. Men and women can come together to form a family when they see each other right. Although Bai Yun and Shi Xiong are not part of the same tribe, if Shi Xiong takes Bai Yun back to the Gaoshu tribe and establishes a family, there is no problem. Shi Xiong smiled and said, "I want to hold a grand wedding for you when the Green Valley Festival arrives." "Wedding? Is it the kind of ceremony held when Vasikshu men and women start a family?" "Yes, the wedding is a very sacred ceremony for men and women who love each other. In the eyes of those Vasikas, this kind of ceremony is held under the witness of the gods they believe in, so the wedding and their family will be blessed by the god. Although we don't have this kind of ceremony, I want our relationship and future family to be blessed by the Supreme Sun God. Don't you want us to be blessed by the sun blessing?" "Of course I did," Bai Yun replied without hesitation. "So, I want to hold such a grand wedding when I take you back to the Gaoshu tribe. Our wedding will definitely be blessed by the sun god. With the blessing of the sun god, our family will make peace in the future. Beautiful, our children will be healthy, and our relationship will get better and better." "Will it really be like this?" Bai Yun asked longingly. "It will be like this," Shi Xiong replied affirmatively. "Moreover, on the day of the wedding, I will put on you the most beautiful clothes and the most beautiful jewelry, so that you will become this big piece on that day, the most beautiful and happiest bride on earth." Bai Yun turned his head to look at the big gentleman with a blush on his face. "I really want time to pass faster. The Green Valley Festival is coming soon." The Green Valley Festival is the grandest festival for the Cherokee and Chickasaw tribes. Every year, the Green Valley Festival is held in the harvest month, September, to celebrate the harvest. Shi Xiong touched Bai Yun's hair affectionately. Shi Xiong had always loved Bai Yun's black and silky hair. In fact, it hasn't been long, and it's not more than half a year if it's full. And the reason why I have set our wedding on the Green Valley Festival is because this year our tribe's food will get a huge harvest. At that time, we will get a huge harvest. The warehouse of the tribe will be full of grain. When we have the wedding, all of your tribe will go, and I can invite them to eat and drink for 3 days and 3 nights. Bai Yun raised his head and asked puzzledly, Why should we invite everyone in our tribe to go? Haha, when you are holding a wedding, the more guests come, the better, because the wedding requires not only the blessing of the sun god, but also the blessings of everyone around us, and the more blessings we get, the better. Okay, then I will go back and tell my father and mother that when we hold the wedding, I will invite all the people in our tribe to go. As he said, Bai Yun's face became bitter again. What about so many people? Where to go? Our tribe is so far away from your tribe that many people in the tribe can't go. Hee, this is fine. On the wedding day, people from our tribe bless us. Then after you live in our tribe for 2 days, we can return to the Zhao tribe for another wedding, so that everyone in your tribe can also do it. Bless us. Shi Xiong began to quietly instill in Bai Yun the concepts of marriage and returned to the door. This is a good way. My father and mother have raised me for so many years. If I go to your tribe all of a sudden, they will be sad. If we can come back to see them often, they will be very happy. There are Green Sky Lark and Stonehammer. Well, that's for sure. After we set up a family, as long as we have time, I will come back with you to see your father and mother. When we have children, we can also bring them to visit. Then, I can rest assured. Bai Yun smiled like a flower. Just talking and laughing, the two slowly walked back to the Zhao tribe, arm in arm. When they entered the Zhao tribe, the two also met many tribesmen. When these tribes saw the young couple, they all had smiles on their faces and greeted them one after another. At the same time, they also sent their blessings. At this moment, Shi Xiong suddenly felt that it was good for him to come into this world. Chapter 189, Gift. Shi Xiong's visit to Zhao tribe this time is not simply to visit Bai Yun, he also brought a lot of things this time. Thanks to the actions of Akron Fortress and the deal with Major Hank, Stone Bear, the first contributor, was rewarded by the horde. Thousands of pounds of food, as well as salt, cloth, ironware. He got a large share of everything the Stone Bear brought. This is the rules of the tribe, the rules of rewards and punishments. Just like hunting, if a member of the tribe hunts a bison or a red deer alone, this prey will belong to the tribe, but according to the rules of rewards and punishments, the hunter will allocate the bulk of the prey. This is a rule that has been circulated in the tribe for hundreds of thousands of years. There are similar rules in other tribes. Reward for good work and punish for bad work. The simple rules contain the highest truth. In the past, rewards and punishments were based on the quality of hunting in the tribe, but the things done by the guardian this time are too big, to the extent that everyone in the tribe can't even imagine. No one in the tribe has ever been once. Sex brought 36 horses, 30,000 pounds of grain and more than 2,000 meters of cotton cloth. The most important thing is that these things did not cost the tribe at all. In addition, the first credit for the materials traded from Vasakchu also goes to Lord Guardian. If it weren't for the guardians to make salt, these materials would be impossible to trade. Reward for merit. So Shi Xiong has been rewarded with a lot of things. But the problem is that Shi Xiong is now full of food and the whole family is not panicked. He is a single man. Why does he want so many things? So Shi Xiong took these things to the Zhao tribe and gave gifts to the future master Taishan Taishui. Dolly, are you really going to pick up my sister? Green Sky Lark followed the Stone Bear. While looking at the extra items in the warehouse, he asked the Stone Bear without any scruples. Compared with her sister Bai Yun's quiet and introverted, this girl who is exactly the same as her sister has a completely different personality from her sister. This girl has an outgoing personality, who dares to speak and do, and is very aggressive. Yes, I will pick up your sister when I wait for the Green Valley Festival. For this future sister-in-law, Shi Xiong also appreciates it. After that, my sister won't be able to come back? Green Sky Lark continued to ask, breaking the rhythm of the casserole, asking to the end. Who said that? Shi Xiong turned his head and looked at his sister-in-law with a smile. If Bai Yun is homesick, I will definitely take her back to visit you. If we form a family in the future, it does not mean that I will shut Bai Yun in. By my side, he is my wife, not my property. Well, that's pretty good. Green Sky Lark nodded with satisfaction. Then after you and my sister have a family, Can Gaoshu and I visit my sister often? Of course, I'll sweep the couch to meet you. As he said, Shi Xiong lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, Skylark, are your father and mother satisfied with the gifts I brought? As soon as the girl heard this, a naughty smile appeared on her face. She looked at the little nervous stone bear and smiled, guess. Then she hopped to the front. Father Lei Ying and her mother are looking at the gifts that Shi Xiong brought. Bai Yun was not embarrassed to participate in the gift giving, so now there are only Lei Ying and his family of 4 in this warehouse. Bai Yun's younger brother Shi Ku is squatting in the corner of the warehouse and playing with those iron tools. He is interested in a handful of stainless steel, with a mountain knife. I'm probably wondering how to come over with his father at the beginning. Lei Ying was very satisfied with the gift brought by this great bear. Although the number of these gifts is not very large, they can't hold up the variety. To be honest, since childhood, Lei Ying has never seen so many styles of things at once, and this one-armed man is also a little excited. Of course he knew what the big man was doing to pull these things, but Lei Ying was still very satisfied with this strong bear. Regardless of the height and power, the most important thing is that he is very responsible. This is what a man should have. If this big man did not take responsibility, even if he moved to a golden mountain, Lei Ying would not let his beloved eldest daughter start a family with him. However, Lei Ying thoroughly felt the responsibility and courage of this big man during his trip to the Gaoshu tribe last time. My eldest daughter will have a better life with this big man in the future. As for Bai Yun's mother, she was extremely satisfied with this strong bear a long time ago. Although Indian women can hold up more than half of the sky, as a woman, if the man around her is incapable and unaccountable, then this woman will inevitably have a hard time. However, this strong bear is obviously not such a man, and his daughter will definitely live better with him. There is no parent who does not love their children, even the Indians of this era are no exception. Lei Ying is the leader of a large tribe with more than 1,500 people, and Bai Yun's mother Gui is the leader's wife. Naturally, he hopes that his daughter will have a better life in the future, even better than her own. Now it seems that his daughter has indeed found a suitable man. After wandering around in the warehouse, Lei Ying came to Shi Xiong with satisfaction. Dolly, thank you very much for the gift you sent. Our family likes the gift you brought, Lei Ying said sincerely. Although the big man in front of him was still very young, Lei Ying didn't dare to look down upon the big man at all. The wolf corpse in the wilderness when I first saw this big man is enough to show that this big man's force is amazing, and that trip to the high tree tribe, this big man's responsibility was also praised by Lei Ying. Such a good man, his daughter must be very good to follow him. Shi Xiong said modestly, Leader Thunder Eagle, you don't have to be so polite. These things are rewarded to me by the tribe, but I live alone now, so many things are not needed at all. Plus me and Bai Yun, I'll bring you the relationship. Bai Yun's mother smiled and said, anyway, we must thank you. Also, Bai Yun will let you and Lei Ying rest assured, you should treat Bai Yun well in the future. As soon as Bai Yun's mother said these words, the heart that Shi Xiong had been hanging on finally completely fell into his stomach. It is not the father, but the mother who has the final say to form a family between Indian men and women. Only if the mothers of both men and women agree, the two can live together and start a family. Now that Bai Yun's mother said so, Shi Xiong knew that the matter between himself and Bai Yun was firmly established. Thank you very much. Shi Xiong still respects the future mother-in-law who personally promised this marriage. The stone hammer over there also ran over excitedly, holding a cold mountain knife in his hands. Great Bear, can you give me this knife? I've long wanted to have a knife like my father. The knife you brought is better than my father's. I like this knife. The 13-year-old Zhao Zhangtai was interested in all kinds of weapons, and this knife was indeed made very well. It is not surprising that the future brother-in-law photographed this knife. Shi Xiong smiled. Stone hammer, I have no problem with this matter, but these things already belong to the leader of Thunder Eagle. If you want this knife, you need to ask for the consent of the leader of Thunder Eagle. Upon hearing this, the enthusiastic little stone suddenly fell silent. He knew his father's sternness best. Little stone, this is a good knife. If this knife belongs to you, can you guarantee that this knife will not be dusted in your hands? Lei Ying's words were like the sound of nature, and the downcast Stonehammer was immediately excited, raised his head. I promise, Stonehammer replied very seriously. Lei Ying nodded in satisfaction, and did not speak anymore, but the 13-year-old Zhao Zhangtai cheered immediately, and cautiously hugged the knife and ran out of the warehouse, probably showing off with his friends. www.wuxiaspot.com. Watching his son yelling with a look of excitement, Lei Ying also showed a smile on his face. It is estimated that he now remembered what happened when he was so old. After walking out of the warehouse, Lei Ying asked Shi Xiong, "Dolly Xiong, you brought us so many gifts this time, what do you want to bring back?" Even though the North American Indians of this era are still in a period close to primitive times, the reciprocity of courtesy is still very popular, especially since Stone Bear brought so many precious things this time. Lei Ying would naturally return some gifts. For Lei Ying's words, Shi Xiong did not refuse. This kind of thing cannot be refused, and refusal means to look down on others. "I really want to bring something back from you," Shi Xiong said after a little consideration. "It's soybeans. It's that kind of round crop." When he was in the warehouse just now, Shi Xiong accidentally discovered that there were so many soybeans there, which surprised Shi Xiong. Some time ago, soybeans were found in the Gaoshu tribe, which is surprising enough. I did not expect that there are more soybeans in the Xiao tribe. If according to the introduction in the history book, this year, in 1765, the British sailor Samuel Bowen brought soybeans from Europe to the New World, but whether it is the Gaoshu tribe or the Xiao tribe, it seems that there has been a long history of planting soybeans. Otherwise it would be impossible to see so many soybeans here. Lei Ying was startled, and then smiled. "The soybeans you mentioned are used to make the delicious tofu that I ate in your tribe last time, right? Well, since you like this thing, wait for you to go back. At that time, just pull some and go. This thing can only be eaten as a snack here. If you eat too much, it won't be uncomfortable for your stomach. If you like it, just pull it away." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Hunted One Bear. To be honest, Shi Xiong didn't expect the Xiao tribe to plant so many soybeans. What surprised Shi Xiong most is that the Xiao tribe has grown soybeans for more than 30 years. Of course, this 30 years does not refer to the history of soybean planting in the Xiao tribe. From the establishment of the Xiao tribe to the present, it has been more than 10 years. How can it be possible that the soybeans have been planted for more than 30 years? This 30-odd-year period refers to the history of soybean planting in the tribes where some of the Xiao tribe had been. The Xiao tribe is a secluded tribe. Although most of the people in the tribe are from the Chickasaw tribe, there are also some like the Cree, the Yuchi and even the Cherokee. The entire Xiao tribe is like a big grocery store, with her forgiving mind to accommodate the Indians who are not willing to participate in the war within a few hundred miles of nearby. Several of the tribe's older Cree people are the main force in growing soybeans. According to Lei Ying, when these Cree people fled from the Cree tribe in the south to the Xiao tribe, they began to plant soybeans on the surrounding hillsides. These Cree people planted soybeans in their tribe when they were very young for more than 30 years. Although soybeans are not very friendly to the stomach, this crop is a very good rotating crop. The Xiao tribe has long known that rotating soybeans in farmland can raise land well and make farmland more fertile. Of course, this is also brought by those Carrie people. Obviously, the Carrie people in the south of the Great Smoky Mountains are better at planting, and these guys even know that planting soybeans can nourish the land. But it is not surprising that the Cree understand these things. After all, the Cree must live farther south, which is closer to the Spanish colony. The Spaniards entered the American continent on a large scale much earlier than those in Britain, France, Germany, Holland, Portugal and other countries. Although the Spaniards did not develop much in North America, Who knew the Spaniards would not bring soybeans into this crop earlier? How about to the American continent? The Cree may get their soybeans from the Spaniards. In any case, it was a surprise to be able to get about 30 bags of soybeans from the Xiao tribe this time. If more than 30 bags of soybeans are used as seeds, then the soybean output of Gaoshu tribe will be greatly improved this year. More than 30 bags of soybeans are almost 800 kilograms of soybeans. So many seeds are enough for planting 150 to 60 mu of soybean fields. If you count the soybean seeds retained by the Gaoshu tribe, this year's soybean planting area in the Gaoshu tribe will be close to 300 acres. The output of 300 acres of soybeans, although it is not possible to extract oil on a large scale, but at least there will be no shortage of tofu. What do you want? Bai Yun asked Shi Xiong. Tomorrow Shi Xiong was about to leave. After dinner that evening, Shi Xiong took Bai Yun out to walk the bend as usual, but when he was walking, he was distracted, thinking about the soybeans, which made Bai Yun unhappy. That's right, if you don't think about having such a beautiful and charming lady by your side, you have to think about those round beans. No wonder the beauties are unhappy. Oh, Shi Xiong smiled at Bai Yun apologetically. I was thinking about the soybeans I saw in the afternoon. With these soybeans as seeds, our tribe will be able to harvest more soybeans this fall. You may not know that although our tribe also has soybeans, but the quantity is too small. The seeds left last year were not as large as the soybeans that the leader Lei Ying gave me, so I have been worried about where to get more soybeans. Shi Xiong's remarks are not nonsense. When Major Hank came some time ago, Shi Xiong brought a lot of crop seeds to Shi Xiong, but there were no soybeans. After all, although soybeans are planted in a large area in Europe at this time, no one has brought this stuff to the New World, and Major Hank naturally can't get soybeans. As for the French, there is no such thing. With these beans, you will be able to make more delicious tofu in the future? Bai Yun asked excitedly, seeming to remember the last time I ate tofu in the Gaoshu tribe. The girl couldn't help licking her tongue unexpectedly, as if she was reminiscing about the delicacy. Well, these beans are used to make tofu. When there are more soybeans in the tribe, I will make tofu for you every day. Shi Xiong smiled and said. The girl nodded fiercely. In fact, in addition to making tofu, this soybean can also be used to squeeze oil, and the squeezed oil can be used to make many dishes. As for the soybean meal left over from the oil extraction, it can also be fed to livestock and poultry. Speaking of this, Shi Xiong couldn't help but patted his forehead. He forgot that the Xiao tribe did not have captive livestock at all. As for poultry, there were some, but it was far less than the Gaoshu tribe. But fortunately, when Bai Yun went to Gaoshu tribe last time, she had seen the tamed bison and also saw a large number of poultry, so she was not surprised. This soybean looks like a really good thing, Bai Yun said with feeling. When Shi Xiong was about to tell Bai Yun about other uses of soybeans, he suddenly heard a loud noise in front of him. A female bear. Wild wolf. Good fellow, this bear is really big. I was far away, I couldn't hear what the people in front of them were saying, but it was obvious that some people had hunted the prey. It seemed to be a bear. Go, let's go over and take a look. Bai Yun apparently heard the voices of the people talking, and she took Shi Xiong's hand and walked quickly over there. In fact, it has reached the depths of the valley, even deeper than the cave where the saltpeter mine is located. The valley where the Xiao tribe is located is divided near the cave of the saltpeter mine. One of the valleys ends with the saltpeter mine, and this valley has a winding mountain road leading to the outside world. This mountain road is usually used by tribes when they go hunting. It is difficult to walk, but as long as you climb over that mountain, you can enter the depths of the Great Smoky Mountains. There are still a lot of prey in the depths of the Great Smoky Mountains. A small road with a safe distance has become a hunting channel for tribal warriors. At this time, the sky was getting darker, the flames flickered in front, and at least more than 20 people held torches and surrounded it. After approaching, Shi Xiong found a strong man standing in the crowd. This man Shi Xiong had met once, and that was the first time he met this man when he met Lei Ying in the wilderness. This man Shi Xiong remembers his name is Das Han, the archer of the Xiao tribe, and an outstanding warrior. At that time, Lei Ying once asked him to try to open his big bow, but the guy didn't even open half of it, which was a bit embarrassing. There were 3 dead wolves at the foot of the mountain. In addition, a big fellow fell to the ground motionless. It was a bear with many wounds on its body, and it was also a very large brown bear. Although this bear is dead, it is really big. The height of this bear is definitely more than 2 meters. The size of this bear can be classified as the largest Kodiak brown bear. In this era, the distribution of brown bears in North America is still very widespread. Although the stone bear does not know what subspecies of brown bear this brown bear is, this brown bear, which is comparable to the Kodiak brown bear, must have been very ferocious during his lifetime. But the stone bear is also wondering, can there be such a big brown bear on the side of the Great Smoky Mountains? Shaking his head, Shi Xiong heard Das Han talking to the people there. A few of us originally hunted a deer in the mountain and were dragging the deer back. As a result, we heard that the front was very lively. It seemed that wolves were attacking something. While talking, Das Han suddenly saw the stone bear who had just moved in, and he immediately nodded at the stone bear. For this big Cherokee man, Da Shan still admires him very much. Among other things, the big bow used by this big man was enough to shock Da Shan. He had tried the power of the big bow with his own hands, and even though he tried his best, he couldn't pull the big bow halfway. And this big man who can easily pull the big bow is really terrifying. Shi Xiong smiled at him and motioned for him to continue telling the tribe. Da Shan nodded and continued. We slid over and found a group of wild wolves besieging a bear. www.wuxiaspot.com. Hey, this is the big guy. Under the shining of the surrounding torches, the wounds on this bear were clearly visible, especially the wounds on the back even showed bones. Obviously, this bear was seriously injured under the attack of the pack of wild wolves. A little guy asked, Uncle Das Han, don't bears sleep in their dens at this time? How can they face up with wild wolves? The problem of this little guy is probably the problem of everyone on the scene. Das Han shook his head and said, I don't know how they matched, but I guess it's very likely that these wild wolves are extremely hungry, and then I found this sleeping female bear and these 2 little bear cubs, and then this group of wild wolves wanted to eat these 2 little bear cubs, but the mother bear quit, so she fought with this group of wild wolves. The stone bear glanced at it and saw that there were 2 cubs under the foot of the mountain. This is really a little bear cub. He is so small that he hasn't even opened his eyes yet. It's just that one of the little bear cubs has no breath, and there is a very obvious wound on its neck, and the other little bear cub was still alive, but he didn't know if it was cold, hungry, or scared. This little guy was trembling all over. Seeing these 2 little bear cubs, Shi Xiong understood why these wild wolves would conflict with this female bear. Brown bears are usually sent from May to July each year, and the pregnancy period lasts for more than half a year. The cubs are usually born in January and February in the midwinter season. The bear itself is the overlord of the jungle, especially the female bear with cubs. These wild wolves are probably hungry too. Although they dare not anger the she bear with the cubs, they still have no problem dealing with the cubs. As a result, she didn't expect the mother bear to go crazy, so she started fighting with these wild wolves. Chapter 191, Little Bear. When we saw this female bear in the wolf pack, 3 wolves had been shot to death by the female bear, and 2 wolves were injured. However, there were more than 10 wild wolves in that pack. The female bear was also seriously injured under the attack of this pack of wolves. Da Shan looked very excited. After all, it was a great honor to be able to hunt a bear. Even if the bear was severely injured when it was hunted, it is better to hunt a bear than to hunt any other animal. My brothers and I took action. We killed the bear, and the remaining wild wolves were scared away by us, so we pulled this bear, these wolf corpses, and this little bear cub. Come back. Hearing Da Shan say this, Shi Xiong completely understood what was going on. If the wild wolves in winter are terrible, Then a pack of hungry wolves with green eyes can only be described as horror. Especially the wolves of the New World of North America. They are the serious North American gray wolves, the largest canines in the world. The North American gray wolves at this time were not nearly extinct as they were killed by humans more than 200 years later. In the New World of North America in this era, the North American gray wolves are the top predators, and their tracks are all over the North American continent. If you haven't seen a North American gray wolf, then you really can imagine how powerful a male weighing 90 kilograms and a female weighing 60 kilograms. When later generations talk about dogs, it is estimated that the first thing people think of is the Tibetan Mastiff or Kangai and other fierce dogs, especially after a certain horse surnamed Great. In later generations simply said one Mastiff fights 3 wolves, 2 Mastiffs enemy and 1 tiger. The Tibetan Mastiff is even more mythical. Many netizens followed this sentence even more. So 5 Mastiffs fighting God, 10 Mastiffs Genesis also appeared. The Tibetan Mastiff is very fierce. This is true, but to say that 1 Mastiff fights 3 wolves is pure nonsense. Not to mention the North American gray wolf, even the Mongolian wolf, the younger brother of the North American gray wolf, cannot be defeated by a Tibetan Mastiff. In terms of size, the Mongolian wolf may be smaller than the Tibetan Mastiff. But in other respects, the Tibetan Mastiff is completely at a disadvantage compared to the Mongolian wolf, especially in the most critical bite force. The Tibetan Mastiff is completely defeated. The bite force of the Tibetan Mastiff is only about 280 pounds, while the bite force of the Mongolian wolf can generally reach 700 pounds. What does this mean? If the Tibetan Mastiff bites the Mongolian wolf, it may be able to bite the Mongolian wolf. But as long as the Mongolian wolf bites the Tibetan Mastiff, it is basically dead or severely injured. Not to mention the North American gray wolf, which is more fierce than the Mongolian wolf. The hordes of timber wolves are extremely terrifying. They may not dare to provoke North American black bears or larger brown bears easily, but if they are extremely hungry, wolves dare to touch these 2 bears. This is clearly the case. The female bear who had just given birth to her cubs was overwintering with her baby, but unfortunately she encountered a pack of hungry wolves with green eyes. An adult brown bear can deal with 5 or 6 wild wolves, but if the number of wolves exceeds 10, let alone brown bears, even polar bears have to run. If this female bear does not bring her cubs, the female bear can run without being able to fight. But the 2 baby bears who were just born have become the biggest Achilles heel of this female bear. So this female bear was badly injured by these wild wolves in order to protect her children, and eventually took advantage of Das Han and them. This is no way. This world is so cruel, the weak and the strong. Bai Yun gently pulled the stone bear, and whispered, "That bear cub is so pitiful." Shi Xiong thought for a while, stretched out his hand and patted the back of Bai Yun's hand, and then said loudly, "Brother Das Han, what do you plan to do with this living bear cub? Whether it is the bear cub or the female bear or the dead wolves, it is now the prey of Das Han and his brothers. According to regulations, although these prey must be turned over to the tribe, Das Han still has the largest distribution rights." "What else? Eat it after peeling it off," Da Shan replied, but he immediately realized that something seemed a bit wrong, and quickly pinched the skin of the bear cub's neck and lifted it up and said, "Guardian, what do you mean?" Shi Xiong smiled and nodded. "Brother Das Han, if possible, I would like to exchange things for this bear cub in your hand." As soon as he said this, everyone around him was stunned. They obviously didn't understand why this big man wanted this bear cub. The warriors of the tribe have never hunted bears with cubs, but as long as they are hunted, they usually kill them for meat. "I just feel sorry for this little bear, Brother Das Han. You should know my name is Dalijian, and I am also an orphan, so when I saw this little guy, I couldn't help but think of myself. So, I want to exchange things with you for this little guy, because I don't want to kill it." Das Han stammered and asked, Do you want to feed this bear cub?" Shi Xiong nodded affirmatively. "But I don't know how to raise this thing. This is a bear, just in case it grows up." Shi Xiong waved his hand and said, "Brother Das Han, You don't have to worry about that. I want to use what I have for this little guy. Do you agree? Das Han looked at the white cloud standing next to the stone bear, with a faint look on his face, and said with a smile, "You don't need to change it. You brought so much salt to our tribe, and last time you killing so many wolves in the wild has stayed in the tribe. If I exchange with you again, it would be too unreasonable. Guardian, since you like this little guy, I will give it to you." As he said, Da Shan held the little bear with his eyes still open and handed it over, and Shi Xiong quickly took the little guy with his hands. It is estimated that the little guy was born for half a month at most, and he was about 30 centimeters in length, and his eyes had not been opened yet. Shi Xiong carefully handed the little guy to Bai Yun beside him, and Bai Yun quickly put the little guy in his arms. "The temperature is still too low for this little guy. I am afraid it has been tossed out just now." Shi Xiong smiled and said to Das Han, "Brother Das Han, thank you. I will build a big bow for you based on your strength. It is smaller than my bow, and I will hit you with 20 arrows by the way. Stainless steel, what do you think?" Hearing these words, Da Shan's face immediately bloomed with joy, and he nodded repeatedly. Das Han is a archer in the tribe, and he naturally loves good bows and arrows very much. He had seen the power of the big bow held by Shi Xiong. Such a good bow is naturally very attractive to a sharpshooter. However, Shi Xiong's bow requires too much force to open the bow, and Das Han simply can't afford it. Now I heard Shi Xiong say that a bow and arrow like that was built specifically for him, and it was built according to his own strength. That would be a great thing. Das Han couldn't refuse such an exchange condition. Shi Xiong saw that the faces of the brothers beside Das Han showed envy, so he smiled and said, looking back, "I will give each of your brothers a steel knife. It is still very good for self-defense." Those few people immediately became like Da Shan. Now I am envious of becoming the crowd watching around. When walking back with Bai Yun asked Shi Xiong, "Are you really going to raise this little guy? What, do you have the heart to throw this little guy away? Didn't you just say that this little guy is still pitiful?" "No, I just think it is so small. How do you raise it?" Shi Xiong scratched his head, but he forgot the stubble. Although this little guy is very cute, he hasn't been weaned yet. So Shi Xiong asked, "Are there any wild sheep, bison, or red deer caught in your tribe? It's best to bring young ones." Bai Yun bai-whited the stone bear and said, "You treat our tribe like yours and can raise so many animals. Our tribe doesn't raise these at all. They all come back to eat meat after hunting outside. Neither will we raise those things." These words baffled Shi Xiong. However, the sound of dog barking in the distance made Shi Xiong's expression happy. "Bai Yun, is there any in your tribe who has just given birth to a puppy?" North American Indians have started keeping dogs a long time ago, and dogs are the most loyal companions of the Indians. There are many dogs in the Gaoshu tribe. Of course, there are no golden retrievers and Labrador dogs in this era. www.wuxiaspot.com. The dogs raised by the Indians are all native dogs. "Well, this seems to exist." Shi Xiong said so, and a smile appeared on Bai Yun's face. She didn't want this little bear cub to be starved to death like this. It was completely dark when he returned to the tribe, but even so, Bai Yun quickly found two who had just given birth to puppies. What only made Bai Yun depressed was that when she brought the little bear cub to the end was going to let the little bear eat the dog's milk, they immediately exploded. The originally docile dog seemed to be crazy, and snarled frantically at the little bear whose eyes had not been opened. If it weren't for the dog's owner to pull it, it is estimated that they would have killed the little bear in one bite. No way. Who made this little bear cub still carry the breath of a she-bear? The brown bear is a fierce animal standing at the top of the food chain. It is far from a creature like a dog. Although this little bear cub hasn't even opened his eyes, it has a strong sheer bear breath on its body. When asked about this breath, it would be strange if it doesn't explode. This dog must not be fed, so Shi Xiong asked Bai Yun to continue to hold the bear cub, and then walked to the next house. But when he arrived at the next house, Shi Xiong didn't let Bai Yun go in. He walked in, and after a short time, he walked out with two stone bowls. One of the two stone bowls is yellow-orange urine, exuding a pungent smell, and the other is a milky white liquid, exuding a scent of milk. This is the bitch's urine and milk. This little bear can only be accepted by thee if it is contaminated with these urine and milk. As Shi Xiong explained, he poured these 2 bowls of liquid with different flavors on little bear, and he didn't dislike it, and he shivered from the cold. Chapter 192. Step. This method of you really works. Hong Yun looked at the little bear cub who greedily arched into the bitch's arms and ate her breasts, and said with a smile to the stone bear standing beside him, "Of course it works, as long as the bitch's urine and milk cover the breath of the bear cub. Then for this bitch, the bear cub is not a natural enemy but its child. Well, although the child is tall, it's a bit big, but mother dog will still accept it. You see how happy this little guy eats. It's very happy, but the other puppies are uncomfortable. The other children of the mother dog have no place to breastfeed." Shi Xiong also chuckled softly. The scene before me is indeed full of comedy. This bitch, which can be called a meritorious mother, gave birth to 7 pups in a litter. This number is absolutely high-yielding. It is estimated that this mother dog is a young and can give birth to so many puppies in a litter. The newborn puppies are not as big as no one's slap. These puppies have not even opened their eyes. They are squeezing into their mother's arms to feed happily. As a result, a behemoth suddenly squeezed in, and then 3 arches, 2 arches took all the puppies to one side, occupied the arms of the mother dog by himself, and then began to greedily the delicious milk. This monster is naturally the baby bear. Although this little bear cub was just born not long ago, its body length is close to 30 centimeters. For those puppies who are not slap-sized, this bear cub is naturally a giant. And this guy deserves to be the descendant of the top predator. His personality is called a solitary. When I am breastfeeding, no one can fight with me, otherwise I will take you all out. Fortunately, those puppies should have been full before, so even though they were inexplicably arched out, the 7 little furries still clumped together and closed their eyes blindly. The mother dog doesn't care about this. She lie on the ground contentedly, enjoying the sucking of the children, but she doesn't know that her biological baby has been occupied by a foreign baby magpie's nest. Of course Bei Yun understood this, and said with a smile, "This little bear cub is really not a gadget. He is so alone now, and it will be even more serious when he grows up." Shi Xiong shook his head and retorted, "You are wrong to say that. Don't forget that this is a bear, the top predator. As a bear, it should have this kind of personality, otherwise, how to suppress others?" Pray? Bei Yun heard the meaning of Shi Xiong's words, gently took one of Shi Xiong's arm, and whispered, "Do you want to raise this little guy because you like his character? Well, you don't need to answer. I can actually see it. Your name is Great Bear, and you are now striding towards the direction of the top predator. I know that sooner or later you will become the man standing on top of everyone. It's like this little guy will stand on top of all animals when he grows up." Shi Xiong was stunned by Bei Yun's words, but then he smiled and touched the girl's soft long hair affectionately, without squeaking. With this meritorious dog mother, it is finally possible to guarantee that this little bear cub will not be starved to death, at least before the stone bear returns to the Gaoshu tribe. With this dog's mother's milk, this greedy little guy will not starve to death. The only problem is that this little bear cub is too good to eat, and the mother dog's own milk is good enough for this guy. In addition, this guy is stronger than other dogs, so the mother dog's 7 biological dogs the baby can't breastfeed. So in desperation, Shi Xiong could only send the 7 baby dogs to another dog's mother who had just given birth, and let the dog's mother feed on her behalf. This is also impossible. The dogs raised by the Chickasaws and Cherokee are the native New World dogs. In the words of later generations, the scientific name of this dog should be called the Proter Hound. This hound is a kind of dog generally kept by Indians living near the Appalachian Mountains. It is a large hunting dog, but even though it is a large hunting dog, it can't stand the milking method of an edible bear cub. So in the end the mother dog could only feed the little bear cub alone. For the dog's mother, Shi Xiong gave the dog's owner 2 steel knives, 15 bags of corn, 2 bags of refined salt, and a large roll of cotton cloth. He brought the dog's mother with him, this little bear cub's exclusive nurse. And because of this little bear cub, The original plan of Stone Bear to leave the Xiao tribe on the next day was also disrupted. He had to stay in the Xiao tribe for 2 more days before finally be regarded as finalizing the exclusive nanny matter. On this day, the weather was fine. The inland armed transport ship that docked on the Hallworthy River outside the valley of the Xiao tribe was surrounded by people. Many people from the Xiao tribe took the initiative to walk out of the valley to serve as the Cherokee Cabru high priest. The guardian sees off. The people of the Xiao tribe already knew that the eldest princess of the tribe would become a family with this mighty man in the future, and Bai Yun's popularity in the Xiao tribe was obviously very high. The tribe members liked this quiet and beautiful place. Princess. Although many young men in the Xiao tribe are very unconvinced with the big man, they can only express their dissatisfaction in their hearts, because through Thunder Eagle and Das Han's mouth, almost everyone in the tribe knows this big man. It's not just a scary body, this guy's force is really so high. Don't talk about heads up, you are an elite warrior when you are dispatched. In all likelihood, you will be beaten by gangs. The 10 warriors are beaten by this big man and a crowd. No one dared to doubt this. At least Das Han, the most powerful warrior in the tribe, had personally said it no less than 10 times. There were 10 warriors like me, and that was the result of being beaten by Master Guardian. Since you can't stop this big man from taking away the most beautiful princess in the tribe, then just try to get this big head together. After all, this big man is really outrageous. For precious things like ironware, cotton cloth, grain, and salt, people say that if you give it away without blinking, there are a lot of them, without the slightest stinginess. Such a bold and generous person, who would not want to make friends. So when the Shi Xiong was about to leave the Xiao tribe, a large group of people came to see him off. When Shi Xiong came, he pulled a ship full of things, and when he left, the ship's cabin was also full. The soybeans and some saltpeters that the Stone Bears were coming from on the boat were all specialty products of the Xiao tribe. Although he was very reluctant when he was separated, Shi Xiong knew that this is not the time for his children to love each other. Spring is coming soon, and things in Gaoshu tribe will become many, many things. Shi Xiong didn't dare to indulge himself at this time. He needed to command the tribe to do everything well. When will you come back next time? Bai Yun also knows that his lover has a lot to do when he goes back. He can't keep him, but reluctant to give up is reluctant. For a girl in love, she can do it at this time. Be self-willed. I will come back to see you as soon as possible. I will have some free time when the tribe's affairs are arranged, and I will see you again. The sister-in-law of the future, who is almost exactly the same as Bai Yun on the side, interrupted and said, Dalian, when you come again, remember to bring me some good things, or I won't let my sister go with you. What the girl said was called a straightforward, stomping white cloud. Shi Xiong smiled and said, okay, I will try my best to bring you what good things you want, but you have to tell me what you want first, or how can I bring you things? With a single word, the green sky lark was speechless. She just said casually, where did she ever think about what she wants with this future brother-in-law? On the other hand, Dao Zhangtai, who was standing on the other side of Bai Yun, said very formally, Brother Dalian, can you bring me a big bow when you come next time? Well, the smaller one, I'm not that big. Pull away your big bow with great strength. Yesterday Uncle Shan said that you would make a big bow for him, so I want a big bow too. Haha, this is okay. Shi Xiong glanced at his sister-in-law, Stone, as long as you say what you want. www.wuxiaspot.com. I will definitely bring you over. These words made the green sky lark choked and rolled his eyes again, and then the girl was furious and stopped paying attention to the Stone Bear. Bai Yun looked at the wooden box that Shi Xiong was holding in his hand. The box was covered with some hay, and the little bear cub was sleeping in it. When you come next time, will this little guy open his eyes? Bai Yun carefully touched the little guy's head with his fingers, but did not wake up the sleeping bear cub. Well, I should be able to open my eyes. This thing can only open my eyes about half a month after birth. When I come next time, it will be able to see you. Bai Yun nodded happily, and then asked, since you have decided to raise this little guy, have you thought of a name for it? Name? Shi Xiong was stunned, and then scratched his scalp in distress. To be honest, he was not very clever at naming names. But when Shi Xiong's gaze fell on the little guy with the light yellow fluff, a person suddenly flashed in his mind. In the previous life, this guy was really famous, and there are probably not many people in the world who don't know this guy's name. The guy was tall, fat, and had a golden hair, the color of which was similar to the hair on this little bear cub. The most important thing is that this okay guy who likes to tweet and holds a lot of power is also a very powerful and domineering guy, who can be called the rogue leader in the world. In some ways, the guy in the previous life seemed to have many similarities with the little guy in front of him. So Shi Xiong's evil taste suddenly appeared again. He smiled and said, "This little guy will be called Tep from now on." Tep? The three brothers and sisters of Baiyun are all confused. Chapter 193, Spring Plowing. It rained lightly when I came, but I did not expect to stay in the Zio tribe for 5 days. But when I returned, I caught a light rain. Although it was also a light rain, this light rain was much heavier than the previous light rain. With this light rain, the snowy moon has completely passed, and the worm moon, March, has quietly arrived. Except for the crew members on the deck, everyone else retracted into the cabin. The restless guys watched how the mother dog feeds the baby Tep. The sky Tep didn't even open his eyes. He couldn't see or hear, so he was just a stuffed sucker. But the dog mother Sheila can't do it. So many male bipeds are onlookers. Why do you make me feel bad? Well, Sheila is the name of the dog's mother, of course. This is the product of Shi Xiong's bad taste. Since even Tep has come out, what happened to Sheila as a nanny for Tep? Since the two of you were endless rivals in the previous life, then in this life you can turn your fighting into jade and let Sheila be your nanny. Sheila, the dog's mother, is also quite puzzled. She originally had 7 babies, but the 7 babies disappeared overnight. She was replaced by a much older baby who was particularly edible. Now I'm getting on the boat again, and it's uncomfortable to wander around all day long. If Shi Xiong had not been feeding Sheila some fresh animal organs to boil bone soup, she would have rebelled long ago. To feed Tep, a bottomless guy, Sheila must maintain a large amount of nutrition, otherwise the mother dog will not be able to take on the task of feeding a little bear cub. Sheila is just after all, and her milk volume can't be compared with an adult female bear anyway. Don't think Sheila can feed 7 puppies to their fullness. But it is really strenuous to deal with a little bear cub alone. That is to say, the stone bear understands this. It is basically impossible for another person to feed this little bear cub. The return journey took a day longer than before. When the ship arrived at the tribe, the stone bear got off the ship and was pleasantly surprised to find that the little bear cub Tep opened his eyes. Shi Xiong estimated that when Das Han brought Tep back, Tep had been born for more than 10 days. After all, he was there standing there. If the cubs were born a few days ago, they wouldn't be that big. Then he stayed in the Zio tribe for 2 days, and walked on the road for 3 days. It took more than half a month to add up. It's no surprise that Tep opened his eyes at this time. The first thing that Tep, who had just opened his eyes, saw was the stone bear holding it. Although the stone bear did not smell of mother, Tep still struggled to open his mouth and caught the stone bear. His fingers are just a mess. I don't know if he is hungry or what he wants to express. Anyway, the cuteness of this little guy directly turned the stone bear over. The guardian returned to the tribe, and many tribesmen in the tribe came to greet him. So when the stone bear hugged Tep, who was chewing on his fingers, and took the nurse Sheila down from the boat, he saw many tribesmen waiting on the dock. The light train has stopped for 2 days. Although the sky hasn't cleared completely, the blue sky can be seen occasionally in the cracks of dense clouds. Master, Guardian is back. Yeah, does the Guardian want to raise a bear? Is this the bear cub that Miss Baiyun gave you? This little guy looks pretty fun. After a series of greetings, almost all the people of the tribe focused on the Tep in Shi Xiong's arms, and one by one, they gesticulated and commented on the little bear cub. And a group of bear children surrounded Shi Xiong. One by one, everyone wanted to reach out and tease Tep. If Tep was bigger, Stone Bear would still toss the bear cubs for the bear kids. but now it's too small to withstand the toss. If it falls into the hands of these bear kids, it's probably less than 10 minutes. You have to let these bear kids toss to death. So Shi Xiong waved his big hand and drove away the giggling bear kids, and then he held Tep in one hand and Sheila in the other, and directed the tribe to unload all the things he brought back from the boat. Saltpeter is okay to say, but the nearly 800 kilograms of soybean seeds are a good thing. With so many seeds, the scale of the soybean field will inevitably expand a lot this year. After arranging the manpower to unload the ship, Shi Xiong returned to his house. As expected, Hong Yun and Li Lei were waiting in the house. Came back? Came back. After greetings for a while, Hong Yun and Li Lei teased Tep for a while, and then Shi Xiong threw Tep to the nurse Sheila to nurse. The three people sat in front of a wooden table to discuss something. The moon of worms has arrived, and now the most important thing in the tribe is spring plowing. Although there is no such thing as spring plowing on the Indian side, the truth is the same. Spring planting begins in March and April each year. This is a custom that has lasted for many years. You can plant potatoes at this time, Hong Yun said. Before becoming a priest of Kabulu, she was also a small farmer, and naturally knew what crops should be planted at what time. For the Cherokee side of crops like potatoes, there are two kinds of crops a year, once in spring and once in autumn. Spring planting starts at the end of February and early March, and harvests in June and July, and then resows in August, and can be reharvested in December. www.wuxiasput.com. This sowing method is similar to that of Shandong province in China. The northern part of the province is almost the same. The location of Gaoshu tribe is similar to Zhuzhou in China in terms of latitude, so the farming time here is similar to the farming time in northern Jiangsu. Potatoes are absolutely high-yielding crops, even if there is no chemical fertilizer or something. The fertility of the land here is still sufficient, so 1 mu of land can still harvest more than 1,000 caddies. This yield is second only to the yield of sweet potatoes and much higher than corn. There are a lot of potatoes left in the tribe. At this time, they can start to cut into pieces to accelerate the germination. After the buds come out, they are planted in the ground. After a few months, it will be a big harvest. Sacrifice. Leader, this year we must have a variety of crops. We can plant as many crops as we can. It doesn't matter if we can plant all the remaining seeds in the tribe. After all, we are not short of food. And take advantage of our current food. When there is enough, try to expand the cultivated area so that we can harvest more grain in a few months. Li Lei nodded and said, I have discussed this with the high priest. Our opinions are basically the same as what you just said. After a pause, Li Lei continued, and now I am also arranging for the warriors in the tribe to continue to go out to catch the bison. We want to expand the scale of cultivation, and the number of tamed bison in the tribe is not enough. Shi Xiong nodded and said, this is necessary. The catching of bison and the expansion of farming scale are complementary to each other. Chief, I agree with your arrangement. Hong Yun smiled and said, you two should put your mind and energy on other aspects. You don't have to worry about the farming area. I will manage this area well. Shi Xiong and Li Lei nodded. While talking and laughing, the three people settled the matter of the tribe's spring plowing. Chapter 194, New Rifle. The good news continues. Shi Xiong had just finished discussing spring plowing with Li Lei and Hong Yun, and there was another good news from Ferguson. A new rifle has been created. This is truly good news. For a tribe, food and weapons are two essential foundations. In fact, to expand from a tribe to a country, food and weapons are also the most basic things. Whether it is ancient or modern, whether it is a dynasty or a country, the internal kings and external hegemons are highly rated. The inner king is the inner king, and the outer hegemony is naturally hegemonic towards the outside. The concrete manifestation of the inner king and the foreign hegemony is that the people in the country live and work in peace and contentment, and have no worries about food, clothing, shelter and transportation, and outside the country, no country dares to invade. Even the nations come to Korea. If a country or dynasty can do this, it can be called great. Of course, to achieve this, Food and weapons are indispensable. Food is the basis for practicing the royal way internally. Without sufficient food, let alone practicing the royal way, it would be good if the people didn't overthrow you. You can't even fill the stomachs of ordinary people. Why do you have the face to be king? The basis of foreign hegemony is weapons, powerful weapons, ahead of other countries' weapons. If you want other countries to respect you and obey you, you have to come up with things that let other countries obey you. And this kind of thing is a powerful weapon. Don't you dare to be obedient. I didn't say anything. I beat you up. Lao Tzu has much more powerful weapons than you, and your disobedient end is to be beaten by Lao Tzu. If the Gaoshu tribe wants to develop, these two are also indispensable. With the unfolding of spring plowing this year, as long as there is no natural disaster, the Gaoshu tribe's food is destined to get a huge harvest. As for weapons, the Gaoshu tribe now has 100 muskets, and the people of the tribe have thoroughly realized the huge gap between hot weapons and cold weapons. Although the power of the current musket is not that great, if it is used intensively, the power is still unstoppable by cold weapons. The new musket developed by Lieutenant Ferguson, that is, the epoch-making rear-mounted rifle in history, the Ferguson rifle, although there are many problems in this and other ways, it can be compared with the front-mounted musket commonly used in European countries now. Regardless of its power, the range or accuracy has to be improved by more than one level. To use the analogy of modern weapons in later generations, if the front-mounted musket used by European countries is a 155 mm self-propelled artillery, then this rear-mounted musket developed by Lieutenant Ferguson is a surface-to-surface short-range missile. Although the power of ground-to-ground short-range missiles is not that strong, it is always much more powerful than self-propelled artillery. If all the people of the Gaoshu tribe are equipped with this new rifle, and through continuous training, then the force of the Gaoshu tribe will immediately rise to an extremely high level. At the very least, according to the judgment of the Stone Bear, the armed forces of the Gaoshu tribe will become the most powerful Indian tribe in the entire New World. Even compared to the well-trained European army, it will definitely not fall behind. Boss, you can look at this gun. Lieutenant Ferguson had an irrepressible smile on his face, and his tone was full of pride. This is a post-loading gun. Before telling the news about the new gun, Lieutenant Ferguson has tested this gun hundreds of times. This gun is far stronger in terms of loading speed, range, accuracy, and power. It is a front-loaded musket that is now commonly used in various countries. Shi Xiong was a typical puppet military fan in his previous life, that is, the kind of master who was dissatisfied with the half bottle of weapons. What kind of weapon you talk about, whether it's modern or past, he can say 1, 2 or 3. But if you ask him for a deeper principle, he doesn't quite understand it. As an epoch-making rifle, Shi Xiong has naturally seen photos of this Ferguson rifle many times in his previous life. Of course, most of this Ferguson rifle is faked by people. But there is almost no difference between the rifle in front of me and the rifle in the photo in memory. If there is, it is a real gun that is actually placed in front of me. The visual impact is definitely not comparable to the photo. Shi Xiong grabbed the gun and weighed it. The weight of the gun made Shi Xiong very satisfied. This gun is almost half lighter than the French Saint Etienne rifle captured by Stone Bear, which is definitely a great improvement. You should know that rifles are usually accompanied by a musketeer for a long time, especially during the war. The rifle is the closest partner of the musketeer. So here comes the problem. If the weight of the musketeer is too heavy, it will bring a great burden to the musketeer. Just like the Saint Etienne rifle seized by Stone Bear, this front-loaded smoothbore rifle is a very good rifle in this era, but the weight of this gun is a bit too heavy. The total length of the Saint Etienne rifle is about 55 inches, which is about 1.4 meters. This length is about the same length as the British Brown Bess rifle and the Ferguson rifle in front of us, but the weight of the Saint Etienne rifle is up to its more than 15 pounds, which is close to 7 kilograms in weight. 7 kilograms does not seem to be very heavy, but if it is carried for a long time, this weight is not ordinary for a musketeer. To give a more suitable example, A box of 6 bottles of liquor weighs about 7 kilograms. A musketeer carrying a Saint Etienne rifle for a long time is equivalent to carrying a box of liquor for a long time. 10 minutes and 8 minutes may be no problem, but if you carry it for an hour and 2 hours, you will know what the 7 kilograms mean. As for the gun made by Ferguson, Shi Xiong estimated that it weighs more than 7 caddies at most. Although there is a slight error, Shi Xiong believes that the error is not large. 7 kilograms and 7 kilograms are completely different things, at least for a musketeer on the battlefield. Carrying a 7-kilogram rifle for a long time is definitely better than carrying a 7-kilogram musket. Save energy. In this age when transportation is basically on the legs, physical strength is undoubtedly an extremely precious thing. P.S. The weight of the gun written by Lao Mo is about the same as the original Ferguson rifle in history. The historical Ferguson rifle is between 1.22 meters and 1.52 meters long, and weighs 7.5 pounds, which is about 3.5 kilograms. It is well documented. The barrel of this gun was cast by Ferguson and several of his subordinates. Because it is made of steel, the thickness of the barrel of this gun is much thinner than that of the Saint Etienne rifle. The weight of the barrel is reduced a lot. The gun body is made of tough walnut wood. Using this kind of wood to make the gun body can well slow down the recoil of the human body when the gun is fired. Behind the barrel, Shi Xiong saw the familiar rotary locking mechanism. This mechanism of opening, closing the gunpowder chamber by rotating the trigger guard is the core of this gun. It is with this rotary locking mechanism that this rifle can be reloaded. Shi Xiong tried to turn the trigger guard, and sure enough, through the thread above the gunpowder chamber, the lid above the gunpowder chamber was opened. If this fashion is filled, you only need to stuff the projectile into the gun chamber from here, then pour the fixed gunpowder into the gunpowder chamber, and then turn the trigger guard back a circle. Then the lid above the gunpowder chamber will be rotating, completely sealed the gunpowder room. When shooting, pour a small amount of gunpowder from the ignition hole next to the gunpowder chamber, then you can aim and pull the trigger. Boss, I have tried it. If you are proficient, this gun can reach the limit of 7 reloads in 1 minute. This speed is twice as fast as the reloading speed of the Saint Etienne rifle and the Brown Beth rifle, Ferguson explained excitedly next to him. Hey, can you really achieve such a fast reloading speed? These words made Shi Xiong also happy. Ferguson nodded heavily. As long as you train more, you can load up to 7 rounds in 1 minute. Even if it is slower, you can load 6 rounds in 1 minute. Since, Ferguson said so confidently, www.wuxiaspa.com, it is obvious that this is true. Most of the muskets used in this era are front-loaded muskets. Other aspects of this rifle will not be mentioned for the time being. The loading speed alone is enough to make people sad. This front-loading method is very cumbersome. First, the gun must be erected with the muzzle facing upwards, and the gunpowder must be poured from the muzzle into the barrel, and then the projectiles will be stuffed in from the muzzle, and the cleaning rod must be used to force the gun. To poke the projectile, it is necessary to compact the projectile in gunpowder. Finally, put the rifle flat, and pour a small amount of gunpowder next to the ignition hole in the gunpowder chamber for ignition. This is the step of preloading the gun, which is really cumbersome. So in this era, the musketeers, even the veterans with the fastest reloading speed, are top-notch reloading speeds that can reach 3 rounds in 1 minute, while ordinary musketeers can only reach 2-round reloading speeds in 1 minute. Loading speed is very important. You can only shoot 3 shots a minute. What can you do with a musket that can shoot 6 or even 7 shots a minute? There are 100 musketeers on both sides. You can only shoot 300 rounds in 1 minute. The other side can shoot 600 rounds or more in 1 minute. This is equivalent to 1 more personnel than you. Times. What do you use to fight others? The most important thing is that the musketeer must be standing when loading the front-loading gun, otherwise you will not be able to reload. And on the battlefield where the bullets fly, you poke there like a stick, and it would be strange if the enemy on the opposite side didn't hit you. Loading the front gun on the battlefield is really dangerous and fatal. The post-loading gun is different. The loading speed is put aside first. This kind of post-loading gun can be loaded on the face when it is loaded. On the battlefield, One soldier is standing and the other is lying on his stomach. Naturally, there is no need to say more about who is safer. Chapter 195, Absolute Lead. How about the power, range and accuracy of this gun? Shi Xiong asked. It's pretty good. It's beyond my expectations. Ferguson was very excited. The effective range of this gun can reach 200 yards. At this distance, you can easily shoot a person slightly less than a real person with this gun, a smaller target. As for the power, it is also very good. Boss, you can try this gun. Shi Xiong smiled and nodded, and then slapped his mouth at Ferguson. Ferguson immediately handed over a small cloth bag and a projectile. The small cloth bag contained gunpowder, and the small cloth bag contained about 8 grams of gunpowder. Before the new-style gunpowder was mass-produced, this French-made gunpowder required about 8 grams for each shot. The concept of fixed gunpowder has been implemented in the European continent for nearly 100 years. Before the flintlock gun became popular, when European countries used matchlock guns, the matchlock shooters would have a leather strap hanging diagonally on their shoulders, and 12 wooden pre-installed gunpowder canisters hung on the belt. The charge for firing a gun, a bag of projectiles and a gunpowder canister with horns. Because all the matchlock shooters at that time carried 12 preloaded gunpowder canisters, this type of musketeer was called the 12 Apostles. However, between 1670 and 1690, as the number of flintlocks in the army increased, the leather harness gradually disappeared from the musketeer's equipment list. It was replaced by an ammunition box, which contained some preloaded gunpowder rolls wrapped in greased paper containing a precise amount of gunpowder and one projectile. When filling, the musketeer bites one end of the gunpowder roll with his teeth, bit the projectile in his mouth, pours the gunpowder into the muzzle of the inverted musket, and then stuffs the projectile into the muzzle. The packed grease paper is used as a filling plug. Finally, a pressure rod, first wooden bar, then iron bar, was used to compact the ammunition and gunpowder. The gunpowder rolls that Ferguson brought before could not be used because of the caliber of this new rifle. I want to make this kind of gunpowder roll again. Shi Xiong hasn't slapped the paper out yet, and Ferguson didn't bring oiled paper when he came here. So the method of making this kind of fixed gunpowder roll with oiled paper is temporarily impossible. But this can't help Ferguson. Although the Gaoshu tribe does not have oil paper, it cannot be said that there is number. The barrels containing gunpowder, sulfur and fire nitrate that Stone Bear seized from the French are lined with graft paper and oil paper, but the thing cannot be moved. Once the lined craft paper and oiled paper are drawn out, whether it is gunpowder or fire sulfur, it is easy to get damp. But there are a lot of cotton cloth in the Gaoshu tribe, so Ferguson commissioned the ingenious women in the tribe to sew a batch of these small cloth bags, which were specially used to hold gunpowder. Although this kind of bag is not moisture-proof, the gunpowder in the bag is ready to use, as long as it doesn't rain. This method is fine for the time being. The gunpowder in each small bag is fixed, and it can be regarded as fixed gunpowder. When filling, just open the mouth of the cloth bag and pour all the gunpowder into it. Shi Xiong first stuffed the projectile from the hole above the opened gunpowder chamber, and then tilted the muzzle down a bit, so that the projectile would follow a shallow groove in the gunpowder chamber automatically. After entering the gunpowder chamber, click into the barrel. Then Shi Xiong opened the cloth bag and poured all the gunpowder inside into the gunpowder room at once. Then turn the trigger guard again, and the iron cover above the gunpowder chamber rotates with the help of the thread to seal the gunpowder chamber, and the small iron bar under the cover can also compact the gunpowder in the gunpowder chamber. After the cover is screwed down, the compacted gunpowder will withstand the projectile in front. Even if the gun is erected, the projectile will not leave the barrel. Shi Xiong took out a small amount of gunpowder from another big cloth bag that Ferguson took out and put it in the cauldron next to the ignition hole in the gunpowder chamber, and then pulled down the fire sickle reed and placed it on top of the cauldron. This small amount of gunpowder is specially used to start fire. When a gun is fired, the cock, PS, the firearm term for the firing hammer and the firing mechanism, will move down quickly under the drive of the reed, and the flint clamped by the flint clamp on the cock will move downwards. Friction with the reed of the fire sickle above the cauldron, and then will produce sparks. Ignite the small amount of gunpowder in the cauldron. Because the flint on the rooster is rubbing against the reed of the fire, the reed of the fire has sealed the cauldron and served as the lid of the cauldron, so the ignited gunpowder in the cauldron cannot erupt to other locations. The flame can be transmitted to the gunpowder chamber at the back of the barrel in a very short time through the pilot hole, and finally the gunpowder in the gunpowder chamber can be ignited. The ignited gunpowder in the gunpowder chamber will burst out a large amount of gas in an instant, and the gas will push the projectile out of the barrel to complete a firing. After completing this set of actions, even if the loading is complete, the next moment is to raise the gun to aim and pull the trigger to complete the firing. Boss, there is a gun target outside. I stood up when I tried the gun. The straight line distance from the door to the gun target is 200 yards. I measured it myself. Go, shoot a few shots outside. Shi Xiong took the filled gun, strode out of the house, walked outside, and looked into the distance. You can vaguely see the human figure nailed to a big tree. Gun target. 200 yards, which is a little over 180 meters. At this distance, even a real person looks very small. The target was slightly smaller than a real person by 2 circles, so at this distance, the head and body of the target could only be vaguely distinguished. Shi Xiong held up the rifle. The was pressed tightly against his right shoulder. His left arm stretched out. His left hand steadily supported the gun body under the barrel, and his right hand also supported the front of the butt, with the index finger of his right hand slowly reached into the trigger guard and buckled on the trigger. Separate his feet back and forth, hold his breath, tilt his head and cheeks against the butt, narrowing his left eye slightly, and aiming at the human-shaped target 200 yards away through the sight of the right eye through the front sight of the barrel. When the front sight and the head of the target were in line, Shi Xiong pulled the trigger. Along with the sparks that flint rubbed on the flint reed, the gunpowder in the cauldron was ignited. Then after a few tenths of a second, Shi Xiong felt the gun body shake, and a large amount of smoke came out from the ignition hole and muzzled. The round projectile was also ejected in an instant. The recoil produced by the gunpowder that uses black powder as the firing powder is not very large, and the stone bear is strong and well prepared, so this recoil is not a big deal to him. The most important thing is that Shi Xiong's arms are too powerful. The huge power can keep the muzzle stable during firing, so that the projectiles fired will not be too deviated due to the jitter of the muzzle. The projectile flew over a distance of 200 yards in a few tenths of a second, and then accurately hit the humanoid gun target. What made Shi Xiong a little regretful was that when he saw the fresh bullet hole on the target, he couldn't help but shook his head slightly. It was clearly aimed at the head, but the bullet hit the upper part of the chest. What this shows is very simple, that is, the effective range of this gun may be longer than 200 yards, but it is not far away. 200 yards is almost the farthest effective range of this gun. Although the maximum range of this gun is very long, the effective range and maximum range are two completely different concepts. Generally speaking, the maximum range of a gun is usually 5 to 7 times the effective range. Just like this Ferguson rifle, its maximum range can exceed 1 kilometer. And the effective range is estimated to be up to 200 meters. No matter how far away, the projectile can indeed be shot, but there is a fault for not being able to hit it. Seeing that the half-inch thick plank of a gun target was almost pierced by a single shot, Shi Xiong was quite satisfied with this power. This means that within 200 yards, as long as the gun is aimed at, the enemy will hardly run away. Even if it fails to hit the point, as long as the projectile hits the arm or leg, it is definitely enough for the enemy to drink a pot. The reloading speed of 6 rounds per minute, the effective range of 200 yards, the accuracy and power can also be justified, which is better than most current standard rifles, not a star and a half. In terms of effective range and power, the only thing that can be compared with this rifle is the Kentucky rifle. It's just that the loading speed of the Kentucky rifle is far inferior to this rifle, and its accuracy should also be slightly inferior to this rifle. In general, this rifle developed by Ferguson is absolutely ahead of all rifles in the world. Seeing the satisfied look on his boss's face, Ferguson looked like a child praised by his teacher, and he was overjoyed. Although this rifle was developed by himself, Ferguson knew very well that without the boss's guidance and the steel produced by the boss, this rifle would never have such excellent performance, especially the kind of rotary locking mechanism pointed by the boss. It is simply a genius creativity. Ferguson thought he couldn't think of such a genius idea. It is not an exaggeration to say that at least 70% of the credit for this rifle is due to the boss. Although the hard bones and the bunny mouth and the newly arrived Jack Williams also contributed a lot to the post-production of this gun, in Ferguson's mind, the boss is the real inventor of this rifle. This gun is very good, quite good. As far as I know, this gun is better than the current standard rifles in the armed forces of various countries. Patrick, you have worked hard. The praise www.wuxiaspad.com Ishikama is I will never be stingy with the words I praise. As a superior, it is very necessary to properly express appreciation to your opponents, which can be a good way to win over your subordinates. Naturally, Shi Xiong, who has worked in museums and institutions for more than 10 years in his previous life, knows this very well. Regardless of the curator or other leaders in the past life, praise your subordinates at the right time. Then no matter who it is, at least 3 days will have a smile on his face, and he must say our leader in his mouth. What is this? This is actually a manifestation of homecoming. The complimented Ferguson's face became more joyful, and he happily said, "Boss, you can name this rifle." Shi Xiong glanced at this guy and felt that what he said was not against his will. He seemed to really want to name this gun. So Shi Xiong smiled and said, "Well, you made this gun by yourself, and you have made great efforts and contributions in the development process, so this gun is called the Ferguson rifle." Mr. Patrick Ferguson was stunned immediately. Chapter 196, Difficulties and Problems. Although Shi Xiong has such evil tastes, he is not a selfish person. Although this epoch-making rifle in the history of human thermal weapons was completed under his own guidance, Shi Xiong did not want to really deprive the original name of this gun. You can play around with history, or you can change some history in an evil way, but you must maintain sufficient respect for history. Otherwise the wheels of history will unknowingly crush you into a ball of dust. Even if you want to leave 1,000 history, you have to do it entirely on your own ability. Shi Xiong does not want to do things that deprive others of fame, especially since Lieutenant Ferguson, who is supposed to be famous for his rifle, is still his own little brother. This kind of thing can't be done even more. As for Ferguson, naturally he didn't know Shi Xiong's thoughts, so he was moved by his boss's generous behavior. Being able to name an epoch-making rifle with his surname is the greatest compliment to a gun inventor. Because once this rifle is recognized by the public and becomes popular, it will follow that its family name is known to the world. What's wrong with foreigners? Foreigners are as good as famous and profitable, as long as it is a human being. There is no bad name or good fortune except for fools and lunatics. Do you really think that people do not punish the earth for oneself are just casual words? So Lieutenant Ferguson was so drunk that he was drunk at noon. This guy was so happy that he even had a lot of hard bones, a rabbit mouth, and Jack Williams. Fortunately, Major Hank had just brought a large number of drinks of very average quality. Major Hank only brought a few bottles of the premium whiskey worth £4 and left them to the Stone Bears. For this kind of whiskey with a very average quality and taste, Ishikama has no intention of tasting it. It just so happened that the koji in the koji room was already ready, so Shi Xiong decided to make his own wine. For Shi Xiong, even if it is made from sweet potatoes, the taste is much better than the whiskey of this era. Since the Ferguson rifle has been verified by Stone Bear, the next large-scale production of this new rifle is on the agenda. In fact, it is not so difficult to make this rifle. The most difficult point lies in the casting of the barrel, but with the addition of Jack Williams, an alchemist who is proficient in mechanical manufacturing, casting the barrel is not a problem. Ishikama originally wanted to continue to transform the process of processing the barrel, which is to use the process of drilling to process the barrel. But it takes time to make a drilling lathe. Not long after Jack came to the tribe, although he was proficient in mechanical manufacturing, it might be possible to confuse him by letting him touch machine tools without any hesitation. Moreover, to make a lathe, high-hardness steel must be made. This thing is not so easy to make. So Shi Xiong decided to slow down. In this age, it is no problem to use cast barrels. Even if the Ferguson rifle can be loaded at 7 rounds per minute, this cast barrel can withstand use. As long as the barrel is qualified. The most difficult thing left is the firing mechanism, but this is not difficult to help Lieutenant Ferguson and Jack Williams. Stone Bear believes they can do a good job. In this kind of thing, Shi Xiong just wanted to help but couldn't help, so Ferguson could only find a way to expand the scale of rifle production. There is no shortage of raw materials, and other tribes, whether it is steel making or molding, there are now a group of tribes who are more proficient in this aspect. As long as the problem of cooperation is solved, mass production of this Ferguson rifle is not a big problem. Another problem is the production and manufacture of rifle pellets. Regardless of whether Lieutenant Ferguson is very proficient in making guns, he has no idea how to make projectiles, and Shi Xiong does not understand this. But after Jack Williams came here, this problem was solved immediately. During the years he was a contract slave in the New World, he had helped the British Army to do a lot of things. Some simple machinery, including rifle projectiles, he had done. So how to produce rifle pellets, Jack Williams is enough. The difficulty in mass production of projectiles now lies in lead and tin. Because the rifle pellets are made of a lead-tin alloy, the specific ratio is 12 parts lead plus 1 part tin. But the problem is that now the Gaoshu tribe can make steel by itself. But Shi Xiong really doesn't know how to extract lead and tin. But this problem was solved by the Frenchman David Adian. This French alchemist who was captured by the British in Quebec was very proficient in metal smelting. After all, as an alchemist, the biggest pursuit is to make the legendary sage's stone, and to be a sage stone, smelting metal is an essential step. Mercury, lead, tin, iron, zinc, copper. It can be said that as long as the metals that appeared in this era, David Adian has played. So after learning about the difficulties encountered by Stone Bear, David Adian took the initiative to stand up and said that he could solve the problem. As long as the relevant mineral deposits can be found, then he can be sure to extract metals such as lead and tin. Mineral deposits rich in lead and tin are naturally lead-zinc mines. There is still no shortage of lead-zinc mines in the Appalachian Mountains, so Stone Bear quickly arranged a few soldiers to accompany David Adian out to inquire about and search for lead-zinc mines. The Cherokee people have lived in this mountain range for more than 200 years. They may not know what lead-zinc mines do, but they must have seen similar ores. www.wuxiaspot.com. Just ask, maybe you can find a lead-zinc mine. Although Shi Xiong wanted to take care of these things, he knew he couldn't take care of them at all. It is true that I am proficient in arts and sciences, but I am not an all-rounder who knows everything. Shi Xiong is a pure layman for prospecting for minerals and refining metals such as lead and tin, so he can only delegate these tasks to others. It took so much effort, extortion and exchange, to get 4 alchemists. Now, don't these professional things have to be entrusted to them, alchemists? They did this in the first place. Professional things are left to professional people to do, that's it. Of course, Shi Xiong also has to do something professional, that is, making wine. The koji in the koji room is very well fermented, except for a few pieces that have been fermented. The other koji are very good. The distiller's yeast was successfully produced, and the quality was still very good, which laid the most solid foundation for winemaking. Koji is the key to winemaking. As long as the koji is done, winemaking becomes a very simple matter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Winemaking. There are 2 ways to make sweet potato wine, both of which were made when Shi Xiong was in school. A sweet potato wine is a low-alcohol wine, that is, it is not distilled after it is brewed. This sweet potato wine has a low alcohol content and is sweet and flavorful. It is more like fruit wine than white wine. As for another kind of sweet potato wine, it is an out-and-out high-level wine, because this wine needs to be distilled after it is brewed. The distilled white wine is the kind of boring donkey that can hold you up for a long time. But no matter what kind of wine is brewed, it is inseparable from the process of 1 steaming, 2 stirring and 3 fermentation. Of brewing low-alcohol raw sweet potato wine. The first process is steaming sweet potato. Cut the selected sweet potatoes into pieces and steam them in a large pot. After the local melons are steamed, they are spread out to about 60 degrees Celsius, and then the koji is added for saccharification. This time needs to last from a day to a day and a half. After the saccharification is completed, put the saccharified sweet potato puree and distiller's koji into a large tank and stir. Stir once a day. After a few days of continuous stirring, start low-temperature fermentation at a temperature of about 20 degrees. The fermentation process needs to last about 15 to 20 days. Since it is early spring and the temperature is still relatively low, the fermentation time should be longer. The specific situation should be judged according to the degree of fermentation. Finally, the fermented mash is taken out for squeezing and filtering, and what is filtered out is the raw sweet potato wine with a relatively low degree. This raw sweet potato wine is best stored in earthenware or porcelain barrels. The longer it is stored, the more delicious the wine will be. As for the high degree of boring donkey, the overall brewing situation is similar to the process of brewing sweet potato raw wine, but there is an additional process of mixing chaff and distillation. The steamed sweet potatoes are fermented with koji, and after the fermentation is complete, the chaff is mixed. Add 15 kilograms of rice husks or wheat bran to 100 caddies of sweet potatoes and stir. After stirring, add 60 caddies to 100 caddies of sweet potatoes, the clear water pot for cooking and steaming. When steaming, the liquor that flows out through the condenser tube is a high degree of sweet potato wine, with a high degree of about 50 degrees. If you still want a high number, then distill it again, and the wine will be a spirit with a degree of more than 70 degrees. The common name of this kind of wine in Shi Xiong's hometown is boring donkey. There is no shortage of sweet potatoes in the tribe, especially the stone bear extorting 30,000 pounds of food from the French, and even the 50,000 pounds of food traded with Major Hank. Now the entire Gaoshu tribe is not short of food at all, so the sweet potatoes that used to be rations can be used at will. There are also a lot of koji, although there is no rice husk, but there is still a lot of wheat bran. So Shi Xiong decided to make raw sweet potato wine and stuffed donkey together. I heard that Lord Guardian is about to start making wine, and almost all the people who can move in the tribe have come. No way. The tribes and even the entire Cherokee people didn't know how to make wine. If they hadn't been in contact with this magical liquid, it would be fine. But as the Europeans continued to land on the New World, these Europeans took this magic. The liquid was brought to the New World, allowing the Indians living here to taste this miraculous liquid, and then all the Indians who were lucky enough to taste the wine were completely conquered by this miraculous liquid. In the words of a large Indian tribe's great sacrifice, this magical liquid is the essence that the gods bestow on mankind. The of fire in the sky met the of water in the sea, and the two gods fell in love and united. Then the child born has both the characteristics of fire and water, and the child's name is wine. Isn't it the essence? Other gods took out all his own children. Thanks to their friendship with the British, the Cherokee people came into contact with wine after they moved south to the Appalachian Mountains. Although the wine was inferior, the Cherokee still disliked it. Mouthful. Later, the ancestor of the high priest Cabri left the royal court of the Cherokee family and came here, although there was a long time interval and did not trade with the British, but after the exchange with the British resumed, the magical liquid appeared again. In the Gaoshu tribe. However, wine is very precious. Even the inferior wine in Europe is extremely precious among Indian tribes. Just like the 4 pounds worth of whiskey that Colonel Jones asked Hank to bring, if Major Hank really insists on changing it, a bottle of wine can really be exchanged for 100 skins. Now on the European continent, a good skin can sell for 5 shillings or even 6 shillings, and 100 skins can sell at least 500 shillings, which is a full 25 GBP. More than 600% of the net profit is the profit space for European drinks in the New World. Although the Indians also knew that they had been slaughtered by the Vassages, But there was no way, who would make them like to drink this kind of thing? So knowing that they were slaughtered, they still happily exchanged the fur from their hunting for wine. Now, the guardian of the tribe is about to start making wine by himself. Are the people in the Gaoshu tribe still crazy? Everyone knows that once the Lord Guardian really brews the wine, then the tribe will be free from the exploitation of those Wasikas in the future. It's as if the Guardian made salt and made steel. At that time, I am afraid it is not the Vasikas who exploit themselves again. I am afraid those Vasikas will have to beg us. As the project manager designated by Shi Xiong for brewing music, Momocao was naturally the first to be notified. Shi Xiong still appreciates this hard-working and cheerful woman. Although this lady is really a female man, no matter what she does, there is a woman's unique delicacy and attentiveness. Momocao was mainly responsible for the production of Jayukyu, but the second time to turn the song and the monitoring of the temperature in the koji room were all done by Momocao with a few women. The koji produced for the first time was very successful, and Shi Xiong admitted that even if he stared at it himself, he might be doing something similar to Momocao. Therefore, Shi Xiong still intends to let Momocao take care of the brewing matter. Master, Guardian, do you really want to teach us how to make wine? After Momocao was called, and after learning that he would become the person in charge of the brewing project, he asked Shi Xiong with a face of disbelief and surprise. Why, not willing to do this? Then I find someone else to do it. Well? Don't. I will learn from you, and I promise to learn it. Don't you see that the koji I made before is very successful? I have the confidence to learn how to make wine with you. The female man patted his chest to speak, and the huge weapon on her chest was swayed straight by her, with a bit spicy eyes. Ahem. Shi Xiong coughed dryly. Well, Momocao, you can find a few women who are careful in doing things. Although making wine is much simpler than making koji, it is also necessary in the process of wine making. Someone takes care of it carefully. And I plan to teach the people the craftsmanship of wine making. When the people of the people can make wine, you won't have to work so hard. Don't worry, I will find a good person. Momocao put down these words and went out. As a result, she didn't even have the time to eat a meal, so she led more than a dozen women with big waists. And to say that this Indian woman can really hold up half of the sky, she just has this size. She really is no worse than a man when she goes to the battlefield to be a soldier. These women are more serious in the tribe. This time I heard that Master Guardian was going to teach the technique of wine making, and two of them all followed Momocao. They also need to follow along and teach what they have learned to other tribesmen in the tribe. With the help of these strong women, wine making is much easier. Shi Xiong commanded the women to select 1,000 caddies of good sweet potatoes from the cellar. After they were cleaned, they were cut into small pieces and steamed in the pot. Whether it's salt making or nitration, a big iron pan is needed, so there are a lot of big iron pans. It can't be said that every household has a big iron pan, but it is absolutely no problem to make up 10 or 8 big iron pans. This kind of big iron pot can steam 100 caddies of sweet potatoes at one time, and steaming 10 large pots at the same time can steam this 1,000 caddies of sweet potatoes in one go. Because the two kinds of wine are made together, Shi Xiong plans to make 500 caddies of sweet potato wine, and another 500 caddies of sweet potato wine for distilled wine. Whether it is brewing raw sweet potato wine or brewing highly distilled wine, it is basically the ratio of 3 caddies of sweet potato to 1 caddy of wine. Therefore, if all these 1,000 caddies of sweet potatoes are brewed, about 330 caddies of wine can be produced. If Shi Xiong was allowed to make so much wine by himself, it would have exhausted him. But with the help of more than a dozen women with big waists, making wine is much easier. The most important thing is that these women are very motivated. Shi Xiong doesn't even need to do it. He just needs to move his mouth to tell them what to do, and these women can do their jobs quickly. The 10 cauldrons were laid out in one word. The scale was not small, and a large group of onlookers also took the initiative to join in. Shi Xiong has no objection to this matter, as long as he doesn't make trouble and follow the instructions. He is eager for more people to join in. Many tribesmen want to join when they see that Master Guardian is not opposed to www.wuxiaspa.com. However, The place is so big and the work done is so much. It is useless if there are more people. Therefore, under Shi Xiong's prevention, the number of people who participated in the winemaking was set at about 30 people. Some burned fire, some added firewood, and soon the sweet potatoes were steamed. Then it's spreading and adding the koji. Shi Xiong can't let others do it casually, only Momocao can do it. However, there is still a lot in the process of adding koji, and Shi Xiong selflessly told his people, in the future, he still counts on the tribesmen to make wine by themselves. Shi Xiong doesn't want to greet him and add koji every time the tribe makes wine. 100 caddies of sweet potato Kilian Jayukyu. This is a very strict addition of weight. In the past, Shi Xiong didn't know how many koji was added when sweet potatoes were used in other places. Perhaps each place was different, but in Shi Xiong's hometown, when using sweet potatoes for wine, 100 caddies of sweet potatoes were added with 7 taels of koji. After adding the koji and stirring, it is saccharification and fermentation. Don't worry about this, you have to take your time. P.S. Chapter 195. I don't know why I was blocked. I'm so hard. I checked it several times but I don't know where the ban is prohibited. Chapter 198. Alcohol irritation. Hey, this wine is so spicy. Li Lei only took a sip of the wine, and his cheeks instantly turned red. Shi Xiong did not expect that his leader would even face him after drinking. Especially when Li Lei drank this kind of high-grade liquor that had just been distilled with an alcohol content of more than 50%. He took a big sip, and he didn't spit out even if his self-control was very strong. Hong Yi-un originally wanted to take a big sip and taste the home-brewed wine that Master Guardian said was better than British wine, but when she saw Li Lei's appearance, she consciously followed Shi Xiong's instructions. It was just a sip. Comfortable. I can feel the intertwined taste of water and fire from this wine. It's so wonderful. To Shi Xiong's expectation, the high priest Hong Yi-un unexpectedly took such a sip of the wine, started to praise this high alcohol. Bigfoot also learned how Hong Yi-un took a sip, but then his complexion became very exciting. After a long time, he took a breath and shook his head and said, "Guardian, this wine is too spicy. It's better than the tribes. The chili is even hotter, and I can't enjoy the taste. I think the low-alcohol raw sweet potato wine is better." It is true that Li Lei and Li Lei are two brothers, and they have a face when drinking with big feet, and they don't seem to like this kind of high distilled liquor like his brother Li Lei. Jiao Naiu took a big sip with a wooden bowl. In an instant, the blue veins on his forehead swelled up, but he still swallowed the gulp of wine into his stomach, and it took a long time to breathe out. Laughing, said, "This kind of wine is delicious, this kind of wine is strong enough, this is the wine that men should drink." Kuema and Lynx also took a big sip after the old leader Jiao Naiu. The Lynx's face quickly turned red, and Kuema coughed violently. Obviously, they did not drink less after Shi Xiong. The fast-breeding whiskey can't beat this higher-strength distilled spirit. Even though it has only been distilled once, the degree of this wine is definitely more than 50 degrees. Although the whiskey that Major Hank brought was also distilled, Shi Xiong felt that it was definitely filled with water, otherwise the degree would not be around 40 degrees. Even though the alcohol content is only 10 degrees worse, the brewing methods and raw materials of whiskey and sweet potato wine are different. In addition, sweet potato wine itself is more brewed than whiskey made with barley, wheat and other grains, so there is a huge gap between the two in taste. People who can control the whiskey that is also distilled liquor may not be able to control the sweet potato burn. Of course, if the stone bear distills it again, it will completely turn this sweet potato wine into a boring donkey. It is estimated that there will be fewer people in the entire tribe who can drink the boring donkey. After all, the alcohol is too high. The most conservative estimate is above 70 degrees. This alcohol concentration can be compared with the alcohol concentration of medical alcohol used for disinfection. Lynx put down the wooden bowl, and said with a look of excitement on his face, "This wine is delicious, much better than the wine brought by the Vasichus. Compared to the original sweet potato wine, I like this better." Grow wine. After the Lynx came to the Gaoshu tribe, it was also reused by Li Lei. After all, The lynx's skill in the mountains and forests is not comparable to that of ordinary people. In addition, the lynx is calm and generous, so it is very popular with some young warriors of the Gaoshu tribe. Gradually, the status of the lynx among the warriors of the Gaoshu tribe also became very high. This kind of experienced veteran warrior has always been valued by the tribe. Although Kuwema had a spicy cough for a long time, after he recovered, he took another sip with a wooden bowl. With the adaptation of the first sip, he drank the second sip very happily without coughing. "I will drink this kind of wine with Shi Xiong in the future." Jiao Niu said it well. "This is the wine that men drink." Hong Yun said irritably, "Who said that this kind of wine can only be drunk by your men?" "I also like to drink this kind of wine." "Okay." When the high priest said this, Kuwema shrank his head immediately. Today is the day of this high-grade wine distillation. The low-grade sweet potato wine was brewed a few days ago. At that time, a group of high-ranking members of the Gaoshu tribe and many people from the tribe tasted it, and they all said it tasted good. Now is the day when high-quality wine is out. A dozen women, headed by Momoko, got busy early in the morning, and the distiller made by the old wooden family according to Stone Bear's instructions was also set up early. When Shi Xiong was a child, he used the old-fashioned distillation equipment to make wine with his family. Moreover, when Shi Xiong went to work in the museum, he also personally maintained many of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Therefore, how to make Shi Xiong is very knowledgeable about this kind of distiller. The craftsmanship of the old Muja family is naturally absent. In addition, the most critical condenser was built by Jack Williams himself according to Stone Bear's instructions, so the effect of these more than 10 sets of stills is quite good. Early in the morning of the day, when the flames of distillation burned, the entire tribe was soon enveloped by a strong aroma of wine. Although no one can drink this wine during the distillation process, almost all the people of the tribe were completely conquered by the smell of this wine. Even if it's not black, Westerners can also brew distilled spirits, but the flavor of the distilled spirits they brew can't be compared with the white spirits brewed by the Chinese. Anyway, Shi Xiong has been in both previous and present life. Think so. In addition, Shi Xiong has still brewed sweet potato wine. It has not been used to brew strong flavor liquor from wheat, rice and other grains, and it has not brewed soy flavor liquor. Otherwise, the tribal people will react even more. But even for the sweet potato wine, when the smell of this kind of wine came out, all the people of the tribe were eagerly waiting for it, looking forward to this kind of wine with a strong smell of wine, and then taking a swig. This time, Shi Xiong didn't plan to distill a high-quality wine this time. After all, if it were the second distillation, you would get even less high-quality wine. In the current situation where the raw materials for brewing are not so abundant, brewing this kind of wine with a degree of 50 degrees is enough to deal with all the people. If you really want to produce that kind of boring donkey, it is estimated that few people in the entire tribe can hold down that kind of wine. However, if the tribe really expands in the future, this kind of wine with a high degree of more than 70 degrees is still very necessary for brewing. After all, this kind of alcohol with a high degree of over 70 degrees can be used to disinfect medical alcohol, and has an excellent rescue effect for soldiers injured on the battlefield. The concentration of medical alcohol used to disinfect the wounds of the wounded in the hospitals of later generations was between 70% to 75%. The concentration of that kind of alcohol is often more than 90%. And the medical alcohol cannot disinfect the wounds. The process of distilling wine is very fast. With more than 10 large pots distilling together, all the wine can be distilled in 2 or 3 hours. In particular, the metal condenser made by Jack Williams instructed by Shi Xiong, the condensing effect is even better. Although the condenser is made of thin iron sheet, the condensing effect is better because the pipe of the condenser is relatively long, and the curved plate is a big one, and then immersed in cold water. As long as the condensing effect is good, the output speed of distilled wine will naturally be very fast. When the distilled liquor was out of the pot, part of it was taken back to his wooden house by the Stone Bear. A group of tribal seniors tasted it here, but the ones who liked and disliked them were immediately seen. And the outside is also messed up. This group of people have not drunk much wine, and in Indian legends, wine is a child of fire and water, so the people of the tribe dragged their families and gathered to the small square inches the center of the tribe, ready to taste wine. Fortunately, adults say that they will be grinned when they drink the first sip of this high-quality wine, but the problem is that the tribes think that the wine is bestowed by the gods of heaven, so they all take their children and drink it, this kind of high-quality wine. As a result, all the small carrot heads are so hot and crying. Of course, there are some small radish heads who are not afraid of spicy food like this taste, but these small radish heads are still children after all. As a result, after 2 sips of wine, one by one began to smirk and start to circle drunk. Although some people of the tribe can't stand this kind of high-grade wine, most of them still like this kind of extremely powerful high-grade wine, and they want to make 2 sips after 1 sip, and 3 sips after 2 sips. Although everyone didn't get a lot of wine, only about 3 or 2, it couldn't hold back that this thing was a serious high-grade wine, and the tribesmen had never enjoyed this high-grade wine, so there was a part of it. After the tribesmen drank in twos, they began to drink madly. Regardless of his height and strength, Uncle Stonehammer is a famous veteran warrior in the tribe, but his drinking capacity is really bad. Perhaps it was also related to his stomach and body that had never been in contact with such a high level of liquor. Anyway, Uncle Shi Xiong sat down on the ground after drinking in 2s and 3s, and hugged his grandson who also drank the ring. The 2 donkeys' lips were not right and the horse's mouth began to ridicule. Uncle Shi Xiong referred to his grandson as his little brother, and his grandson referred to his biological grandfather as his brother. The hottest thing was that Uncle Shi Xiong's only remaining biological son, his grandson's father, actually shook his head and thought. His son is called the eldest brother, and his father, Shi Xiong, is called the brother. It was originally a family of 3 in 3 generations. Because of the 9 too high alcoholic beverage, grandfather, dad, and son became brothers. As the director of winemaking, Momoko has made great contributions to both the successful brewing of the original sweet potato wine a few days ago and the production of this high-quality wine. So this time she also let go www.wuxiaspa.com, and because this lady is the director of winemaking, she has a little privilege in her hands, that is, other people can only be divided into 3 or 2 high wines, but she can unlimited drinking. After all, nearly 170 kilograms of high wine was produced this time. The 300 tribesmen each had 3 to 2 wines, but they only consumed more than 90 kilograms of wine. And Momoko, as the brewing director, even if she lets her drink it, how much can she drink? In the end, this lady really didn't blind her to her strong figure comparable to the old man, and she was quite drinkable. At least half a caddy was drunk. And then the lady began to pull people to dance, no matter who it was, as long as it was a tribe standing next to her, she would pull it up and dance. At this moment, Momoko became the dance king of the Gaoshu tribe. Not to mention, let Momoko do such a show, and the original wine tasting meeting quickly turned into a collective dance carnival. Sure enough, under the stimulation of alcohol, people can do anything. Chapter 199. Alchemist Jack. Shi Xiong personally pointed out that the brewed liquor is naturally no problem. This can be seen from the fact that more than 80% of the tribe members were drunk on the day of the wine tasting. It's not that the tribesmen can't drink enough, it's that they have never been exposed to such a high level of liquor before, and their body's tolerance is very limited. So a mere 3 to 2 to 50 degrees of high liquor can put a large number of liquors. The rest of the people who were not drunk were mainly due to physical reasons. These tribes can really drink, although the tolerance of this high-grade liquor is also not good, but because of the large amount of alcohol, it is possible to stay awake in 3s and 2s of liquor. The stone bear is naturally no problem. His soul was a master of alcohol in the previous life. Although he came to this life, the body of Silly Head has not cultivated the tolerance of high liquor, but the physique that can't stand this body is too good, let alone 2 liquors. Even if he drank 7 or 8 liquors, Shi Xiong guessed that his body would be absolutely fine. What surprised Shi Xiong was that Jack Williams, an alchemist with an outstanding talent in mechanical manufacturing, had a very good drink. And this guy did not dislike the taste of this kind of high-grade sweet potato wine because he drank it for the first time. On the contrary, he still prefers this kind of high-grade wine. Whether it's Jiao Niu or Lilei, or Bobcat or Kui Ma, drinking can't handle it, so Shi Xiong just wanted to find someone to accompany him to drink. As a result, at Ferguson, Stone Bear saw a man who was pouring and drinking Jack Williams. As for Ferguson, Augusta, and Brother Lee, they had been brought down long ago, and two of them were lying on the bed and asleep. It has been almost a month since David Adian went out to look for lead zinc mines, and there is still no news coming back. It must be that the process of searching for lead zinc mines is not so wonderful. But there is no way, in this new world that can be called a primitive age, it really depends on luck to find a lead zinc mine. Moreover, the Cherokee tribe occupies an area of 100,000 square kilometers, and there are hundreds of tribes large and small. If you want to find out about lead zinc mines from so many tribes, you really need to make great efforts. David Adian was not at home. Ferguson and the others were all drunk. When Stone Bear came to Ferguson, he saw that Jack Williams was the only one left drinking there. Seeing the Stone Bear walk in, Jack Williams, who was originally at ease, stood up immediately. His face turned a little panic. "Jack, don't do this, just keep drinking." Shi Xiong smiled and waved his hand to make Jack Williams not be so restrained, which made the somewhat lonely alchemist relax. Shi Xiong also sat down opposite Jack, picked up the earthenware jar containing white wine and poured himself a bowl, then raised the bowl and touched Jack's wooden bowl and took a sip. "Jack, how are your legs?" Shi Xiong asked. Jack nodded. "I have recovered very well. I have been able to get rid of the crutches during the period when I came to the tribe. After recovering for a while, I will be able to be like a normal person." This guy is a lonely and unruly guy. He signed a voluntary contract with a British nobleman because he couldn't afford a ferry ticket, and became a contract slave. Later, the nobleman didn't want to terminate the contract for him. "I also want Jack to continue to serve him." Hard-faced Jack immediately stopped doing it and said that he would not do anything for the nobleman. As a result, the nobleman interrupted both of his legs. In the end, Major Hank paid £5 from the nobleman's hands. "I bought Jack's contract and delivered it to Shi Xiong with the contract." When Major Hank left, Stone Bear, as he did with Jean Auguste and Bill Gates, returned the contracts of Jack Williams and David Adian to them. This move immediately harvested the hearts of these two alchemists. Shi Xiong looked at the empty table. There was no wine or food on it except for the wine bowl. How could this be? "Jack, wait a while," Shi Xiong said as he stood up and walked to the door to open the door, and shouted at the outside, "Hard bones, hard bones." As soon as the voice fell, a person ran over there, with a blushing, hard-bone face. This guy's drinking volume is unexpectedly good. Others have already got down on their stomachs in 2s and 3s, but he doesn't look at his age. But he has nothing to do with the 2s, but his cheeks are a little red. Obviously, the tough guy is the kind of person who is born to drink. "Come to my room and bring some peanuts and a piece of smoked ham. By the way, bring a jar of wine, which is the kind of high-quality wine that just came out of the pot today, for the little brother Hard Bones." Shi Xiong was very comfortable. Bone nodded and ran back, and in a short while, he walked over with a lot of things. Because Shi Xiong wanted to have a good conversation with Jack, he didn't leave any Hard Bones and let him find a drink for himself. Not everyone can drink those 2 or 2 liquors. The tribes who have not been drunk by such a high degree of liquor, some even drink 1 or 2 liquors before being put down, so there are still a lot of people in each household. Remaining wine. Hard Bone is the little brother of Lord Guardian, which is recognized in the tribe. In addition, he is still young, and if he goes to someone else's house to find some extra wine, the people will not be stingy with him. Ferguson's pots, bowls and stoves are all complete, and Shi Xiong has collected some seasonings, squeezed oil and salt in the past few months. So soon, a plate of fried peanuts and a plate of smoked ham put it on the table. Although peanuts need to be reserved for seeds, just such a small plate is not a big deal for them. Given Shi Xiong's identity and status, it is fine for him to keep some peanuts. Not to mention that these peanuts were secretly saved by him when he pressed oil last time. As for the smoked ham, it was smoked by the two hind legs that the stone bear hunted a wild boar in the mountain last winter. In fact, before the Europeans discovered the New World, there were no pigs in North America, not even wild boars. However, after Europeans crossed the oceans to the New World, they brought pigs to the New World. However, some of the domestic pigs brought over sneaked out because of poor care, and became wild boars. Moreover, as long as the domestic pig is bred in the wild for 3 generations, it can almost become an out-and-out wild boar. Europeans have come to the New World and settled in the New World for more than 100 years. Among them, the ghost knows how many pigs have come out, and pigs are particularly capable of giving birth, so in just over a century there are already many wild boars in the Appalachian Mountains. Even here in the Great Smoky Mountains, I can see this second brother with a manic personality from time to time. When I was in school, every year when the new year was about to slaughter a pig, the pig's hind legs would be smoked, and it would be eaten until the Mid-Autumn Festival of the coming year. When I was young, I looked forward to eating smoked ham year after year. After I grew up, Shi Xiong also learned how to smoke ham with his family. This is what a child from the countryside should know. Jack was a little flattered. Since he came to the New World, where has he seen such dishes? The 4 alchemists have been living in the house next to Lieutenant Ferguson since they came to the High Tree tribe. The house was built for them by the old Wooden family. No way. They were blonde, blue-eyed and white-skinned Vasiku, and they didn't speak Indian native language. It was extremely difficult to communicate with the tribesmen, so the 4 of them lived together in a hug. Both Gene August and Bill Gates have families. The former has a wife and the latter has a lovely girl. Jack and David are both single, plus a single Lieutenant Ferguson, so they are single. These 3 dogs often get together and go to Augusta's house to catch the autumn breeze. No way. None of these 3 single dogs can cook. Only Augusta's wife, Bibero, can cook, and the taste of cooking is more suitable for them, so they often get together. Even the British and French. The gap between them has long since disappeared. But even so, Jack hadn't eaten such exquisite dishes, so Jack felt flattered even if there were only 2 dishes. Come, here, don't poke there anymore, it's the 2 of us now. Patrick and the others don't have this good fortune. Come on, let's have a sip, you can also taste this dish. Jack's excited hand shivered a little, and after touching Shi Xiong, he took a sip of alcohol and almost choked. Drink slowly, no one robs you to drink, Shi Xiong said with a smile. How about it, are you still used to living here? It may be because of alcohol. Jack, who has always looked a little lonely, looked a lot better at this time, especially after hearing this question from Shi Xiong. His face appeared to be a touch smile. Very well, Honorable Guardian, this time of living in the tribe is the fastest time I have had in the past 10 years. Honorable Guardian, thank you very much for taking me and Bill them from hell, rescued from inside. Jack didn't speak big words. Although Gaoshu tribe still had such shortcomings, compared with the dark contract slave life he had experienced, this place could really be called paradise. There is no problem in all aspects of food, clothing and housing. The most important thing is that he has freedom here again. Having experienced the life of contract slavery comparable to for several years, now this free air is heaven to Jack. That's good, as long as you feel you are still used to it. Also, Jack, don't call me any respectable guardian in the future. I prefer to hear you call me guardian. Okay, Mr. Guardian. Jack changed his name very cleverly. He knew very well that when this high-ranking guardian changed his name, it meant that this adult had completely accepted himself. Chapter 200, Gear Drive. Jack, is there anyone in your family, for example, parents, wives, or children? Although the 4 alchemists have been in the tribe for a while, Shi Xiong has not yet figured out their details, so he took this opportunity. Shi Xiong intends to touch it. After all, only by knowing their exact situation can Shi Xiong be able to treat them in a targeted manner. William shook his head. I haven't been home for nearly 10 years, and before I crossed the ocean and came to the New World, My mother had already died of illness and my father's health was not very good. In 10 years, he couldn't survive long ago. A sad look flashed across Jack's face, and tears flickered faintly in his eyes. Anyone who hasn't returned home for nearly 10 years, suddenly someone mentions home and relatives, and it is estimated that no one will feel well. As for my wife and children, I am not married. How can I have a wife and children? I was only 25 years old when I came to the New World, and I am only 34 years old this year. When I was in England, I didn't have the intention of getting married. Later, when I came to the New World, there were no such conditions to get married, so I stayed alone. Well, David is in the same situation as mine. Jack smiled bitterly. Jack's words surprised Shi Xiong. This guy seemed to be almost 50 years old, but he was only in his 30s. It seems that the contracted slave life in the past few years has really tossed him. Shi Xiong picked up the wine bowl and met Jack. The two took a sip of wine. Jack attacked the fried peanuts. Fortunately, Shi Xiong prepared a wooden spoon for him. Otherwise, this guy would really use this. Little round beans have no way. Taking advantage of Jack's gap in dealing with peanuts, Shi Xiong carefully considered it in his heart and said, "Jack, you should know that after you come here, you need to stay with me for a few more years. I can guarantee yours. Food, clothing, housing and other expenses, can also provide you with research tools and materials as much as possible, and can also give you research directions and some pointers, and even introduce women to you and David. But you must stay here for a few more years, because the things you research are far beyond what your motherland can have. Your research results must be kept secret for a long time." It may be that Jack had already drunk a lot before Stone Xiong came, or he drank several times with him after Stone Xiong came. At this time, Jack's eyes had begun to look a little blurred. He smiled. "Mr. Guardian, in fact, when Major Hank brought David and me from Jamestown, David and I already knew our future fate. Although the Major Hank who brought us didn't know what you want our down-and-out alchemists to do, but we all know what you want to do in our hearts." Shi Xiong nodded seriously, and asked, "Will you stay?" "I have no other guarantees, but I can guarantee your safety and a certain degree of freedom. Of course, I can also guarantee that you can study enough. Similarly, I can guarantee your success in the future. But if you want to obtain these, you must endure this kind of life for a few years." Jack said with a wry smile, "Mr. Guardian, do we have another choice? Since we chose to be an alchemist, we have actually embarked on a path that can never be turned back." Shi Xiong argued, "Jack, you should understand that I am not forcing you by saying this. If you do not want to stay here, I can ask him to take you back next time when Major Hank comes." Jack waved his hand. "Mr. Guardian, please forgive me for interrupting you, but what can we do even if we return to Jamestown? We don't have the money to buy tickets to the old world, and the nobles and wealthy merchants are all covet our technology, so even if we return to Jamestown, we will inevitably end up as contract slaves before. Therefore, instead of returning to Jamestown to continue living the dark days, we would rather enjoy the countryside here." Amorous feelings. "Don't worry, Mr. Guardian, we have already discussed with you, and we will follow you." Shi Xiong smiled happily. "Jack, I have to say that you are very smart. You made a good choice." Speaking of these words seems to have completely solved Jack's heart. He also smiled. "Mr. Guardian, the key reason that prompted us to stay is the idea of making new guns that you provided to Lieutenant Ferguson." After a pause, Jack organized a few words and continued, "Let's not talk about the rotary locking mechanism you proposed, which allows the ammunition of the gun to be reloaded. It is the rifled broaching machine you made. I admire it. I have seen some immigrants in the countryside of Jamestown use wooden broaching machines to draw rifling, but the mechanical efficiency of that kind of broaching machine is too low. It takes at least 3 or 4 days to pull a barrel by one person. Therefore, although the military of various countries all know the benefits of rifled guns, the backward processing technology has greatly restricted the promotion of rifled guns. And you just instructed Lieutenant Ferguson to make some changes to that simple broaching machine, and the efficiency of this broaching machine has been increased several times. This is simply a genius idea. You know, I understand a little bit, mechanical things, but when I saw your broaching machine, I was convinced. And, David also said before he left, he said, Mr. Guardian, you can point out that lead zinc mines are rich in lead and tin. Just this point makes David very admirable. David said that you are a man, a mysterious and unpredictable person. You must have a lot of things in your heart that we don't know but want, so we all want to make more good things under your guidance, and we also want to learn more from you thing. Hearing these words, Shi Xiong laughed. Jack, to tell you, I have accepted the instructions of the great sun god, and you must have heard of this from Patrick. This is not vain. It's not that I deliberately wanted to put on a halo on myself. I really accepted the guidance of the great sun god. No, Master Guardian, not only did Patrick tell me, your two little servants, well, one is called a hard bone and the other is a rabbit mouth. They also told me about the magical changes that have happened to you, especially that tough guy. He has lived with you since he was a child. He said that your brain was a bit. There is nothing to hide. My previous nickname was Silly Head. Before I accepted the guidance of the great sun god, I was indeed a fool, but look at me now. Do I look like a fool? And I'm a native of the New World. Before I came to the Gaoshu tribe, I only met Europeans a few times in my life. But you see, I speak English and French. It doesn't seem to be much worse than your English, right? Mr. Guardian, although I am very reluctant, I must admit that your London accent is too authentic. Shi Xiong smiled and waved his hand. Jack, I won't say more if you're superfluous. You have to learn from me, there's no problem, but you'd better have a mental preparation. I will give you a general direction at best. Pointing, I may also give you some key pointers on specific things, but the tedious research work must still be done by you. Mr. Guardian, if you don't say this, we can understand it. What we need most now is a directional guidance, such as the kind of rifled broaching machine developed by Patrick, a directional breakthrough. Therefore, some of us would like you to point us more directional things, so that our research will have a clear direction. Shi Xiong smiled, picked up the bowl and drank another drink with Jack, then said, Jack, since you said that, then I can give you a directional guide now. Upon hearing this, Jack straightened up immediately, looking at the stone bear with longing in his eyes. You have also studied that broaching machine www.wuxiasput.com. Then you should know that this broaching machine has many shortcomings, right? Jack nodded. Yes, I think that broaching machine is really not perfect, such as the power source. Mr. Guardian, why don't you use water for power? The hydraulic power is good, but it is not suitable for this kind of broaching machine now, because this broaching machine was only modified by me on a temporary basis. In fact, the fundamental defect of this broaching machine is not in power, but in transmission. You can also see come out, this broaching machine is driven by belts and pulleys, so the stability is very poor. If hydraulic power is used for driving, the power is too large, before the transmission stability is well solved. Perhaps this broaching machine has just with a hydraulic drive. The entire broaching machine will fall apart. At the very least, the rifling drawn out is absolutely unqualified. Jack nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Guardian, how can we solve this problem? It's very simple. Change the belt transmission to gear transmission, and all the wooden structures are changed to steel structures. Gear drive? Are you talking about the kind of gear that the Frenchman Philippe de la Hille proposed more than half a century ago that uses an involute as a tooth profile? Yeah, do you know this? Shi Xiong asked with a smile. Jack scratched his head with a smile, grabbing a large patch of dandruff. Yes, gear transmission will inevitably become the core and development direction of mechanical transmission in the future, because gear transmission has the stability that other transmission methods do not have. If you can solve the stability problem of gear transmission, then you will inevitably become a mechanical transmission, the giants in this regard. But I don't know much about gears. It's okay, I can give you some pointers. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.